So last game, 4 days ago. Yeah, I know. I look. We all met in Shellport. We had arrived from a few different locations. We had some sail over from
Yes.
Yep. Name to be inserted. Others that were on there as crew, and others that were met in Shellport. That some found previous history people, others snuck aboard. Our friend Gigs. A couple of days worth of air travel across the continent, heading for your destination of Austrain, or the lands known as Austrain. And you're a couple of days outside of arriving there when a storm will cross, and what could amount to a giant face made of clouds, basically, in the storm clouds, vomited lightning down through on your ship and drove it into the forest floor. A few bumps, bruises and scrapes before finally coming to rest, and then you gathered yourself as a few of the things being shipped got dropped or escaped from where they were being held, and well, one escaped, the others were still in there, but that escaped and burrowed away. And just as you were sort of gathering yourselves up, you saw approaching a band of riders on velociraptors or raptors and triceratops. Triceratops? I don't know what the plural of that is. But that's what was approaching. You probably got a handful of minutes before they happen upon.
So they're coming from that direction?
Well said.
I know, right? No, they would be
As long
coming
as it's
from...
blowing that way.
So my direction.
yeah, they would be probably coming from in that bottom... Yeah, down in this
Okay.
direction through the trees over here.
Sure.
Let's just line that up there and we can move those.
Can you minimize this bit to make that bit bigger, or?
I can minimize that bit, but
it
it won't really add, like it still only gives me
Okay.
that much sort of area. I can, like if we don't want the minis on there to be in their exact locations, I can zoom this out and it would give me like heaps of room, but
Oh yeah, it just doesn't need the map.
yeah, it's just the map is the map, so, but yeah, basically approaching from the, down the south there. Sorry, to the, where you
Direction.
crashed is going northwest, so basically north,
North. Just north.
yeah, just north. Yeah, just north, that's right. I know my directions.
Just north.
Yeah.
Number one.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot I had that there. That's for if you're if you're using character sheet, you can have your spells lined up.
Oh my god,
down
that's amazing.
so you can quick cast them.
That's cool.
Because this is fully, you can integrate everything. Token wise, character roles,
Shouldn't you be
chat
hiding all
boxes.
this shit so that way we can't see
Yeah, it's fine.
I think we were covering it up last time, weren't we?
Yeah, probably, but I mean, it's not like, unless you see the roles and things, it's not really a problem. If I can pull that map out as an individual thing, it'll be fine. So yeah, they're approaching, you're probably looking, you've probably got like at a max 10 minutes, maybe 5 to 10 before,
the
like with
creatures
their...
that are still in their
I'm standing up. is the first
cages.
thing.
Yeah,
The creatures that are still in their cages
Yes.
and captive, how stressed and or hostile are they looking?
The large black panther looking feline creature is it's kind of struggling against its cages, but it doesn't have the metal melting ability that the other creature had.
Yeah.
So it's trying to break out, but it can't quite get out.
What contained it to begin with? Was it like spelled?
What?
The creature that can melt the
The
cage?
other one.
Yeah.
Do you want to run over the cage and have a look at it, or?
Sure.
Okay.
Whereabouts was that?
It's in the middle, like around the middle.
Okay.
I'll probably take one look at Fega and just be like, get down. And then I'm going to bounce over to the captain and just be like, what the fuck should we do? We've got company heading our way and cargo that will not make it to its destination. The fuck we gonna do?
Can I check for survivors?
Do we care about the cargo right now? Or
Well, as part of the ship
so
crew, I
there's a
kind of
couple
need
of
to.
crew that have
And
like
I'm sure
I feel like we have
have
bigger things
joined
to
you
worry
on
about
it.
than
There's
cargo.
a couple
They're
of
hiding.
animals, but they're kind of just like with the captain. They're just kind of like there with you, like waiting for direction or whatever
From us.
from the captain, basically.
Yeah.
I was doing an investigation, was it?
Yeah, you can run this.
So yeah, I'm gonna bounce to the captain, let him know that we've seen company on its way here, and just be like, "You got any fucking ideas of what we should do?"
Yeah. Eight. You do spot a there's like a there's like slight ruining on the inside of like it's quite dull, but there's a little bit of ruining on the inside of the crate as you like go over and glance. Possibly had something to do with it, but you're like
So the
Okay.
light probably affected it. Or
yeah,
something.
something's done something
When
to
the
it.
magic of the
Yeah.
crate got destroyed, it fucking probably.
So you go over to Curios is like, well, okay, this is a problem. I was hoping not to have to run into the locals here. Okay, basically, we have to get, you retrieved the box last? When you retrieved the box last time?
My box?
Yeah.
No,
No,
I don't
it's
think
sitting
we've,
down
I don't
the
think
hole.
we've had time to retrieve cargo and shit
Alright.
like that.
Lady Rimmerskov, she needs that box. That's what we would deliver. Right? So, clearly someone wants to stop us getting there. So, if we can get that there, she has promised 300 gold each. Get it there.
I don't know any of this.
No, he's saying it.
Yeah,
You don't.
and they're over there, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, everyone's sort of like,
We're all-
you're all moving around. You're down at
Yeah,
the
that's
bottom.
why I'm like, I can't.
Yeah, so
hear.
you can see the crate down there, and
Yeah.
like there's all the detritus and all the units down there as well. So we can either like I don't want any like looks over his shoulder back of the approaching group like all I was told to get it from where it was and get it over to her. We get paid for it. That was the job. I don't know what fucking caused that, and I don't know what they're doing. I don't think we want to be here when they arrive.
Yeah. With the fact that I've travelled a fair bit around this world,
Mm-hmm.
is there any chance I could roll like a survival check to know which area we crash landed in and much of the knowings of the inhabitants on this particular land,
would be
whether or not we're
sur-
straight up gonna be hostile?
Survival or nature? tossed around. Like there's some crates that are like on the side, there's some barrels that are just like have rolled around and have basically eventually stopped. Couple of like smouldering embers on some woodwork, but not like it's not actively burning.
I'm gonna pat them off
Yeah,
in
yeah.
a way, write anything that needs to be righted.
So colours.
And I spot my box.
Okay, it would be a nature check.
Okay, it's self-preservation.
And you say,
Deny.
Or history if it's better.
No.
No?
History and nature are the same.
Oh,
My survival is way better.
survival's more for the tracking
Yeah.
of, and to avoid disasters.
Yeah, no, it's just a flat 9.
I'd probably like shout over to the captain and be like, "Is there any resources that are here that we need to keep
save up.
like survival?"
I mean, probably some rations and things, and like, I've got a, well, no, the chest in my cabinet. I will send that with its through its network that I can send it to, so that'll at least protect that. But
Do we just get what we can carry and get the fuck out of here?
if you can carry it and not be slowing us down, because I don't think we're going to be faster than, and just gestures at the approaching. I mean, we can do this stealthy. All I know is I was told to get that crate, that chest, get that to them. That was the job.
The
I
crew of
don't
the
answer
survivors, do we have any like decent fucking build? Like,
They've got some muscles
Strength.
on them. They're more live, but there'd probably be one or two that have like a bit more bulk to them.
you're
Because
pretty
you usually
fucking
have
bulky too, aren't you?
bulky guys like loading, and
Yeah.
then they want less weight on the ship so that they can carry more things. But
Yeah.
they're like, hey, we keep a couple of big muscle guys around just in case. You know, a crate might fucking roll over and we have.
And
to
it's only
pick
like
up.
a fucking like 50 feet by 30.
I'd be eyeing off my crate anyway.
Yeah.
Going
Can
for
we
it.
take the crate and hide
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was going to be like, if I can see my crate,
and see what we're dealing
then
with,
I'll
perhaps?
be.
I'm gonna pretty much like try and gesture, like get command of the crew,
Mhm.
get them to get shit that they're gonna need
Mhm.
to walk it through the bush in terms of like rations and
Yep.
camping equipment and survival shite. Getting
Definitely
control
think we
of
can
them.
stay there though.
Yeah. So
We need to make move.
Yeah,
we
we
need
need
to
to
make tracks.
yeah. So you guys just gonna leg it, like hide and leg it, and let them just come here, or are you gonna like try and keep in earshot?
I'd
shortly?
say
Like, are you trying to do an
Earshot.
intel while
I'd
doing
like
like
to be.
I can
while
stealthily
hiding,
stay
or are
and
you
you
trying
guys
to
go.
like just
I've got my
leg it
stealth.
and get as
Well,
clear as it?
But I also
If-
have my
if-
scent.
And you just
If you, me, and that want to hang back just a little bit and watch them as they come to the,
yeah, just to see what we're
well,
dealing with.
like at least get the shit crew on their fucking way
Mhm.
Whatever.
with whatever, like this, the important survival stuff, and
Yep.
if we want to hang back in the trees to see what our
Adversaries are.
new
Hey, friends.
The guys that are approaching.
a new
friends.
Our new
patrol,
friends,
like
yes.
they may want nothing to do with us if we hang back in the trees to see what they are investigating about the shipwreck. Then we can always catch up to the ship's crew,
Later.
and then like if they only are there to investigate the ship,
Oh, what
Right.
happened? Because yeah, it would have been
like,
massive.
and we can also keep them off the trail of,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
so
Off
we
the
can like
others.
hide their path
Yeah.
away from the ship.
Yeah, we want to do that.
Okay.
We good with that?
Yeah.
You what? Yeah.
You're listening over there?
Yeah.
Do you
I'm
want
here.
some ice or
Alive.
anything?
And get your
wet
knife back
washcloth?
up.
What about a wet washcloth? Let's put on your neck on your.
Yeah, that would
And
actually
it'd probably
be good.
actually help out.
Yeah.
I can go get an ice.
Yeah, I've got.
Do you have, like,
I've
a
actually got
thin
one
tea-
in my
tea
bag.
kettle or something?
Yeah, there's some there.
I'll be back.
But
I'll
if not,
bring
I can
some.
get a I've got ice packs as well. That could kind of help.
You good?
Yeah.
You dying?
Buddy was doing that thing where it goes too hot. Nap time?
Nap.
Dunk the towel in
Do
some
I
cold
find it
water and
great
then into the ice and wrap it around your head.
Go through like the lining every piece where
Yeah, so you can easily like
Yeah.
spot it. It's like
Wearing too much clothing.
it's off on its side, like it just got jostled a little bit, but it hasn't like
disappeared
gone,
where
like,
it's
disappeared or anything.
Yeah,
Um,
it is proper fucking warm.
I'll head over to it.
It was nice and cool.
I know
This
it's
is
lovely.
What happened?
You're off your head.
I'm comfortable.
You lady
I'm
are
sweating. I can't actually say what I'm going to say because we're live streaming.
I don't care if they're offended. They can. Or just stop watching.
I mean, yeah, that it is.
Is that helping?
A little bit, yeah.
Should drink some water if you can. But just sip if you've got heat stroke.
Let's take the lid off this.
Yeah, let's
Water
just.
boredom.
Yeah, let's just. I was gonna say.
Respectfully.
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 And then I say, I'm so sorry.
Respectfully.
Respectfully, I'm just going to torture you.
Okay, so if the crew like understands, they go down the stairs and then you see them like up here in the bottom sort of layers, and you're like, it's weird seeing them go down here, but then like come out of the hole,
Yeah.
just spurt down the thing, and you see them approaching. Are you going for the 181?
Yes.
Okay.
It's what I was tasked for. So.
Yeah. So yeah, you pick that
I'll
up.
keep that with us.
Yeah.
But
Then just
and a few of the survival.
yeah. So the other guys are going to get like a few things out of the staff. If you want to grab anything from like cabins or anything, or
If they hand me any like a rucksack full of rations or something like that, I'll show them all.
yep.
Yeah, I was going to say I could grab a backpack of supplies.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, if you run down, yeah, easy enough to like help everyone sort of grab stuff. Just give me a. Everyone, just give me an athletics check to see how fast we get through it, as to how close it might be for.
Oh my
That makes
god,
sense.
these guys are
Oh,
rolling.
That rolled so
Alrighty.
much. That rolled so much. I
Yeah.
was like, whoa.
Nat 20.
Jesus.
Hey,
This is a group
you guys suck.
check.
Yeah.
I take
I'm too busy
shoulder of
telling everyone to actually do the thing instead of doing it myself. I roll it.
You trip on
5.
So I got a nat 20, you guys don't.
Yeah, my-
5,
My nose right there.
13,
I'm a roll. That was my first roll, so that's
20.
great.
What'd you get?
16.
I wasted it.
16.
So you're in that 20 plus whatever.
I had plus 0, so
Oh, okay.
straight out. Acrobatics.
5, 30, 20, 16,
11.
11.
13.
Oh, the 10 would be great if you just
It is a
Oh,
and
I already had your 13.
Oh.
Because I was like, I have 5 numbers.
So this is
Ah.
nice.
It's because there's someone not here. I will roll for years.
So I can do the extra roll if you want. I'll just
Yeah,
roll for the day.
I've got everyone's character sheet or access to it really quickly. So. That's the one nice thing about doing digital is that I've got access to everything.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Jesus, she's got some hit points. I did not realize. What was I doing? Oh, of course, -1. Amazing. It'll probably pop up on there.
Nope. Oh yeah, there we go. 14. So I was the only one that got below 10.
Anything that I roll will pop up on the thing.
I rolled a 6, but I got a plus 5.
Yeah.
So
I got a
that
plus.
was just,
I'm a 2.
Yes, so both of them.
Sorry.
Trips on your shoelaces.
You're busy telling everyone else what to do.
Yeah.
And I'll just do some fucking other ones. See how well it's Crew's doing.
Can I do it again? Because I'm telling them what to do?
Yeah. Oh, and they're used to doing like
Yeah.
bits
They know what
as
to
well,
do,
so
yeah.
yeah, they're pretty good at it. So, alright. So yeah, overall easy enough. You guys sort of like band together. One's upstairs, kind of not pulling his weight, but yelling enough to help. Well, yelling in a whispered, hushed tone because you don't want to
Yeah.
be like outwardly yelling.
Yeah.
You don't know if they've spotted you
More,
all
more
yet,
so
or whether
whistles and commands
Yeah.
and noises than actually yelling.
yeah, because you don't know if
Fruit
they've
or-
spotted you yet. It's more being that you
It's like
spotted
things
them.
here, but
Yeah.
They potentially have, but they also like might have been instructed by you being up on the top of a boat. So, oh shit! Not a boat. Doesn't know work.
So what are we doing? Are we like the non-crew members stepping into the bushes?
So yeah. So who was hanging back and who was going off? Because there'll be two different roles.
I'd be happy to hang back and then do a survival check to cover the
Hang back,
tracks.
Hang back.
Yep.
But
We've got three hang backs.
Everyone wants to.
I want to hang back, but
So we're all just staying on the boat.
No, not on the
no,
boat,
like,
like get
I
into the
think
bushes
bushes
Oh,
somewhere
yeah.
here.
and just to watch these new people coming to see
These are
what
like-
their intents are
like-
before we catch up to the crew.
Over
Not
here.
not in
Yeah,
terms
like-
of like to interact with these people or to just watch them.
Just to
and see
watch
what they
them,
do.
yeah.
Far enough
Stealthily.
where we can still see the ship.
Yeah. And I'd probably bug up into a tree to get a good view.
over here.
I'd say somewhere around there.
Well,
Well,
we've got to
that's
head. We've got to head
over.
north, don't we? Or
Hmm?
north.
Well,
We've
they're
gotta
coming
head
from this
that way.
direction.
They're coming from this direction, and where the lands are is that direction
Right
that
now.
you need to go.
Yeah. So if the crew bug out this way
Yep.
and I cover their tracks and we make tracks heading that way
So we can see.
and then double back around
So
somewhat over
basically-
here and try and cover our tracks.
So go, look.
Yep.
I want
So we're
three
kind
hands.
of circling. to
So,
sort of-
the ones going now are going this way. Is that right? Hey.
Oh, I didn't even touch that, man. Was that me?
No, that was me.
Oh. Yeah,
Because
so we're
I
hanging
ran
back
into the
something.
top of the thing. So, yeah, you guys are, the ones running are going this way.
Yep.
So that's the
And then the ones that are staying behind are going
We'll leave
You'll go
tracks in
this
the
way
opposite direction
and then
double back.
double back.
Where do you want us?
But cover our tracks on the double back.
Yeah. So you basically like.
This
um,
direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing some stealthies and
I'm
some.
assuming we're staying within range in case shit pops up.
Yes.
I-
Just to sort of like to watch what they're doing,
Yeah, I
investigate
wanna
if
see-
they're gonna try and
Yeah, they might be
chase down
friendly.
survivors or if they may end
Are they
up being-
hostile
Yeah.
or not?
Do they have good ships too?
Trust the rogue.
I thought that too.
And
Sure,
the
that's
shady pirate.
Yeah, definitely want to still live.
I want to pet that dog.
I
I
want
want
to
pet
But
pet
then,
that
like, you start
I
trying to
want to pet
ride
that
it, and you're
lizard.
like, you don't have this friendship.
I'll
and
pet
it's-
that dog.
Yeah.
It'd be Velociraptor Bronco riding.
I kind of want to let the displaced beast go and try and tame it, but I just don't see that ending well. I
Can
want
we
to
do
pet
a
displaced
one
beast.
shot?
I want to pet displaced beast.
I know!
Can I bet that dog?
Just
Well, put a leash on.
a displacer beast is not a beast. It's a monstrosity.
I know. But I still want one.
Are there two displaceries now?
I'm sorry,
Not
it's
yet,
my
it's
nature
not.
to take care of people. I just
No,
can't
or
help
not
myself,
level.
eh? I didn't think about it. It's
So it's
just
still
what I do.
a quite young one, is it?
Hmm?
It's
No, that was a separate thing.
okay.
No, Yeats does not
How you
follow
feeling? You
path
feeling
beast,
furious?
Okay.
but it's
So I
still
said-
moving.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it, but it's
Follows the
might
path.
just-
I've always been always
Nice.
obsessed with what
Yeah.
It'd be fun.
So, yeah. Oh,
I was in
it
one of the
starts
Yeah.
shift anymore.
Sorry, it's, I don't even.
Yeah,
Because basically what it is follows the rules of
I mean, I've seen
It's the
anything.
monstrosities.
yeah follows the rules of Moon Druid
Yeah.
using monstrosities.
Hell yeah.
So
I think that's a good option, like to sort of like
yeah,
have it as that, and then like choose like.
I'm gonna build a proper subclass for
Yeah.
2024
Yeah.
because they changed the rulings on
Yeah.
things. But the easiest form of fix is
They choose
not
anything.
beast, monstrous. Like
Yeah.
that's the easy fix. Use Moon Druid, go monstrous.
Yeah.
Like,
Here's the stat blocks you
yeah,
can use.
because
Not
the
these
really
ones.
big scary creatures are outside of the ability for them to get to anyway.
Yeah.
Like you can't get to Hydras; they're too high above
Yeah.
CR.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But-
Still limited by the CR.
but like Drydas are on the table at higher levels, and Kegs, Displace a Beast,
But they can only
Owlbears.
transform into shit they know as well.
Yes.
So if they've never come across this creature, they can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, so we'll
Okay, cool. So, everyone is splitting party.
Oh no, that's never a good thing.
you're not hanging back with us. We going
Are you
with the ship
stealthy?
for
Pretty boy.
because I think
Whoever
most
your
everyone,
character was
Oh,
pretty boy.
he was
Yeah, yeah.
wasn't it?
everyone else is like hanging back in it.
Yeah.
He's there like fanning himself.
I just sort of was following orders. I
I'm
was
giving
just like,
you
Captain, where am I
nice
best
pool.
used? So
Stick
Nice
with us.
ball.
He's
Yeah,
not.
you want
Actually
full
go,
green.
yeah.
Yes,
Like,
Yeah,
Deadpool
So
with green.
we're
I love
we're the
Deadpool.
crew
Of course I
that's
watched
fighting.
it.
Yeah, we're,
Nice
I
ball.
was doing
Green
It's
false
got the
tracks.
okay.
and then gonna hire our tracks.
He's
double
taking
back
that
to
away.
the ship's crew and stuff.
Yeah, I'll follow that.
Yeah. If you're capable, stick with us.
He's the best. And I was confused until I watched the new X-Men, and I love X-Men, but I only watched the originals, so I had to go back and watch them. The new X-Men, like
So,
Future Past, and
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Navarus, are you staying back or are you going
I
on?
was going with the tracks.
I'm
people.
So, these ones?
Yeah.
X-Men.
So pretty much just sending
You don't
ship
like that?
crew
No,
and
that's
then
my
us five
jam.
stick
Oh.
together, I guess.
Was Phaedra staying with or
Does
Johnny?
anybody
I'm
have,
staying with.
the
Because
rest
I
of
want to
the
keep
group?
an eye on.
She might be
Yeah.
getting smart.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're so basically everyone but the ship crew.
Yeah.
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 is- Okay,
Yeah.
cool, got it now.
So
Because
we're
I was
not
like,
splitting the party.
No,
I was like,
you
okay,
did
cool.
point at me to
Fine.
go with the ship crew, but then I'm like, no.
yeah, because it was
What
first
is
like
happening?
1, 2, 3, and then I was like, okay, cool, it's 3, and then it's like, oh no, Zilvarus
Yeah.
as well, and I'm like, okay, so Phaedra's, no Phaedra, okay, let's fucking reset here.
we're
Yeah, cool.
Splitting the group, but not
Splitting
the
the
party.
group, not the party.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Group.
what's the ability called again where you can like fix, you know, like when you like, is it precipitation or something like, where if something's all covered in dirt and mud, you can
Yeah.
sort
Oh,
of
prestidigitation is that one, yeah. I thought you were about to be like, I'm going to do mending on the ship. I'm like, it's a little late for that, buddy.
It's not fun
It's
It's a
gonna-
minimum
it's gonna-
fog on.
It's going to take a while.
No, but I do have my
It's
illusion.
only a 1.5 meter section each time.
Does anybody have that
Um,
ability? Because I was thinking that could be used
Stop
for
the
cleaning
fucking-
up our tracks.
Stop.
Backtrack.
Clean up the splinters. That's about all you got.
What's that
Does-
movie with that alien that hides? And, like,
Predator?
Some
yeah,
lot of
Predator.
them.
You trying to do a Predator?
No, I was thinking because if we're cleaning up our tracks coming back
Mhm.
to like do a false thing,
Uh-huh.
we could clean our tracks using that ability on the way.
Yeah, does anyone have prestidigitation?
Nope.
No.
I was going to say, I'm sure the wizard should. Oh no.
Don't you have those?
Hang on.
No,
I'll check
I'm
these.
Oh,
I'll check
yeah,
each,
you
but I
have
doubt
to
it.
swing past the
Yeah,
road,
and
yeah.
I'm kind of
Nope.
rethinking
What
what I
a-
picked.
So,
What a
so they're
surprise.
doing the old twig in the branch.
What a
Yeah.
surprise!
Yeah,
The
yeah.
players don't take the
There's no
I
magic.
do
utility
have-
spells. They
I
take
do
the-
have minor illusion to
I
once
don't
we
have
do
access
cover our
to it.
tracks.
I don't know how to spell
Um,
it. So this is the Mortuary.
Thaumaturgy.
Thaumaturgy.
The what?
Formative.
Thaumaturgy.
That one.
Dermatography.
Yeah.
I got
Yeah,
that.
that's making noises
Blah, 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 blah,
and
blah,
visual
blah.
effects and shit. Yeah.
Completely. No,
Why?
actually, I could make them go
Could
the
help.
other way. If I use it.
But we're
Yeah.
going to see what they're doing.
Yeah, actually.
Good.
But they've
Sorry,
just
that's okay.
watched a sky ship crashing into
Yeah.
the forest. They're coming from.
Oh yeah, they're coming towards the ship. But if you guys aren't present at the ship, The ship didn't just pilot itself out into the
They're
middle.
gonna-
They're gonna look for us.
investigate what the crew.
So they're gonna
Yeah.
So
look
that's
right
why
on
we're
the
leaving
dinghy
false
over
tracks
here.
in one direction
Yeah.
and doubling back. And when we do the double back, we hide our tracks. I can minor illusion to say that our tracks continue
And I
in the
thought
direction. You thaumaturgy some noises in the direction we're
Yeah.
going.
Yeah.
And we
Okay.
do a survival check or something to cover the ship crew's tracks.
Sounds
on the
like
way
a
out.
plan, yes.
So-
I like it.
Give me so the crew is running off that way.
Yeah.
I will do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
That was not what I was expecting.
Uh-oh.
It's not good when the Dan says that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I was expecting.
But we roll with the punches.
Yeah.
Okay, that one's good. That one's good.
You're known to
That's not so
TPK, so
Huh?
don't worry. You're
I-
known to TPK,
No,
so
I have
don't worry.
TPK twice. Once at the end of an adventure when everyone gave up. Second time was a complete accidental thing.
Complete accident. Fantastic.
And it wasn't a TPK, it was a MPK. Mostly fire.
And most
The
of
most
them.
recent one
Yeah.
So-
was all, wasn't it?
You
That's why I said it was mostly a party kill.
You nearly
That's
got a
not-
bunch of
It wasn't
bosses
total.
on the Wednesday night.
I
but
did
yeah,
really get Wednesday
nearly
as well.
It was so close.
Jesus, really?
Yep.
Dude, what are you doing?
I don't run like encounters, so saddle up.
you gotta think about what you're doing with Dalton's encounters.
It looks
Yep.
like it.
I
This
had,
will
one,
be my
okay.
first game with him, so
I
yeah.
had one of my characters killed within 2 hits.
That was you were in a.
That was also a filling character.
That was a filling character. You were doing pretty well.
I
He did.
flubbed my first roll so hard.
Look,
Yeah.
nothing
And
can
they
be
got
any.
beat down and then managed to nearly kill who I was trying to attack in the first.
I was going to say nothing can be worse than the crit roll character that they brought in, the kobold. That
Oh, splat.
yeah.
I don't know that one.
Oh.
That was
I don't know this
yeah,
one.
that was campaign 2.
Oh, okay.
Spurt.
Spur, okay, yeah.
But,
Yep.
He did that.
Yeah, he did. It's about it's earlier on in the campaign. But yes.
but he was quite
Oh, real skirt.
Okay, can everyone else give me stealth checks, please?
no.
Oh,
Stealth
no.
check.
This is where
chink,
I-
chink, chink.
Oh, fuck.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you loudmouths.
It's not too bad.
Could be worse.
23.
I still got a +2 on mine at least.
Can I do a survival check to cover the tracks of the crew as well?
You have to hide because you're hiding away. You could probably do like
They could
here
do
Yeah,
at
but
the
hide their
start.
tracks before we go hide.
Yeah. So you could
Yeah.
hide like here. You would have to be following them to get them all the way. So you can do like a starter one and see how they go.
Yeah. You could probably
and
like
Would one of them be capable
clean
of
up
doing it though?
these tracks and
themselves.
then put them.
They're carrying and stuff.
Yeah, they're
So they're
more
not
busy
really
carrying
focusing on.
getting shit out.
No, that's right.
Fuck.
Well, yeah. Give me a what?
Another shit roll.
What was that?
Oh,
Survival
yes.
Man, I'm rolling really well.
That
okay.
one.
Natural one.
20,
And
15.
my stealth would have been a 4? 5.
Oh
So you
wow.
say
okay.
that the
Okay,
paladin
hang on.
with armor
Hang
is
on.
rolled better than you?
So
Yeah. When I was fucking around rolling my dice, I was rolling really high.
Five
Roll
on
better
stealth.
than
Five
And then
on stealth.
when I
Yeah.
fucking 5 on stealth and a natural 1 on survival.
23.
23.
Got a nat 20 over there.
Oh,
Natural
really?
20 for a total of
25.
25. Beautiful.
When my rolls count, they're shit.
Stop doing your test
So they're all
rolls.
just chatting while we're hiding, doing the job.
Yeah.
We're up. Yeah. They all fall over.
13.
That's it.
At the disadvantage.
Yikes.
Oh, I forgot.
If I get spotted, I'm just fucking vamping out.
But you got the ability to do
Yeah.
it, so.
And then be translucent for
Oh,
a round while I
yay.
fucking run.
Each got a 6.
Got a 6.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
Hey, we're all a bit shook up from the crash, you know?
Yeah, for sure. For
Hey,
sure.
you guys are all. We're on it.
Yeah. The girls got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Who run the world? Oh, God.
You know, just rogues doing
Rogues,
rogue shit.
Yeah, I do have some abilities I can use to get the fuck out of dodge if I have to. All the focus points and blessings to run. Brave Sir Robin. What's it called?
Ice cubes, really.
Cold water drink. Cool down the internal temperature. I'll be back.
It's funny. That back door was open, but then it tried again. But then even so,
Yep.
you totally get over that. It's easy.
Yep.
Wow.
They sure can. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
English
not smart.
Masters special.
I would say
I mean,
my
these
dog
are
would have
French.
done that. No
They're
problem.
slightly more upper
Don't care.
class.
My dog would have like, nah, fuck it. Just straight through like a flat bulldozer. He's very top heavy, and he doesn't get. He falls off the bed. He's awesome.
The thing, like, my Tibetan Mastiff will look at that and she'll be like, nah, just push through it.
Seriously, my dog's this big and it still goes through. I don't know.
But like, if you
Gentle
saw
giants,
that,
huh?
you'd be like,
They're like gentle giants. That's so cute. My dog's like, he's a roly-poly, gets smashed, doesn't care, gets hurt, jumps on top of the couch, throws himself at things.
I can tell you what you're getting, hopefully. Can't even call me.
Really?
Why?
Corky? Why?
It's a corgi, but it has the tail and it's got bigger bat ears, so it's so much more
And the
cuter.
big butt. They've got that
Because
little
of
butt.
the apartment, otherwise I would have gotten
Oh,
another English Mastiff.
That's
Oh, Jesus.
But a
I'm
corgi?
like,
Corgis are adorable, basically.
it's the one with the
They are fully
tails.
carried on.
But they still have that butt, right?
No,
The round butt.
Yeah, they've still got the big balloon butt.
Yeah?
not really the cardigans.
They still waddle.
They still waddle?
They'll
That's
Their
kind of
hips
the
still
only thing I
swing
about
like
corgis,
Beyonce.
They waddle. Yeah, their body's too delicious for it,
They got the tail does balance.
yeah.
You don't notice it as much because you're watching the tail wag,
Yeah.
but they still
Yeah, they
they
vibe.
still booty wiggle like Beyonce.
Yeah.
That's what I love about corgis, is that booty wiggle.
Oh, I don't
Oh,
know.
and then the head.
I got again our Tibetan Mastiff. She's got the booty wiggle. So like she literally like it's just like
It's so loud.
yes.
Alright, so you guys managed to, like, you send the first one off. You did the. You were trying to cover the tracks, weren't you?
Badly.
Badly?
You were on the side as well.
What a natural one.
We were on natural one. It was terrible bad. Yeah, he so yeah, you guys, you watch them like run off into the tree line and like manage to get. You watch them like into the darkness, sort of disappearing, and you're like, all right, yep, and you go over to the ground to like start to mess it up.
Because it's failing so bad, can I just cast minor illusion to make it look like there's no tracks there at all?
Max, what tracks?
You can, yeah.
Cool. I'll use this.
Was it like concentrate?
I don't know.
It's a cantrip.
No, it's
No, it's a level stuff.
yeah, it's a cantrip that I can cast that way.
Okay.
How big is it?
It's 5 foot. It's cute. So
Is
if they didn't. You
Is
know,
it concentration?
Yeah. No.
Is there a secret?
Duration a minute. So I'll do it just as they get to the ship.
Okay.
So
so you
I'll
guys,
do it just as they're looking at it, type thing.
Yeah.
More than actually, because I can see how bad of a job I've done. I'm just
Obviously, I'm
But
like,
I
trying
need
to
to-
help them out though, like not just leaving one dude to like try and cover up the
Yeah.
tracks.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm
Survival?
sorry, I'm Karen.
Yeah, survival.
if you're gonna do it, is your survival
Oh my
actually?
god, you guys
Did you want to give me the help action instead?
So
that
he
way
can
I'm
roll
rolling
with
an
advantage, and it might have made it a better roll.
I mean, if you want to go back on that.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can roll. Not a natural one.
Is that
was
two
it,
natural
was
ones?
it a natural one for real?
Oh, fuck off.
Yes. There's no way you
This
could
is
roll.
a completely different dice. Just rolled an actual one again.
There's
Oh,
no. That's just
I should
right.
have rolled two dice that time.
Debate on the dice chair.
That's just right. There we
Go
go.
on a fucking dice jail.
In the
Wow.
Yes, jail. You
So,
guys
yeah.
both should go to jail.
So
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the minor illusion
yeah,
as soon as they're
but,
looking
yeah. So
at the
Vim's just like,
tracks.
all right, yeah, we can like pull these trees back, and we can like, stamp out the ground a bit. So, and you're like,
as he's doing
yeah,
it, he's
yeah, I'll-
creating new
yeah,
footprints.
give your hand this sort of thing, and there's just like, comedy errors. Basically, like a set of tracks that you're like, yeah, that looks pretty good. You turn around, and you're like, why are there fucking tracks behind me?
Like, oh, he's
What
like-
is this?
He's using the bush, like he's using the twig,
Yeah.
but in front of him.
Don't be rattled after the
You
crash.
should pat him on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Good job,
Yeah,
dude.
such a good job.
Fucking hell, it was a completely separate dice too.
That's crazy.
So how many ones have we gotten so far?
Just the two.
Okay.
So yeah, you guys do that, and then you realize, shit, this is not working. So you cast minor illusion. How big of an area?
5 foot. So as long as there's a single track out.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys are like shit. So you make your way back to the ship area, and then just as you're hearing like the crunch of twigs, because obviously on the other side of the boat, so you're like.
I'll just keep fucking
So how
passing
far
it every minute while I'm hunting a tree or something.
So where would you guys want to like? How far back would you want to be? Because they're coming in from that side, so you can hear them just over there.
Well, I
like
like
stay in
this
the bush
eye
and-
line. Yeah, so like somewhere around here.
So you basically want to be up over here somewhere. It's just.
No, you're with us.
son of a-
Yeah,
I'm on the. I was like, yeah. Why is it not selecting?
That's a great one.
I know we use
That's the silver and line.
That's a great one.
I don't know. I was bullying
You're-
once,
you're-
but I was still bullying once.
Yeah.
The correct one.
Karios goes down. Oh my god.
Yeah, off screen.
Yeah.
Bye.
There's-
So, like, just to clarify, we all just abandoned the ship and just left it.
Yeah, so
Oh, we're
we've still
watching.
got the animals in
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
I've got my.
Yeah. So the animals are still in there.
We've got the important shit.
Yeah.
Our lives.
And
Got
my
a
crate.
cello.
Our asses. Yes, our
They've
asses.
got the crate. You guys did get
Some rations. I've got
some
rations.
stuff as well from in there. Did I do that wrong?
You did.
Damn. This one. I'm gonna pull this one off.
Yes.
Did you bring them any? I thought you did.
I did grab it, but I obviously didn't bring it out. I don't know.
Jackass.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just the purple skeleton thing that works for now.
I was going to say here.
Oh.
Nah, that works for now.
I swear you brought that in.
Well, she can be a cat person.
No, I grabbed them together,
Yeah,
and I was
that'll
like,
work better than the bottom top.
Oh, God.
drunk again. So yeah, you guys are all like back in
My
the tree
Indiana
line,
Jones.
and you're covering the tracks as best as possible with your minor illusion.
Just keep passing.
Before you like, just as you're hearing the snapping of like, they're not being stealthy about it. They're
Yeah. They're
Yeah,
dinosaurs.
yeah, they're dinosaurs. They can't really, be that stealthy. They're fast and strong, but
Yeah.
they can be somewhat stealth, but beside the point. And yeah, you just hear the like, like the rattle of the raptors.
That noise.
So like,
when they're communicating, like
yeah, they're not doing the
Pom-poms.
but they're more just like it's like a snake crossed with a lizard kind of vibe. You'd probably do perception checks.
Everyone?
Yeah, that's why you're there.
Oh my god, still under a 10.
Oh.
20.
Dirty 20.
30, 20.
Or 12.
Dirty, slutty 20.
None of you roll me above a 10 soon.
So, what are we at?
12.
12,
perception.
Dirty 20.
13.
13,
I got a 21.
21,
Ooh. You picked up.
Yeah.
17. Yeah, we're a perceptive bunch.
Yeah.
My passive is on 13. Does that help?
So, yes, everything.
Oh,
So perception 14.
Oh my god.
What is it?
No, yes. Oh. Didn't roll any better.
Oh dear. Okay. You do spot, like, as one or two of them come into view, that there's like, most of you see that there's like blue, dark blue and light blue like markings like down their neck, and it looks like paint, like tribal paint or
From the dinosaurs?
yes, from the dinosaurs. Either tribal paint or like markings or
Like tribal.
tribal patterns, definitely. But without some history or knowledge on it, you'd be like, it's odd. Like they don't just have the scales,
Yeah.
it's or the leathery skin. It's
Yeah.
kind of like
It looks like it's painted on.
yeah, it looks like it's like embellishments that are either being painted on or is part of their body. You're not quite sure from that distance.
Sort of like the Native Americans, how they
Yeah,
mark their
yeah, a little bit.
animals that we don't touch
And yeah, the larger ones, the raptors, their riders are in lighter leathers. Some are not in armors at all. They're in more like furs and
Yeah, I know.
yeah, going more like a
Moleskin.
barbarian style,
Yeah, yeah.
like light on armor. Weapons like slung up over backs. They've got. It's not so much like a. Oh, on the little ones, they have like a little bit of a like flag standard on the back of one of them. That is it's an eye in the center of it with an eye made like cloud that has an eye shape kind of cut into it, and then a lightning storm underneath that. That's
they're the ones that hit out though.
that's the banner that one of the raptors has, one of the riders has on the raptor.
Wait, banner is a face with the lightning?
It's an eye.
Yeah, it's a cloud formation with a eye kind of shape missing from the center or formed in the center of
Yeah,
it,
that kind
Yeah.
of sounds
and then like a
bit
storm of
storytelling.
lightning underneath it.
Lovely.
Not sus at all.
No. So that's on the raptors. They seem to more have the like blue coloration paint on them.
Mm-hmm.
And then coming up just like slowly behind, like a little bit behind them, because the raptors get there first, they're a little bit faster. The tries come up. They almost have like armor plating on shoulders and down on where like basically think of like elephant armor
Yeah.
or whatever on this just giant already armored lizard. They have. They have. They've got standard as well, but they don't have. They don't seem to have any like coloured markings on them. They've just got more of their armour built on them, and the standard that or the standard or the banner, whatever you want to call it, it's draped down around like the saddle that is mounted on it, in more of like a blanket kind of style, if you would, underneath the thing, and that one's got it's got 3 spears sticking out of the ground, like so. It basically looks like a ground, but 3 spears upright, and then like a water droplet has been dropped. It's like a quake or a outlet
slash.
Yeah, an outlet sort of ripple from that center point. So that's there too. Standard there. There is on the backs of them. There's orcs, elves, dwarves, minotaurs, humans. So there's not just one sort of species on the back of each of them. There is a couple of like odd ones. You see that the elves and the humans and I'd say it's probably like a couple of gnomes or whatnot on there. They're on the lighter raptors.
Yeah.
And then on the bigger, heavier ones, you've got like Minotaur, a couple of Minotaurs, orcs. There's no Goliaths on there. But yeah, they seem like they take, and they can have like a couple of riders. There's like a couple of spots on the back of those.
Yep.
Those ones.
How many? I don't know if you mentioned that. How many?
There would be. It would be because I didn't say it in the previous.
Yeah, you
video, I
haven't
know
given
that.
us a number of how many.
They had like a
Equal or
few
looking at.
raptors.
Yeah, I just said a few at the time, but
Since we rolled perception.
Decently.
and I've got something for the 21 roll as well.
Yeah.
Special.
You got over it. Fancy. Beating by 1.
It's only that you would have like picked it out only very subtly over everyone else.
So you're going to be like a whisper situation.
No.
Yeah. I can choose whether or not to share it with you.
I probably share.
Beat me by 1 and get the special
I've
treatment.
literally labelled you as Nice Pool.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice
you're
pool.
apparently a nice
Nice pool.
Nice Pool from Deadpool Wolverine.
Okay.
Have you watched it?
I
Oh,
need to.
You need to watch it.
Really
Bro.
good too, yeah.
Movie
I
night.
like
We
that.
don't want it.
Tonight.
So there's just like spread around, like they're walking around the ship slowly now. But there's 10 raptors that you've been able to pick out, and there's 6.
Do I just roll?
There's 6 of the tries.
Oh shit.
Tribesman.
Triceratops.
Oh god.
Oh.
So that's 16 total.
Just dinosaurs.
That's a little bit too
With riders.
All of them have a rider. So yeah.
Once they've trodden the ground enough, I'll
I
stop
don't
with
have
the
any
minor
other
illusions so that they
Okay. Yep.
fucking, tell which tracks are which type thing.
I
Yeah,
don't
so
have any other
the
ones.
raptors are the first ones to sort of like hunt around. They're like they're like sort of fanning out around the crash section.
Yeah. And they're
But they do bring
the
the
smells and
yeah,
shit
they bring the
too.
tries through and they kind of like park them in the center,
Yeah.
and then you see them like off like them climb down and then start like exploring through the.
I don't know
They
if
look
you
like
got
for something.
two other big things
Hmm?
put on there for the Triceratops.
Yeah. They're just there. BEs, you notice that the raptors are kind of like making it through enough. with your 21, you actually see that as you look closer, there's like the blue little paint spots on them, or what look like paint. As you get closer, as they like come closer while you're hiding in the brush, basically, you see that there's very minor like sparks in their mouth area, like off their teeth or between their teeth, and that each little blue section just pulses this like very slight little spark.
And this is on the dinosaur, right? Not,
Like an
not
electric
the-
spark.
Only
They
he's
definitely work.
only he's just caught it. Like
Are you telling
only
us?
So
just
it's sort
caught
of
it.
like something.
It's
down
very,
the
it's
corner
like
of you.
almost imperceptible, but you see like the air kind of shimmer near it, and you're like, as you peer closer, you can see
I'd
it's
like-
like little tiny sparks
Yeah.
arcing off it. They're like, oh, okay.
Like you catch it out of the corner of your eye.
Yeah,
You're like, what?
like as they're getting closer, he's just watching you, like, and it's something that he would
Mm.
notice more given his history and stuff.
Oh, okay. But,
Well, no, you'll remember when we were discussing before, you were more focusing on
yeah,
lightning and thunder and cold,
yeah.
so that's why it would kind of like, you're like,
Oh,
oh, okay. It's almost like a staticky kind of like.
Yeah, you can see
So-
the static in the
yeah.
air.
Like, I'll see it and then like I'll like sort of like rub my fingers together and like imitate it with my fingers. Yeah.
So yeah, you're all. No one's
If it was-
sort of coming for you yet.
If
I
it
haven't
was safe
noticed.
to do so, I would have like whispered that so it would be like the dinosaurs kind of like sparking.
Oh yeah, yeah,
If it was safe to
yeah, you're
whisper.
far enough back that if you're whispering, it's fine.
But they're not using any banners or anything. They're not showing any other colours. Otherwise, they're dinosaurs are the only thing that has that kind of thing.
Other than there's
That little
two,
flag.
there's there's one in each
Yeah,
thing
with the eye.
that have a banner.
Yeah, but otherwise
Um,
nothing more.
I mean, they've got like they might have a little like. What was your perception check? And actually, was yours was the dirty 20?
Yeah, mine was
Mine was
the
high, but I don't know. If
Yeah, I
it's that
think yours
high.
was the 17.
Yeah, I think it was 7.
Because we had
Yeah.
9 was Leanne, 12,
Yeah, it was 17.
13. I think yours was 21, yours was 22, yeah, yours was the 17.
Yeah.
You can spot, and you
Little
could
bit of-
probably see it as well. You'd spot like
Yeah.
a couple of like tribal tattoos on some of the warriors.
Standard.
Just the colouring in some of their armours and things
Is there
as
any
well.
particular one of them that shows to have more rank than the others?
Yes, I would have asked earlier.
The two that seem to have the flag banner
Yeah.
at the back
They're the ones that
seem to be having more
So
armour
the
or
raptor
like
banner and the triceratops
yes,
banner.
there's a banner in.
Would I know
one of
this
each.
just from my soldier background, sort of just picking that up?
It definitely does seem like a tribal banner or like a banner that they would work under, and that generally the leaders would, or at least a higher up
Yeah, rank.
position rank,
The higher rank.
would be the one leading these
Yeah.
charges. Usually, even with soldiering stuff,
Yeah.
you would have your units
Yeah.
that were then led by a commander.
Yeah.
Sometimes that group there's a unit and commander. There's multiple units and commanders that are then led by
Yeah.
another one. That's what this very
Yeah.
much seems like, except down on the tribal level as opposed to fully
Yeah.
armored soldiers. They seem like they're more of a nomadic.
Yeah, but I can kind of deduce that they're obviously
yeah.
more important than the others.
Yeah, the two with the banners
Yeah.
seem like, even to everyone,
Yeah.
just how they hold themselves. Others are hopping down and like picking through stuff and like checking and swarming over the
Animals, beasts left behind.
They're actually pulling the cages out, but not unlocking.
They're looking.
Yeah, and you do see them like pulling up like chests, and you see all crates, and you see them like flipping open lids and like
we should have this
through
stuff
it.
locked right now.
Just unlock it.
Just unlock the display space cage from a distance.
Oh, yeah.
That would be good.
Um,
Sick of
yeah. Yeah, you can hear them talking. What languages does everyone speak?
Being mixed race, mixed
I've got a
species
few
and
languages.
shit, would they have? They'd just be speaking.
Oh, some of them are common, like others might be talking. A lot of them is in common.
Yeah.
Uh,
Alright,
so what
common
have we
and
got here?
uncommon.
Dwarvish and Infernal.
Where are we?
And Thieves.
Proficiencies
Thieves
in
can.
training.
You've got
Common and undercommon. I want to add thieves' heart to it just because, you know, I sail with a bunch of pirates and thieves, but
I imagine
We'll
that
have
you
to
would
figure
learn
it out.
that for sure.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, you probably at least understand basic thieves. I think there is a way to add.
Yeah, you can just override it.
Yeah.
I have common, draconic, elvish, and primordial.
Oh, so we've all got a bit of everything.
Are we gonna get the coverage of everything?
Common, infernal, thieves can, but I have comprehend languages.
Okay, so yeah, so infernal,
Thieves can.
thieves can.
Common
Dwarvish.
and comprehend languages.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what it says? Can't. What does it say?
Thieves can't.
Thieves
Oh,
can.
these can't.
Can.
They can't.
Thieves
Thieves
can.
No, I thought it was like can't, like
Common.
like us.
comprehend.
Excuse me, thieves
Like our
can't.
favourite people.
Yeah.
Thieves. The
Everyone's
thieves
favourite thing is
can't.
can't.
Well, technically the word is can't.
Yeah.
So,
Everybody likes
But
can't.
by class pirate.
no, it's can't is an actual word that it is
Oh,
a mannerism of talking more than
Like
actual
in
I
language.
haven't checked the ends yet, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna have druidic. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you guys are covering literally
I've been
everything.
working
Almost
all
everything.
and
Yay!
Dwarvish?
I
Yeah.
got Elvish.
The only thing we
Elvish.
wouldn't have is like Sylvan.
Probably about the only thing you guys are missing at this point.
I think we are speaking that language.
Because Leanne has druidic, celestial, and orc.
Nice.
Just to round everything
I'm
out.
So we're
surprised I
pretty
didn't
much
choose
covered there.
Celestial for
Mhm.
once.
What do I need
This is
comprehend
the
languages
first
for?
time that I've had a group separately make characters and everybody cover all
We all
the
talked
basics.
about it. and we made sure.
Like, I figured I'd take undercommon because piracy
Yeah.
and shit like that,
Yeah.
living in the slums of the world, which is not a common language taken.
I usually try to go with one of those. So
Yeah.
I'm surprised I
I'm
actually went
normally
with
take-
normal languages for
I'll
once.
normally try and take
Wow.
one of the
I actually
most
I
uncommon
started
ones.
looking at because
So
they've
your
got
stuff, no one could talk shit about
Yeah,
they've
it.
got common sign language as a
Oh, no.
language now as
There's
well.
other
Yeah.
languages
Yeah,
that I can use.
so
Thank you,
I
Ray.
usually take that as well.
But
Yeah.
yeah, we've also got comprehend languages over here, so
Yeah. Little Miss can understand everything.
little miss bookworm.
Fucking nerd.
Nerd.
I have an education, thank you.
Yeah, so you do hear a lot in just common. You do hear the two leads, basically not barking orders, but just like, have you found it? It's not here. There are people on the ship. Just find them, spread out. And you see six of the raptors, like basically don't go in the direction they've gone, but they do start to like fan out this like in these directions. So you basically got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kind of thing. That they kind of like do a fan out in a direction.
Just to step in there, we said that the thaumaturgy, you were going to do something to make a sound in the distance.
In the
Oh, okay.
distance,
Yeah.
yeah.
Which direction did you want to do it in?
It was
And
said
when
in the
did you want to
direction
do it?
Where
That way.
the tracks were going. Yeah.
Okay, so you
Where
want to
you
do
guys
it.
tried to.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
get that straight.
The opposite of where we tried.
No. They tried to hide tracks. So you want to do it over this way?
Yeah, where they
Do you want
hide.
to do it as they're starting to like, as you give the command of like spread out or whatever, or do you want to do it beforehand or
I'd
after they moved a little bit?
I'd say beforehand.
Maybe after they say spread out, do it as sort of like a, oh no, we've sort of
Alright,
been.
yeah.
Yeah, we've been spotted
And
over
then
we need
have
to
like a
log out.
scampering going further out.
Yeah. That was
Okay. Hey,
I'll do a minor illusion as she does the noise to make it look like someone running through the bush
nice.
just outside of the tree.
Skills, yes.
Because I can only do it 30 feet away from itself.
teamwork makes the dream work. Let's do that.
Alright, so you're making the noise
Yeah.
out there.
I'll do a
With a
minor illusion of someone
Incredibly
like
trapped.
just up. I can only do it 30 feet away from myself, so like
You're
over in that direction. I am the closest to that direction we're doing it, but someone getting up out of the bushes to make it look like they're fucking running away.
Okay.
Mine can do 30 feet as well, so I'll just do the same.
Yeah. So basically, as that one's running, you like make a noise.
Yeah.
So,
So
like,
I'll do the
make it
sound
seem
first
like-
and then his illusion, so that it
Yeah.
sounds like something's going on and they say it. Where
Yeah.
they hastily taken the track so they think, oh, they tried, but
Yeah.
Like
As they sort of like
yeah.
it seems to be more of the ones on this side like sort of break out. Oh, actually no, there'd be probably like 3 from this side and then 3 from the other side that sort of like head round to start hunting and stuff. But they head off and then your like thing goes off like, get them, go now,
Yes.
they're over there.
How many?
The 6 break off. The 6 all get sent in that direction.
Oh, so they, or even these ones that were going on
No,
that way?
So any of the
Or-
6 that we're going to spread out
Okay.
go off in this direction.
Well, we've got these 3.
Yeah. And
Because I'd say then those
not
will be good spread.
yeah.
Yeah. So are you guys? So yeah, they let those run off.
Thick coverage is the trees.
Getting there.
It's fairly dense.
Like possible where we can go from thick tree branch to tree branch so that we're not on the ground to get the fuck out of it.
If you want to climb,
Like solid
Paladin trying to climb, and I've got
so
this
you want
box.
to climb and go
And
through
your
the trees.
armor.
It's a thought, but like, does it look like it's doable with enough assistance from people to
It's,
get like I know it's gonna be slow at least to get
Yeah, if you
away
want to go
from where we are.
if you want to go slow, it'll just be standard athletics or acrobatics checks. If you want to go fast, we're going to go disadvantage.
yeah. Like I've got some
But
rope
that's
that we
that's if you want to climb.
if we've all got some rope that we could sort of tie to each other and fucking keep each other in the trees.
Yeah, I was going to be like, I could probably get up the tree, but I don't think moving through the trees would be a possibility for me.
That's why I was wondering
Yeah.
how thick
Yeah.
and how sturdy
Yeah.
some of these branches will
I mean,
be
it's
now.
dense, but it's not like
The lighter ones could probably.
yeah, it's dense, but it's not like like there is spaces through the canopy where it is open, and it no, here wouldn't be fir trees, that would be further in. This would just be like
Kind of like thick oak and shit like that.
yeah, think of like
Redwood.
Is it like a short,
not quite
tropical?
redwood. It's not tropical. I think it was like
Like if we were to like, you know,
Like
stay
pine?
crouched down and head in this
not
direction.
quite pine, but yeah.
I think I get what you.
So not quite past treetop to treetop.
Yeah, I mean, you can. There is like canopy there that's up there. It's not like pines would probably be worse for you.
Yeah,
because
pines
they're
would be
like
fucking impossible because it's
they're
yeah.
all spread so far apart.
pine don't grow
These
well
are
together.
these do make it so that the ground is slightly uneven most of the way over. So Yeah, it's probably like I probably should start fucking having to research trees, but
Can't believe you
It's-
don't
hey man,
know
you've
the-
got a
something
monk
else
that
in the
doesn't
back
like
of my
being
brain.
invisible.
It's fine. Yeah.
Can't believe you don't know the tree law.
Yeah, sorry.
I
Yeah.
know. What the hell?
I know.
Can
How,
Ava be made
how
into
dare
viral?
I?
Do you even know?
Worst DM ever.
I need to go and get my botany degree. God damn it.
And geology while you're at it. Just,
Oh yeah, we've already spoken about the geology.
I have
Yeah.
you now. Oh my god.
Like, is it dense enough to say, like, if we were to stay crouched and sort of head slightly further away, that in that direction, it would be like an easy way to hide?
We
or
definitely need to get this box away from these motherfuckers and go catch up with the crew.
Yeah, so you can either to the north
North was that way, wasn't it?
northwest north. So basically towards Jared is north. Northwest is off towards you. That's the direction the ship is facing is the direction you were heading. So heading that way, and that's where you want to get to if you're going up to the Ostrid. This would bring you.
I mean, like, just, you know, firing out and taking a wide berth.
Yeah,
So
you
like
you can spread. You can go around if you want first.
Can the crew fly? Can any of them fly?
Not this last before.
They could. You don't know how they'd go against
16 dinosaurs and 16 triangles.
We gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
or whatever else is
I think we
potentially.
need to try and get the fuck out of here and catch back up with the crew, but also not leave tracks to the crew
Yeah.
and not get shit on our trail.
I'll start
We
walking.
chance it and
Yeah.
stealthily try and get out. Just chance the stealth and maybe try and sneak out.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a
Pass without trace. Literally.
Can we help each other stealthily
Just
sneak
keep
out?
fighting and wait till we
If
go
I
away.
hold the paladin up and like,
It's still like the chainmail.
Do you have pass without a trace?
I do not know.
Oh, we should
I'm
just-
not
Just
playing the
alone.
character that has this.
I'm just a silly.
We need a fucking druid.
You've got one.
Oh, we do.
Yeah,
She
yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
have a sneaker.
She doesn't currently have.
She doesn't
Yeah,
have it
what are you
prepared.
doing?
It doesn't currently have pass without trace prepared.
Of course not.
But yeah, I'd say I'd be chancing to
I
trying to
reckon we
sneak
try and get the
back.
fuck out of here.
I can just sneakily
Because we
just
would
try
have
and
all
stealth
heard
it out and
them
hopefully
talking
we
about the chest.
best way.
You heard them being like
No.
it's not it's not here.
Okay.
Really pissing off. What? So
Are we talking about Pizza City God?
I know because I eat constantly.
Mel, she's always talking about food.
I'm always eating.
Yeah, but you would have heard them talking,
Okay, yeah,
saying
wasn't
that
specific.
it's not here.
Yeah.
Fan out and find it.
Yeah.
There has to be people.
Yeah.
Ships don't just pile themselves over here. And yeah, you scared those guys off. So, well, sorry, they've run off after something.
Also,
Yeah, I'm happy to chance it to stealth away and maybe climb a tree if they get too close.
Yeah, like, so yeah, you can either like try and climb and like wait it out. You can try and track round a bit
I know
deeper
good
and
snacks. I know good food.
hide, like keep hiding.
Alright, good decision. Are we going to
Yeah.
stay here and try and wait it out, or are we going to sneak around the bush? I'd rather try and get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I'd say.
Alright, fair enough.
So yeah, take it wide, stealth,
I
we'll
would
try and
answer the
hide
phone's
and
taken.
be back.
Yes.
So we're sneaking through the bush.
Sneaking through.
Yeah.
Alright.
Everybody
That's
roll a
what I
high
want.
stealth check.
I don't know about that. At disadvantage.
Oh god, no. Is that what we're doing?
Can I help
Yeah.
her by like holding her up or anything?
Unless I take off my chainmail and package it.
Can
Honestly,
I help her?
I don't.
Oh no, but that's
What?
like
Good idea.
Yeah, but how long
Everybody
does it
take
take to take off the
Everybody
clothes?
strip off.
Uh,
Go through the bushes.
That's
It would have been a better idea to do it
It's true. It's fine.
There used to be rules for it. I don't know if there is anymore.
What for?
Stripping
Donning
armor.
The
Yep.
stripping
What
spike.
armor have you got?
I like that better.
Which is medium or heavy?
Heavy? Yeah, because I got disadvantage.
Heavy's 10 minutes.
Yeah, sorry.
No, Chaminad's not heavy armor.
Use disadvantage.
No,
Maybe
it could still be medium.
Yeah,
Okay.
Just when you scroll over to it and click on it, it should say heavy.
I think it's only medium armor because it's chain based is why,
No,
because
no,
it's
it's
quick. Like it.
No, it is heavy.
Oh, is it?
Wow.
10 minutes by
No,
yourself.
I can say I can take it off in less
Can we
than
help
10
her?
minutes.
Can I
But I mean,
assist
like,
her by
it's like
taking
the
it off
plates
with
on
her?
top
Yeah.
of it, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can do 10 minutes if it's by yourself.
Yeah.
But I'll assist her.
You get
She's looking
5
after me. I'm
minutes.
looking after her.
I'll
If
be
it's
like,
someone
look, it's going
assisting.
to cause too much racket to even do that
Yeah,
now.
we're like a team.
But it's still
Yeah.
like,
But not just that.
Remember his license.
So
If-
we're waiting in the bushes while
if
someone
you-
undresses.
Yeah, if you get that armor off and it's 5 minutes to take off, if you're caught in combat,
Yeah.
no armor whatsoever.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I do
Sorry.
have something that can bolster me play.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. You're basically, well, got a shield, got my dex bonus, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Like, we're on a wing and a prayer right now, guys.
Yeah, you're better off keeping your armor on.
Especially if I'm assuming Phaedra's dex is not.
No, I've got actually a decent roll for Dex this time.
What have you got?
I roll. I think it was a +2.
+2. Okay, so you, with a shield, if you've got a shield, would be at least 14 AC.
And then I've also got spell.
It's not really going to help though.
No.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, I got no armor. I got a 17.
Yeah, well, you've got things to give you armor. So.
I got shield of faith.
Yeah, I got
Got
that
no
don't
monk
shit.
I've got the shield.
Oh,
of
you got
faith.
shield, mate. You can get to 16. What are you on about?
Yeah, it's fine.
Wait, you got magic items?
No,
Shield of
spell.
faith. The spell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Plus 2 days.
Yeah.
So I
alright.
can bolster myself. up.
So, were we going to strip off Faithful's armor?
No.
She's like, no, this
Cool.
is a dumb idea.
If we all roll high enough as a group, it theoretically could help her
Yeah.
stealth be better.
Yeah.
It's just whether or not we roll
Potentially.
high enough as a group.
If there isn't that one bit.
Well, you can't
Unless I
sneak
roll
mine.
really shit.
Stealth rolls.
Mine was 25.
That's cocked.
Oh!
Yeah, but I've got +8, so
Hmm?
I've got +8.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's
Snake.
what I'm good at.
Jared, stop rolling those dice, I swear
Do
to
you
God.
want new dice?
I've been trying different dice.
I've tried
There we go.
new dice. It's my new dice that rolled shit this time.
I've rolled a different dice for
It's
every
still
creature.
on
Still
10.
13?
13. Sorry, 16.
16?
Yeah.
Oh. Boy! For a total
You rolled another nat one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You,
On a
are you
completely
keeping-
different
are you keeping
dice.
tally of these?
It's 3 so far.
of 3. Phaedra?
8.
If I get spotted, it's
Oh,
just a
you're
matter
doing
of
well.
that.
Yeah, we are not
Because I
Yes.
can,
I'm doing
Yes.
so well, and you guys are like shitting
Oh
all
my
over my.
God.
I can
Oh,
hit
no.
myself in like a shadow step and just fucking be invisible-ish for a
Might
round.
have to, just like fuck everyone. Oh, bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could misty step into the
Why are you
distance.
embarrassing
Something's
yourself?
gonna happen.
Okay, so as you are moving away,
Sometimes it's just not in your favour.
The dice just aren't on my side right now.
it's really not.
Your dice are worse than mine today.
Try one of mine out then, right?
I try to different dice every fucking roll.
I'm going to we'll need a drink and a stretch. So yeah, you guys slip through the bushes as best as you can. Few twigs and things breaking here. Vimta's still got his sea air legs on. It's just not quite getting the ground. He's just like,
Forgot how to walk.
yeah, forgot how to walk basically.
While since I've been on.
He's like those astronauts that were stuck up in space, can't walk properly now.
It's been a
Once
long
I go
while
over that
since I've
dish
been
line
on.
at the end, I'm like,
So yeah, basically just
After a
like
marathon.
stumbles here and there on a couple of roots and branches and things. Not a great set of rolls all around, I must admit. you all manage to get like deeper into this part of the forest, it does start changing tree type a little bit. It is giving way to a little bit more fir trees and pine trees eventually. But for now, there's just like odd sporadic ones. But as you do, you then are circling around the outer edge, I'm guessing. As you get
DM rolling that 20 on the perception check and fuck. We're all gonna die level 3 first encounter.
Second session.
that's just right.
Second session. TPK.
Would that be a record?
That would be a record. Although level 3, you're also like about as squishy as like a newborn puppy. Anyway,
Yeah.
so.
That is the noise I will make if I get squished.
I have been part of a campaign that was nearly a TPK session 1.
Yeah, wasn't that your
Curse of Strahd.
Curse of Strahd? Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Those wolves, the dire wolves pack that chase you into Barovia.
I made friends with them.
How'd you manage that?
Because I was
Because they're not meant to be made friends with.
I
They
was
are
a
straight up.
ranger and I gave him some food and I patted one and I got
Your
friends.
DM was
Killed
friendly with
I
you.
don't
Yeah,
know,
we
like,
Yeah.
killed them.
Yeah, my DM threw 6 more of them than what's actually written in the book
Yeah, shit.
to
Yeah.
straight up make us run, because we tried to stop and fight them,
We couldn't.
but couldn't.
No, we couldn't. No, we got killed and we had to start again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like 2 of our
To be fair,
characters.
it was 13.
Sorry.
The
You
DM.
sound right. Sam were playing a campaign once, and we were fighting so efficiently together that the DM forgot what level we were, and threw something at us that was like 5 times stronger than we were supposed to be fighting at the time. And it nearly TPK'd us until we went, okay, you know what? Fuck this, we're in. So we had to like drag the people who were already unconscious and just cheese it the fuck out of there. And the DM is going, what the fuck just happened? We are level 3, dude.
Yeah, no. There's
There are certain rules.
there's limits that you should be throwing at them. Like,
Maybe.
It was because we were all working so efficiently together that the DM was like, shit, I can't remember what level they are. I should throw something more difficult at them.
I mean, you guys are doing well. Your roles have just not helped.
Their
you.
roles.
Yeah.
Their roles. Sorry,
My rolls.
Yeah,
Sorry.
sorry.
rolls.
Um,
Take the credit away.
as you guys are getting deeper into that section of the forest area, you don't so much feel it. Everyone else feels
Watched.
feels watched and maybe not vulnerable, but there's that. I don't know if anyone's ever felt it. It's the feeling like
Feeling something.
you're in a forest where there's trees around you, but you feel like you're in an open space with nothing covering you right now.
Could I say, like, in the adrenaline of like all this shit going on, I'm also like keeping an eye out to see if anything is spotting us or anything on the way.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Yeah.
Can I look around if I get this feeling?
Got a 10, dude.
Just sort of like a
Yeah, with this feeling, can I,
Like
like,
vibe check.
right?
sort of,
Yeah.
once I feel like I'm
If
that
it's a
sort
vibe,
of,
it's usually an insight.
I'd probably fucking dart up a tree and just to pause for a second to see what's following us.
I just got to see. What'd you do? 3.
So what am I? Is it insight or perception? I think I'm the same anyway.
I got a 10 on
It's a 6 either way.
6.
I'm still rolling under 10.
13.
13.
Are you kidding me?
I
Fucking
remain
only
here.
one off.
You're not feeling this.
Oh, so I don't have to worry.
Yeah, so you're
You're
kind of
like-
just with the group, and you're like you guys are all being.
Feeling something?
Yes, you're feeling very similar to
The
everyone
vibe of
else.
something's following.
Yes, it's basically as you guys are like going through, you're like being quiet, and you're like, all right, yeah, cool. And then you just get this sense of dread, like
Something's looking at me.
something knows we're here.
With every tree branch that snaps that hot.
Yeah, and you're just like, yeah. But as you're going through, you're just like you're just being
Why is
careful and
everyone
quiet,
being
and you're just
so
like,
yeah, fucking ninja over here.
we're good.
Well, I have class X stealth, so.
The rogue does.
Yeah.
But you're watching everyone's just like,
Yeah, you guys are all jumping.
Yeah, you do see the rest of the group is basically like jumping almost at shadows and noises, as you're like,
This shit, what's happening?
dude, guys, are you
Why?
okay? What do you want? What do you
alright, I'm just gonna go get the drink, and I think maybe a smoke break.
do time out?
Yeah, I just go to the bathroom anyway.
And that
So.
for like,
I'm going first. Everyone, go away.
Sorry, I'm good
Yeah.
in a tree.
Goodbye.
weird.
Okay, you dice are in jail. We'll just keep on grabbing the new ones until something rolls
I'm gonna have to bust into the bag of dice and be like, even like
Use
rolls
some of
last
mine.
session were pretty bad. I don't want to curse your dice.
That's right, no, how about we switch it and see if you've got a good time?
See, my dice are always really bad at like roleplay side of things, but mostly okay in combat,
Yeah.
which makes for some very interesting weeks.
It's good. I like when.
Although I do roll, like, when I roll my nat ones in combat, it tends to make for some very
Still
comical
amazing.
moments.
Yeah.
Supposed to be from the hand character?
That one.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's for
The table one.
Alright.
I'm gonna
We're
try
not
new.
dead yet.
I'm gonna try new dice that I've never touched. I just,
Oh, I like those white ones.
I just unpacked
Oh,
them
you
out of
got
the packet,
Yeah.
didn't even touch them until I out of shook them. We'll see how they go.
Okay. Alright.
Brand new dice, never used. You have a word with them.
Let's do a Sam Regal drop.
do a ritual.
No, he did the drops before and he rolled all the good stuff out of them.
Oh.
Oh, the way fucking Sam Riegel and Ashley Johnson just dropped their dice into the tray.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Johnson's little tiny.
Oh,
Alright,
the
let's
one she
try it.
can't fucking
Yeah,
read.
Yeah.
See if you roll me well. I'll bring out one metal shooty boy. Alright, we're still going.
let's kill
I
some
think
shit
we're still
puppies.
alive.
I don't think there's
Let's
anyone
get
there.
to a-
That's alright, we just keep going.
Yeah.
Who says it's gonna be an encounter where you fight?
I forgot.
What?
I can fly.
Sam.
Oh, nice.
Mine's like a special ability. I don't want to waste it.
Yeah, but like,
Oh, you? Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah,
you
for
I,
a minute.
like when we were talking about
Only
jumping
for a
through trees,
minute.
I completely forgot I could fly.
I'm not gonna do that right now.
You can for a minute.
Don't get me
You can still
over
get
far
pretty
enough
far
away.
in a minute.
I guess it's 10
If you're
rounds.
fucking dashing every round, you can move pretty far.
Come on, unpause.
Like, what flavor is it actually?
It's just flavor.
No, I think it's called the twist up.
Vaguely fruity. See?
Is that one of those vodka salsa with flavors? It
Yeah.
also tastes like
Mhm.
staticky depression.
No.
And it
Well.
tastes like sweet.
Yeah, it's sweet. That's why I think
Sweet
it's
static. I don't like
soda,
salsas.
soda. Yeah.
Vaguely fruity thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's overlapped with the
Yeah.
boat.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Drinking
I'm
a
like,
sweet
oh,
Pepsi.
god damn
Yeah.
it. Alright, so, getting back in, you, how about the forest one in here? Just a random, I might.
The storm's far.
Just,
Oh, no, the storm's
sticky
I thought I read the same fucking thing.
That doesn't seem like I do.
Oh, it's like you need to get more maps done.
Yeah, I really do. Because otherwise it would just have forest instead of.
Yeah.
So we made our way over this way.
Yeah, you're off into the south west of
Yeah.
thing, and then you're making your way northwest. Um, all right. As you are making your way through the forest there, you're the five of it's the fifth, let's say, are still getting that sense of dread about you all. Your Nix is not. Nix is all fine. Nix is just.
Nick's like, this is a lovely walk.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are.
Are you looking for? So you were once you felt that feeling, you went for
Yeah.
perception to see what you
With that feeling, I would I'd probably step the wind up a fucking tree
Mm-hmm.
and sort of hang back to see what was following us or if we were being followed. Because I do have plenty enough movement that I can catch up pretty quickly if I need to.
Drawing your thoughts there.
I was like, that looks awesome.
Oh, it's not. Good.
So yeah, did you guys end up rolling perception?
I don't
I
know.
did, yeah. I did.
I don't remember if
We can roll again. That's fine. I unfortunately didn't take the note
I
on
think I
it.
got like an 11 or something like
I got
that.
the sneaking one, but
It was perception.
yeah, because you were
Probably rolled the
Yeah.
one out.
so you were like worried. So you were looking
Gonna
around.
bounce off a tree and hang back and
Yeah.
watch to see what's happening.
Oh no, it's a 9.
16.
No, actually, I think I rolled as well.
I love that. It's so when it's
Roll.
no.
When they fuck up, they go in the
Then we can now go into
12, 16, 16, 12.
12.
Isn't.
Did you roll
Eight.
that?
Did you want me to roll? You said
Perception.
you want me to do it?
Yeah. You were stealthing.
yeah,
That
you're
was
the
your
one that
stealth roll previous.
you're the one that doesn't feel like you've been seen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Check it out.
you don't. Yeah, you might not. But if
Oh, yeah,
everyone
nice.
else is a little like on guard looking
See
around.
that?
Oh,
That looks really
Look
good.
out to the light. Look at with the light behind it, you can
Yeah.
see it better.
I'm into like the scratching stuff. I like
Yeah,
I like
it's
that.
just I always have to have,
Fiddling around.
yeah, I always have to be fiddling with my hands.
oh my god, could Liam, could my
Oh,
character fucking rolls for Liam be any worse?
You're trying to kill her. Character.
No.
It's not trying, but possibly succeeding.
Um.
You do that, it's like a martial art that's about to kill you guys. Yeah?
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's like,
Can you just check what your allowances?
yeah, right. Bruce Lee on us. We're all about to die.
Probably. I haven't noticed the bed.
What do you mean?
It's inevitable.
What do you mean you're gonna
I
die?
haven't played D&D to have a character die.
Think I've actually had
Yeah, not
a
yet.
character die. It was very close.
I've had a couple of characters die.
I've had one be like pulled the wrong card from the deck
Oh yeah.
and got into that vortex prison.
Oh shit.
I guess that's close to dying.
As long as I don't roll any green gravestones or this one, I'll be happy.
Okay. Is it just the one gravestone?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay, yep. That's good.
Gravestone for a nat 1, or potion for a nat 20, and then all the rest is either just
Yeah, no,
a
that's
fail
cool.
or a success.
I like it.
Yeah. It's my death save dice.
Hopefully we don't need that.
Yes.
So as you're making your way further down, are you looking out for the tracks as well? For your, like,
Yeah, I could do
the
a
tracks
survival
further up?
check
Like,
to...
because you obviously gone around wide and then try
Yeah.
and meet up with the
I can do
group
a
later.
survival check if you want to make sure we stay on track for actually catching back up with the group.
Yeah, because you're basically just like going out into the forest and then you're like, we need to, can you, like,
That's not a that one.
burn your dice? It's a 2, isn't it?
No,
What?
it's an
1
11
to 10.
total.
11 total.
It could be worse.
I was watching.
Yeah.
My
It's not great, but it could be worse.
So it takes you what feels like it'll be half an hour to an hour of like stumbling through the forest around you, like you're tripping on twigs and things. You've been quiet enough about it, but you also
Did I need to see if we were being followed?
We've
With our rolls?
yeah. So where you're feeling that that sense of dread. What have you got? 12, 11, 12, 9.
There's a few following us.
You walk it out.
Whether or not they split off, maybe.
our original
Doing this sneak on the works if all of us are doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sneak was sort of like the Pink Panther. Mine was kind of like the Pink Panther with the thing noise included. Audible.
With your own theme music. Like rock.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You're like, oh.
Okay.
Stuff like rock.
I'm just walking behind you. I don't know.
Does anybody know this one?
Oh.
Just walk in front of me.
Stop it.
Yeah. So that can do like the
Yeah.
facts.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Sign of
Feel
the
it.
Is it awful?
Get ready. Yeah.
So
Go on.
you, as you're like heading through, you do.
Yeah.
You've got that sense of dread hanging over you. You do see the shadow of, not everyone does, but you do see the shadow.
Let's see.
You two see 3 shadowed figures sort of like off in the darker areas of the woods,
Mm-hmm.
sort of just watching the group pass at the moment.
So not necessarily being followed like this, like this. Three other things.
Perhaps. The 2 12s. The 2 who rolled 12s,
Yeah.
which was 1 and 2. You both spot 2. You don't spot the third one. And then the 8 spots 1.
Spots a pretty rare flash.
Yeah. The 8 spots 1. And the end spot 2. So 2, 2, 2, 1, 3.
So, I take it we're
Probably
being
just
followed.
clock it
And it could be more than
clock it and
3.
keep an eye on it and see if they keep following us or if they're just watching us.
Do you?
But also
Is it ahead or behind?
It's kind of as you're going this way and you like start circling around, you see it like kind of just off there, but it's more to your west basically.
Nonchalantly, you start walking next to you and saying, "Please, grandson, you're seeing our shadows, right? This is
Yeah, and you see them like duck from like shadow to like as you guys are moving up, you first spot them and then they move, and then you see them like just watching out
But we don't know what
near
they
a
are.
tree.
Yeah.
Then like
I just sort of clock it and keep an eye on it and
Yeah.
keep going, but also we're more trying to get to the rest of them.
Do we want to lead into?
It's something to do with the crows, isn't it?
If we get too much
Not
closer to
necessarily.
us, then we deal with it.
In any case, I
If you want, I can hang back and
see our shadow, right?
Yes.
keep an eye on it.
There's two,
Oh, is there?
apparently.
Oh,
Do you know how far we are from the others?
So that's the next question:
Yeah.
is whether or
Well,
not my
it's all
survival
about
skills
twos.
are enough to
Can we
catch up.
we
one
have
out.
Not how far
He
behind.
says three,
Yeah.
Big Boy says three.
David, with that miserable survival skill, can I gauge on how far behind the rest of the ship crew that we are? Once I eventually find it,
what was this survival roll?
it was
11 or something.
Yeah.
Can't seem to find the tracks at the moment.
Okay.
I
So
mean,
we're
we're just
technically
going to go through the
leading
woods.
to nowhere.
What else do we have to
I think we
do?
should get away from.
But we're not
where
heading
we
in the
were.
wrong
There's
direction.
other
We're still
people.
heading in the
So-
direction we sort of need to eventually.
You're mostly keeping on that path. I mean, if you look back through the forest, you can still see
The shipwreck.
a little bit of like where the wreck was.
Yeah.
So you're like, well, okay, if that's the wreck and there's the front of the wreck,
Still-
we're currently pointing still in the same direction
Yeah.
as
They
the wreck.
walked
So
off. Yeah.
that's where we were aiming to go.
Yeah, so we're
But-
still going to general one direction. We're not lost, and we're being followed by shadowy figures.
Yes.
Which may or may not.
We'll probably just keep going the direction we're going and clock whether or not these shadows get closer to us and follow us for now.
Yeah,
don't
so you're
wanna,
just keeping an eye on them.
Yeah.
Just keeping an eye on them, we're not
Yeah.
gonna confront
No,
them.
no engaging yet.
No engagement.
Also try to keeping an eye on them, see if we can get more. Like I'd like to keep an eye on them to sort of get better look at them as
Yeah.
well.
No, it's
Yeah,
got
they
to check good or evil or anything like that.
Yeah.
No, I've got protection.
They're
Yeah.
probably
No, I don't have it.
just gauging off like where you've sort of seen them. They look like they're at least 50 to 60 feet off. Like they're keeping a bit of a distance on them.
So they don't want to come closer.
We're continuing the conversation, please kind of like motion towards you, like that's is that the one you saw? Like are they the same ones that we each saw, or are there different ones that we all saw?
I guess
The
if
same
you keep
ones?
going, I'm going to.
It looks like 3 separate humanoid figures total when you.
So
Well,
they're-
it's a total three, but
From what you can make out with those perception checks, it doesn't look like a dino.
So it's something
And it's not
entirely
on
different.
all fours. So you can determine that it's not on all fours bestial, and it's not
So they're-
dino related. Like it's not
It's
a
a humanoid.
it's humanoid of some type.
So
they're
they're-
human each.
Yes,
they're-
only because it's getting darker in the area, and you're like seeing them like in the shadows of trees and things, basically.
I'm. I think they're like 50 to 60 feet away. 50 to 60 feet away from us.
Yes.
I'm going to use one of my Raven Queen banks and teleport up into the tree canopy. That's like, so I'm going to tell the group to keep going as they're going. Teleport up into the tree canopy behind us and walk, because I'm translucent for the first round. After I teleport, I'm going to walk through the tree canopies closer to them to get a good fucking look at these guys to see who and what is following us.
Okay, just give me an acrobatics or athletics, whichever you're preferring there, because you could swing through treetops and. Hey!
Do we have any dice set?
Are we on the upswing?
It's a 17 plus 5.
17 plus 5, yeah,
So
easy enough.
20, 22 or
Yeah, so you're easy enough to just like do monk shit. This
Yeah.
like, you know, basically like jump, swing, grab another branch, like, you know,
something. Talking along fucking
up-
tree branches
up
as
through
wide
them.
as my arm.
As you get closer, they are dressed in. Okay. They are in more of like like huntsman or hunter sort of garb. Foresters, they've got a bow slung across their back that's not currently drawn. And a quiver of arrows sort of off on their hip there. That's all you sort of can make out in the shadowed area at the moment. And they're just like stalking along. Like, they seem like the way they're moving and the way they've been moving with you, that they are hunters of some type.
Yeah.
In like a hunter-prey kind of way, if you will.
So they don't look like they're driving us at the moment?
Not at the moment.
They're
It's currently
stalking us.
We're in their territory. Maybe they're just checking us out because we're near their home.
Tempted to do something stupid. Vaguely stupid. I like them being stupid.
I don't mind stupid.
I turn away the one thing.
You see the okay. You is it? It's not in a threatening way. It's just
No,
in
it's just like,
It's
a
"Hi."
greeting.
hey, we see you.
Hi. You see them like sort of stop, and then like look at each other for a moment, and then like look over at you,
I just feel
and they're basically just like stopping and watching, and then you were like.
I'm
close
pretty much like
up
above
to
them
yeah.
in the canopy, so they haven't clocked exactly
You hear-
where I am.
Yeah, you hear them sort of just like whisper speaking, sort of. Should we go in? And they sort of just like you see them like exchange some glances, and then come to a decision, and the one that's waved at, sort of like it's like 1, 2, 3 kind of along. They're never like grouped up behind one tree. They're basically spread out.
Yeah.
And the middle one basically like strolls out of the cover of the darker trees to come and approach you, the group basically. And stops about, I'd say about 30-ish feet from you all, across from you.
Just to clarify, we're like
Is that thunder
a
now?
decent distance
I
away.
don't like it was.
Okay.
under the lightning.
Let me just see if I can quickly manage.
Congratulations, you're all out of rainbow.
Yeah, right. Thanks. It's a good one.
And you guys locked the front door when you came up in.
Yeah, it's locked. I checked it.
You just see the dogs with the wave shit or something.
Yeah.
Trying to find a map of the forest.
Yep.
My question
Just
was
to
like,
give
we're
a
a
bit of a-
decent safe distance from there, so whatever's happening here, if we were to like say start combat or chat to these people, they're not gonna potentially like signal out to the dino people.
Yeah, you're
You're like 30 or 40 minutes traveling. through
yeah,
the
they haven't seemed to come round.
They've come from a different direction.
Yeah. Yeah, the dino people came from this way.
I said they might
You
be
guys have gone this way, and
They've clocked us from the opposite
yeah,
direction.
so you kind of got in that kind of
Yeah, I'm pretty much going to stay up in the treetops above these guys to sort of keep a good fucking eye on them to see what they do when you with this.
No, you talk to them.
Yes.
Technically, I haven't
Well,
said
you haven't
anything.
said
so I've
anything,
I've
yeah.
just been like,
Friendly.
And it's like, hey, we
Non-threatening.
just
Well,
give
if
them a friendly wave to know that
Yeah.
they've been seen.
So if
I
they've
guess you can
come
see
to
it just-
approach
Yeah.
us and we all stop, sort of
Wave at them.
you can
And then
wave
they
back
can-
at them.
And then they can have that confusing look of,
Wait.
wait, there was 6 of them before, but where's the sixth one?
Don't want query. got a book there.
Oh, no. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Mel, stop being sorry.
I know. I have a lot of nervous energy, so I just doodle or play with shit. I have this little chicken that I used to take to D&D, and it's
Yeah.
yeah.
I need to print you a
Oh,
fidget toy.
Yeah. I like the fidget toys.
Fidget spinners for everyone.
Yeah.
Fucking bots.
I don't have as much control on my phone. And
Yeah.
this one's my old phone. So it's just. The good thing is when I downloaded to put it up on YouTube, it doesn't show the chat in it, so doesn't bother us.
I will.
So I mean, YouTubers don't get to see Grandel chat like I do.
Unfortunately, no, but I can screenshot it later because I'm curious of what.
You compile it and just like have.
Yeah.
And it'll still be on the VOD as well on Twitch.
Yeah. Until I. Oh no! So like if it goes over memory, it'll delete the old videos. Yeah. 'Cause they've got
There's
cloud
on
living.
Google. You can just
Yeah, I've googled Dark Forest D&D battle map.
I just did thick forest D&D map and come up with fucking fair few good ones. Gotta get thick forest.
Thick with the double C.
Yeah.
Ooh, dense forest.
Oh, yeah.
She's a dense. Ooh, that's sweet. I want it big enough that it's not fucking ridiculous.
Oh.
Let's just do that one. So you can press.
Be grand.
Hey, can you ever stay with it?
Yeah.
No, go.
There we go. Next,
Anyone else? Drinks?
I'm good, thank you.
No?
Huh?
No.
I would
Sorry.
save it as
No, I'm good,
thick
thank you.
forest with a double C. So I'll then do see a bit of
Oh, yeah. Okay, stay with that. Yeah, then stop looking.
What was it called?
Thick forest with double C.
No, I actually had the forest name here.
What's
But
this?
yes.
It's now called Forest Thick.
In brackets.
Forest
With
of
two
Nicki
Cs.
Minaj.
Forest menage.
And it doesn't really include those words, like two C's.
Yeah.
With two C's.
Yeah.
I've got the double K.
Yep. Very cold.
Close enough.
Close enough. I want to basics. File path. Choose file. So we'll pop me into here. Thick forest. Done. Select file. Grid. Let's just say changes. You are changing the underlying dimensions. Yes. Shut up. Do it.
Didn't say anything, Jim.
What you God? There it is. Bruh.
We definitely need to change the grid on that one.
Yes, that was what I was doing. I was like,
Can we rotate it as well?
hmm?
Might need rotating.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, can I go out there?
You can. The dogs will just be there. They may bark.
Bark, but that's it.
That should be it.
That's cool.
They won't
Just
do
the way you
anything.
said it before.
Just let them know that you're there. Yeah. What do I want? I want to use shift and mastery. Nope.
So you want like one tree to take up like 10 fucking squares, but
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, should be good. Trees will take up about 10
Right,
feet.
yeah.
10 feet. Background image offset is the arrow keys.
Doesn't line up.
Yeah.
Doesn't line up on your side either.
Doesn't line up on any side.
No. Got wildebeests in your yard.
Yep.
That's not right.
Yeah.
He's dead.
Yeah, you can get real finicky and tricky with these maps. But now I might be able to.
Anyone wants some chocolate?
Yes, I do.
I see what you want.
Yeah, you can do it. Like there is other ways to do this, but I'm basically doing fit
This
to
is it, the whole
fit to
pot of
area
this,
Yeah.
and break it all
in
up.
the hard
Put it next to my
difficult
bed
way.
and finish it with up now.
Yep, there you go. And then trees should be about the right size.
It is a good one.
That is a good one.
Sure.
Don't need it all. I'll try some later.
Yes, I'm changing.
I can make
I
one for
just need the one chocolate here. We're in the forest.
I'll just rotate it.
I also make my pumpkins.
No, I can't do that.
Alright.
After you did.
Isn't it? Just
So, yeah.
Just
Probably have to
well,
rotate it before
actually,
you can upload the image.
Yeah.
easy, yeah, you do. But we can do that. Okay. Close that. Go to that. Yep, that. So unfortunately, you're not there. Kai's not there. Next,
yes.
zebra. Zebra. Yeats. Zebras.
Good stuff.
And I'm pretty sure I have
Alright, so these ones are all wiped off for now.
one. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, those dice, man.
I don't want those dice though.
Hey, they may roll well for you.
Now that they've been back, I say might be good.
Let's just scout. Alright, so what order would everyone have? And a five.
Which direction were they traveling sort of that way and then following us along the side of it?
Yeah, so they're coming parallel and you guys are going this way. So who would want to be where?
I'd be somewhere
You're over here.
here watching them.
In the tree, yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
right up in the treetop.
I would.
Yep. No, I'm the. Don't I'm looking at the That, yeah.
That's
Me.
so who would have been in order going
So
this
were
way?
we walking up this way?
I would be
Yeah.
walking next to
Okay.
Nix because we were chatting.
I don't think
So
we'll be
you-
that close,
you
will
two
we?
would have been over here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, whoever would have been where, I'm just giving them like enough room on each side.
I was happy being near the back. Nope.
That's not
sorry.
you.
For Reggie and Yates is swapped.
That's yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, so put the minis where you want them, and then
Yeah,
I
so
will
we're
put the
we were
minis where they
talking
would
to each
be,
other.
and then I will move the tokens.
Would be like up front kind of thing.
I was kind of happy being near the back there because I was like watching out for what was behind us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I,
I
like,
would've-
you?
I don't know if you guys want to be in a straight line, if you want to be scattered, if you want to be
Sort of
2+.
scattered.
Okay, so
like
not Phaedra.
Basically,
directly
where,
in a straight line.
on my mini where the actual token is. And there you go.
Because
Yeah.
That's there. Virgo. And then, so basically, from Virgo. Oh, look at that. I was in the right square. Two up. nice that I can do that. Just move purpose.
Yeah, I'd be, yeah.
Well,
That was
yeah,
30
probably where
and then-
my token is. You could spot be above them. Because I can
So they
teleport.
were back here.
Yeah, I can teleport 30 and then move 40
Do you want to go
quite
where?
easily.
In the middle of the tree.
It doesn't matter on, like, map terrain so much. Like, I'd have been pretty much, like, directly above the motherfucker.
Yeah. So yeah, it basically they were like here, and then obviously they moved. This one's moved out.
You are waving
Two.
to them.
Guys. Hello.
Oh, hello, we see you.
Sorry,
And
shit, that was on the.
Sorry.
Forgot that it was streaming. I was like, whoop,
Oh, voices.
cancelled.
You know what you do.
You can't get cancelled, we're not famous.
That's true.
Well, now will never be. Jeez.
Do you remember when you did that voice back when you were
10
doing
years
home
ago.
games?
That's it. We're not going to be a
That's how
ever.
toxic
Yeah,
like
it's
people
like-
would be. Yeah.
We don't talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get in trouble 6 years
Look, we
later.
got rid of that
You
DM,
apologise
right?
immediately.
Did we really do anything? What was his name?
Sign your tearful apology video.
Yeah,
Thank you.
true. So yeah, hit like so. This hunter sort of walks out to address you all, or
Alright, lad.
to address the thing, and he does like as he's walking, does unsheath the bow and just hold it, and has a hand on an arrow, but isn't knocking anything. It's just basically in a loose like
If something
But he's letting us know that you have
Ready.
yeah. Basically, it's just letting you know I have a bow. My hand is on my arrow.
It's like the quick draw.
Yeah, it's basically gonna be like if it came to it, it would just be like straight up
Yeah.
and draw.
And what are the other two doing?
So he's wearing.
The other two from where you're positioned, because they're like they're kind of like
Yeah.
back. I think it's probably about 60 feet between everyone.
Yeah.
It's basically they've drawn bow and they're just holding,
Yeah.
but they're not firing.
Yeah.
They're still
Yeah.
like once they saw that one of their three has drawn, they're just like, okay, we're all drawing and just sort of like holding to see what happens.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm gonna have, because my quarterstaff's always hanging on my back, I'm
Mhm.
just gonna have my hand
like
Behind me?
like behind, just holding the yeah.
ready to do some dope long sprint through the trees to fall on the
That's-
motherfucker and smack him.
So yeah,
Oh,
as
on
he
the head.
approaches,
Alright,
he's
lad.
Hail, friend.
What's that?
What?
Sorry, you must not be here from here.
No. Afraid not.
What brings you all
But
to our woods?
Yo.
shit, I'm the spokesperson now.
Ah yes, the non-charisma person.
That's
This
happens
is
with
going
you.
well.
The nerd is the spokesperson.
What happens with the other one that draws their attention?
Uh-huh.
We've had an accident.
Do the thing, you get the thing.
We had a bit of an accident, and now we're making our way out. We're not looking for trouble. We're just making our way out. Back to civilization.
Hmm. Where would you have been storing the
Just.
chest?
It's sort of blinded.
Yeah,
Straps
it's
you
like
back under a cloak.
Yeah. Would you have just been carrying it out in the open, or?
Can I do it as like a hip?
You'd be able to like maybe like a cross.
Yeah, yeah.
You with
So,
like
like-
some strapping maybe,
Yeah.
but yeah, that would be probably like running with it is probably going to be a bad idea. Like you know, if it would be bouncing
Yeah,
around.
yeah.
Like
I figured.
you probably
That's why we have
if
really
anything, it would be
running.
like strap it to your leg down there and then across shoulder kind of thing, like
It's like
a
moving kind of.
yeah, like a Lara Croft hip
Ah,
bag
yeah,
sort
yeah.
of. pistol-
If it's
pistol
able, like
style.
I'm kind of
Yeah,
still haven't judged what the side was.
it would
yeah.
be bulky. It would just be like
be a little unwieldy to be running with.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to be trying to run with it attached to my leg, but if we're just walking through,
Yeah.
like strolling and just.
So I
I
don't
mean,
want to leave it
you're
on
already,
my back.
you're
because
already
I can't
clunky
see.
and
Yeah.
yeah.
I'd rather have it like sort of.
you're already clunky and armored up anyway, so
Yeah.
like
Well, I can
strapping
have
it
as
to
a
your hip
sash
is
and
not
then,
going
like,
to
tie
change.
it around, so
Yeah,
it,
if it was like if it was for stealth
Mm.
and it was like the monk trying to do that, I'd
I
be
was
like,
already
it's
at
disadvantage
disadvantage.
on that because you got to
I was
chest
already
taken
at
on you.
disadvantage.
So yeah, that's why it's like, it's just more plump with
Yeah.
the double
Alright.
disadvantage. So what?
Yeah, so I'll do the hip and
Yeah,
maybe
so
like
it's-
tie it extra around
Yep,
so it
yep.
sort of solidifies it.
So basically, he turns.
But under
I do
under
have,
something
like-
so it's not.
Yeah, I do have a scarf, so it's sort of like.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand or deception to see how well you're hiding it.
Oh, it's over a 10.
Yay.
14.
It was what?
14.
14. You see, like, gesture with his bow, like the sort of end of the bow. Like, if you relinquish that crate to us,
What's the
we
deal?
will believe.
Why do you want it?
We want it destroyed
Why?
because of what it contains.
What does
How
it
do you
do?
know
How
it
do you know
contains?
that?
We've got.
Okay, kind of it is.
Just the chest.
We've had reports of where it's going and what it's supposed to. Not exactly what it has, but what it's supposed to hold.
Who are we?
How do you know? How do you know who we are? We could just be like random people lost in the box.
So we had reports. Who are you?
You could, but that would mean that you weren't with the
We could just be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
you weren't with the crewman that
Oh.
left ahead of you.
We've been scoping him out too.
Did you know of the crewman? What did you do with him?
He has silence. Give me an inside check.
I'm getting it
Ah,
out.
Who's
hundred
doing
percent.
Maybe all.
100%.
You can, yes.
Inside
Every
that
single
one.
person's doing it.
I sure as well can.
I'd probably ask the question like, you had reports about what's in this chest, so why don't you share that information with us?
Yeah, because not even I
17.
know.
Yeah, no,
You
no.
say that. Give me a persuasion check.
21. Oh,
21.
I've got the proof.
17.
17.
17.
17.
That's the first
Nine.
I rolled.
9. Amazing.
Did you say persuasion?
Yes.
Wait, are we all rolling for
No,
something?
no, no.
Oh.
He was
Higher than that.
specifically.
As he's motioning towards the chest as well, I'm sort of like hand on it to sort of like.
definitely. I'm like almost ready to pull a dagger as well
Yeah,
as hold the
like-
quarterstaff.
Hey,
17.
17.
Like,
He seems.
Because we were with them doesn't mean we were a part of them. I was literally a stone away.
So, we have your friends, not friends, crewmates.
And
They.
it implies I was working for them, that's not.
Oh, it was like a general sort of crew, like friends, crewmate, and
People who were also on the ship.
yes, we picked them up a few minutes. Oh, no, sorry. We picked them up about 15 minutes after they left your crash.
So you were watching Crash too?
We have.
Who were the fellows with the dinosaurs?
You seem, with the insights, even with your 8, was it 8? Yeah. even with the 8, you see like a snarl, and you can hear like a
I'll take that as a no.
Did I get
They-
in with my persuasion?
yes. So basically, it's getting rolled into the like what you guys noticed and how he seems in giving that information and like some other stuff. They are light enough.
Fair enough.
Who is our forest? Who are you guys?
We are villages and tribes of people that protect our lands to the west of here, and gestures like back from where they came.
What are your names?
Lands of the beasts, lands of the wilds. We just wish to live in freedom and to the rule and law of the land. But it's the same snarl and sort of annoyance or anger at, like, directed towards the
I know.
clans with the dinosaurs. They really care about death and glory. They fight to.
I don't know where everyone is getting all of these reports from.
Which
The ones about the ship and the contents thereof.
we saw the ship come down.
Well, yes, I gathered that much, but how would you know what's on the ship and the contents thereof?
We have
Like, where are those reports coming from?
people behind their lines that
Whose lines?
the
So you're short of there being a mole on the ship feeding you information and also feeding every man and his dog information. If we're living out in the wilds, living free and doing your thing, how do you know what's on the ship?
we still have villages and clans and tribes. We're not complete selves.
I mean, I wasn't assuming that you were. I was wondering where all the information was coming from.
When you have those in the clans of, in the lands of,
Open the doors.
Trying to find which box to open
yeah,
to figure out the law.
nope, nope.
Trying to figure out which box
Open
with the law necessary.
You can see the like, where, fuck, god damn it.
It's literally the brain opening drawers, flicking through files.
Yeah.
There was a show where they're like opening a filing cabinet and it's like,
There's Bruce Almighty.
oh yeah, yeah.
But you know when he does
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the filing, it's a
Yeah,
press filing cabinet.
Yeah.
Fucking stupid.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been so long.
Post-it notes.
Oh god.
Obviously.
What's that
The
again?
wheels are turning.
Yeah.
Like how each
That's
one is
good.
going to work.
Reply. Oh. Yes.
Wait, did the yes man afterwards?
No, Yes
Yes
Man was
Man's
way
good.
older. Yes Man's
Was
way
it?
older than Bruce Almighty.
Oh,
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought yes,
I swear
man
Yes
was
Man. I swear Yes Man's older than Bruce Almighty.
Yes, man. Good.
I haven't actually watched it. I think I
It's
watched half
been
of
so
it.
long
Even had
since.
Rebel? Who's Jerry?
I just love his Ace Ventura.
Ah, Ace Ventura is
All of
my
his shit.
favorite.
Yeah.
Ace Ventura is literally my favorite movie. The second, the
The dolphin
first one's
one?
great.
Yeah.
Second one is
The
more
Pet
quotable.
Detective one. Oh.
Yeah, Ace Ventura: Pet Detective is the first one. Ace Ventura.
Oh, yeah,
Wilds,
the Wild.
one where
yeah.
he's like
I watched them back to front, so that's
Yeah.
why I think Pet Detective's always the second.
Yeah,
Coming out of
Pet
that,
Detective's
the
the first
Rhino
one,
is
but
the
the second one has more quotes. It's more quotable.
Yeah.
Chicago!
Like Ghost in Love.
He says that through both of them. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer.
And you must be the Monopoly guy.
Monopoly man.
Sorry, yeah,
we're
that's me.
We've got to do so many things.
Oh,
Jerry.
okay.
Bruce Almighty's 2003.
After the
Yes
brain
Man
just had a
is-
fucking smoking meltdown.
Yes Man. So yes man.
What was the question?
It was about our land.
How
he
did
was
you
gesturing.
get-
Oh, yeah.
Right, that's right.
Where's your information coming from?
We have infiltrators in the clans and the lands beyond.
And they're just conveniently picking up information from all over the place.
When they are fighting to invade our lands, we will do what we can and what we must.
What do you want with this specifically?
This does not pertain to them, but hurts the other problem that we keep having.
What are the problems?
What's that this is?
The darker lands to the north.
Is that
Elaborate.
the os... whatever that word.
Offspring seems to foul magics and animals and humans alike.
Do they? How so?
Experimentation on us and our time.
Do you know what the content of this is? Because I don't even know.
Supposed to be power or a weapon or knowledge that the Dark Ones seek.
I'm not going to
So
do
why should we hand it to
Previously.
you?
For
I'm not going to-
destruction.
I'm not going to do like anything I'm not going to move or anything. I'm just going to look at the chest and like do a wizardly look,
Mm-hmm.
see if I can like
Equally
make it the
magical,
wizard
but-
senses tingle.
Arcane?
Arcana.
Yeah. What were you like? Were you looking at like just trying to investigate it, or are you trying to like work out what it is, or?
Because it's ornate. It's
Recognize the magic
Yeah.
coming off
Yeah,
it.
just like see if I like how to achieve the fusion and see if I recognize anything. See
Yeah,
if anything like
you can do Arcana.
sets off bells.
Arcana is the study of history, magic, the occult, and all that. So.
Handwriting?
Thanks. He thinks it's hieroglyphics.
No, you think it's hieroglyphics.
That's all hieroglyphics.
19.
19. Just give me just a history check as well, just quickly. Just to see if you would have maybe heard about something like this.
16.
16. Okay, those combinations are pretty good. So as you are glancing over it and looking at it with a more critical eye for like looking for arcane.
This is the first time she's ever laid eyes on it.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like,
Like a wizard.
other than like grabbed it out of the thing.
Stashed
The
it
captain
away.
was like, "Hey, we need to get that."
I was otherwise engaged, so I wasn't really
Yeah.
paying attention.
Yeah.
There's also like a tribe that ride dinosaurs was also looking for the
Yeah.
damn thing, and you're like,
I was
"What
distracted.
the fuck is this thing?"
You would have been the. No, hang on, we all heard
There was a
that.
lot of distraction happening.
Yeah, there was a lot of distractions.
But you
and you're
know
like,
the captain.
okay, I'm just gonna actually
Hey.
zero in on this.
Like, now I'm going to look at it like I am.
Well, Captain wanted to get it to the destination
It's
Yeah.
because that's what the job is. That's what we
it
pay
looks
to do.
like just an ornate
So,
chest on the outside, but when you
That's
start
what
looking
added
at
to
it
him.
a bit closer with a more critical eye,
Yeah.
Finding
realise that
information,
there
maybe
is
it isn't.
Yeah.
Great idea.
small like rune sections that are carved into it that are like almost imperceivable except for like a shimmer of magic, kind of like a heat wave on a warm day. You can see that they're there and they like ripple as you're in tune with some of the weave of the world, and you're like, okay, and then you like you kind of just get like a peek of the runes inscribed in the box. And you're like, okay. And then when you click that with the ornate design, it's you've seen or read one in some of your books, or it was mentioned when you were younger and when you were studying and things, that there are sometimes there'll be like containment boxes that if they've got a powerful thing in it or a something that someone wants to lock away or hide away or seal away, they'll put them in those, seal it with arcane runes and power, and unless you know it or unless you can break it or unless you can figure out a way to destroy it, it will be basically an arcane lockbox. And that's what it, when you're looking at it, you're like, oh, okay, that's an arcane lockbox and we don't know what's in that.
Some serious shit in there.
Yeah, it's basically like looking at a random chest, like a random crate maybe, that's been sealed and it's got like it looks simple, it looks ornate but it looks simple, and you're like, okay, and then when you go over and maybe open it, you're like, oh, that's already uranium, like, fuck, like, shit.
Cardboard box is actually safe.
Yeah, and you're looking at it, you're like, yeah, it's a really pretty box. Oh dear, that's an arcane, like, lockbox, like,
Okay.
oh,
That's
what the
a
fuck
proper
have we got
fucking
on
powerful
us?
shit.
Like, yeah.
Well, okay then.
I just asked, like, so you've got reports of this chest, and you're led to believe that it's going to be used for bad purposes, or
That's our understanding. We had reports that the Dark Ones in the Northwest are making more moves, that they were, there's whispers that they were waiting for something to arrive, and we then heard reports that there were rumblings from the higher council over across the border that their forces were mobilizing to retrieve something. Something had the giants' backs up.
giants.
And it's locked away pretty tight in there.
I'm
That's
just
unless
going to
it
like
gets to its location.
rotate a little bit to keep it out of their eye. And be like, but keep an eye on them.
If
And I'm assuming you would also have a means of destroying both the box and the contents thereof.
we'll at least get it clear of this immediate location.
I'm sorry, I don't
No,
trust you.
I think if you were going to destroy it, I'd want to watch you destroy it just to be sure you're actually doing the thing.
Of course. We don't want it to lose.
But what's it then?
It's a gift.
Whatever it is.
Like power on
So you
Yeah,
don't
well,
know
no,
what's
actually
in the
know
box.
what's in there then.
What's in the box?
Yeah.
It could literally just be like a piece of paper behind a paper.
Just could be a pile of turds.
Or is
But
this
it could
someone's
be
head?
it could be a red herring. We actually can't guarantee what's in there. We know it's an arcane, like I know it's
It
an
may not
arcane
even
lockbox.
be the box you're looking for.
Like, I know it's got some arcane shite on it, but I can't guarantee there's anything in it. But maybe don't
This
shake
is
it
not
just
the
in
box.
case.
Thank you. No. It had a bit of a shake off. I think it's lasted.
I mean, it's
Crash.
it's about to crash at the very least, but we still can't guarantee that there's actually anything in it. It could be a red herring.
I'm sorry, but I was tasked to protect this and take it to
The place that we are going. That
Yes.
I can't remember the name of.
yes.
Yeah, but we're going there.
Yes.
That place that we
Oh,
are
yeah, that
going.
place,
That
oh.
none of us
Yes.
can remember the name of.
Yes. So
Austria?
Hmm?
Is it Austria?
Is that an multiple question?
Austrian is the lands.
We were heading towards.
Yeah.
Hey,
And
yeah, I remember something.
earlier in this session, Karia said that it was Lady Rimmerskov.
was that I know that name?
Rimmerskov?
You wouldn't recognize the name, no.
No. So who did I was I was just tasked to take it to the land,
You were tasked to go and retrieve it,
retrieve it.
and then
See, look, it's already yours.
and it's already gone. Yeah, yeah. You were told to go and retrieve it
And
from
look
someone
after
else
it.
who had taken it.
Oh, so that's
Okay.
And then-
okay.
And then the wires got crossed on the way, and you're like, "Yes, I'm to protect this." It's like,
Well,
yep,
we
sure.
had friends, we're
Yeah,
friends.
yeah.
She doesn't trust me.
but we don't know that.
No, you think
I
it's
don't
not
know
it.
I
this.
mean, none of us know what is happening here.
Yeah.
What's happening?
We're all very confused.
Everyone's
I didn't
confused.
even know there was a box.
They're not touching it.
So you don't know who Lady Remistov is. So therefore it wasn't her that sent you to get
So
it.
you two
But
both have jobs.
she's the person that we're delivering it to.
And you
That's
were
it. Sorry.
retrieving it from
Lady-
somebody else?
Lady Remistov
Yes.
is who Karius was employed by
Every man
to
wants
retrieve,
lots.
like to get the box to you.
Everybody wants
Yep.
it.
Everybody wants a box.
I did think there was
Phaedra
boxes
was
with this
tasked
guy.
Oh,
to
mystery box.
retrieve the box
There was a cart that I was afraid of.
back towards home before it even came this far.
Also, I was meant to bring it back.
Yeah, you were supposed to get it
Ah!
before it left the lands.
Uh-huh.
And
Above
then-
table law.
It left
So
the
it was never even
lands.
meant to get onto our boat.
Okay.
And you
Ah,
don't-
Yeah,
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 and
I
then-
don't.
So it wasn't even meant to get
The
onto the
name
boat.
probably does ring a
I'm
little
looking
bit,
after the box.
like Lady Remistov when it's mentioned. If anything, you probably recognize the name a little.
I know the name.
Might have. Did you do dealings in like upper circles?
Lower circle.
I mean, only because like Nick's only because the other connection.
Lord Alice.
Yeah.
I
Alice.
was homeschooled by possibly dodgy wizard.
Yeah, so maybe not.
I know
But
unless
yeah.
he is a lot fancier than I think he is.
Okay, so yeah, Lady Remistov, you would have heard, like, you know, bouncing back a little bit, back when Kariel had mentioned it. You know that she at least knows of or is in the same circle with Alistair. So that's you're kind of like, oh well, I need to get over there. Even if the box doesn't, I'm fucking getting there. Like,
So
Yeah,
that's
you'll-
why I
you'll
I was
find
just
it
going
either
on a holiday.
Yeah, I know.
right?
yeah. It's like, what do you mean?
I have
We're
no
just
idea about
we're on holiday, right?
I was literally just going on an adventure. I'm on
Yeah.
my academic gap year.
This is me like leaving home for the first
Yeah.
time. I have no idea about any of this.
Yeah.
I'm on a mission.
This is my
And
equivalent
this is
to going
probably
backpacking
my
across
first time
Asia.
leaving
Yeah.
the land as well. So
Yeah.
it's all our firsts.
We're all no, let's not.
That's it.
Say the thing.
Say it.
Yeah, basically regardless. We don't know what's in it, no. But
I mean, what happens if you get the box, you open the box, and it's just a picture of your finger?
then we have nothing more to fear. But
Well,
that they're
you
not
still,
growing
you
in
still do, but
power.
it's not in your face.
They're not growing in power.
Care to elaborate?
Lens
They-
lost.
Okay.
They want the thing to be the honorable thing, is presumably question mark. That is the gist
What
of it.
chain listening to all this?
Mhm.
No one travels abroad and shit. Do I put two and two together of this growing in power from Ostrom and why knowing people do avoid it and only certain crews actually travel there and shit like that? And do I know of the dark healings this place does and why they would want artifacts like this?
Give me a history, just to see. You can have advantage because you are traveling.
Can I, based on what we've discussed so far and all the shit that this mysterious person has said so far, can I do like an insight check to see if it seems genuine? Like everything that they're saying, does it sound like they're being
Oh, sorry, when you said
Yeah,
it.
you can do it.
We'll draw it.
Yeah. With a 15, you would know that this continent basically has always been not so much just at war, but it's always been restless, wild. Like it's always been. It's never just been like calm, basically.
Feudal.
Yeah, it's very feudal. And that these guys like that there was only ever kind of like a struggle occasionally, and it was mainly the two sort of separating, like two separate forces. One was to be free and like one side of the area was to be free and unshackled, just bestial, and the other side wants to not so much impose rules or anything, but they want conquest.
Tyrannical power, yeah.
And then they were not even just conquest. It's glory. Think of like the glory of the Roman Empire. Like they wanted to expand, but they also wanted the glory, the riches, the power. Like, but they were also wanting the like just to have if they were going to die a warrior's death. They didn't want to be doing it. You know,
Very much conquest based.
yeah. Then you wouldn't be sure how long ago, but there was like a blight or a stain that started to spread in the upper areas of the continent. Eventually became known as Austria. There's a shadow cursed, well, not so much cursed land as in like nothing lives, nothing grows, nothing thrives. It's a thriving and growing community. What was the roll? 16? Give back. Of all sorts of like, there's been weird scientists and what would you call it? Like studies come out of there. There's been abominations come out of there. There's been blood magic come out of there. It's a vampires seem to be the ruling class, but there are others under them that are like, oh, we're happy to work with you to further your goals and further our own goals. So it kind of got to a point where it's like the darker forces trying to invade the other two. The other two were going against each other, but they're also now fighting on a further front.
Yeah.
So it's like shit, and it's who seems to be able to survive and push is kind of where it's at.
Did I know any of this about Austria?
You probably would have been taught it at least a little bit. That was like a worldlier kind of overview of the continent. You're like, this continent is usually a bit rough, and that's why no one really comes up here and does healings and things, because you know it's a like frontier wildland sort of thing of three fronts kind of fighting. Like, let's not fucking get involved in that.
Yeah.
Based on the knowledge that I have been homeschooled by maybe possibly that wizard, which I am now officially putting in our hands whether he is or not, would he have very specific thoughts on what is going on up there, and would he have shared them with me?
I would say probably.
Okay.
Something that might have been mentioned to you, maybe it was a wild thought, maybe it wasn't. Now that you're like hearing there's like a box where you're like, what the fuck? There's like wild people over here that are just like things. There's dark people, there's dark lands up here, and then there's apparently dinosaurs, tribal people that love glory associated with giants over here. Like, okay, maybe things might not be as out there as I could eventually have.
Yeah, like, what the fuck, why just landed in the top?
Yeah, pretty much. There have been known to be like wild ass scientists that were potentially even just like setting up bases to study and or do things up in these lands because they were like, who the fuck else is gonna stop us? Like, who's gonna stop us? It's the land of the wilds. Nobody wants to come up here. It's a perfect place to test stuff on.
Putting this again in your hands. What did my teacher think of this? Like, did he have an opinion, or did he reserve judgment, or he was like, this is fucking amazing? This is probably one of those times where, you know, maybe you could have answered it.
Yeah, that's a me bad. I will wear that one.
Considering I did leave the teacher kind of in your hands so that, like, if you wanted to take the teacher in a certain direction, you're like, well, your teacher has these specific opinions.
Yeah.
He would have told you these things about these events.
You're getting ripped.
I know, yeah, that's fine.
Could get good. I would say that
Yeah, good
could be
job.
like an open session.
Yeah, in fairness, we probably could have discussed this a little bit further.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Come back.
Yeah, we didn't know when it was
Pencil
going to
this.
land.
Come back.
We didn't know when this issue was going to come up.
Yeah.
There was an assumption there that, you know, maybe lore dumping might happen slightly later.
Yeah.
We'd at least get out of the forest before some serious lore dumping happened.
Yeah.
But also this is what I
Session
get
2,
for
we've
reading our
travelled
backstory
30
kind of
minutes.
Says the one with the most in-depth backstory out of everyone.
But it is somehow both in-depth and vague.
Yeah.
Leaving it, yeah.
Like, leaving stuff up to himself if he wants to, like, get his make and be like, well, yes, this happened, but in a very specific way that would probably alter your own worldview. Or might not, depending on how much of a fuck you give.
So far we remain neutral.
Yeah, like, so far, Farragut is neutral until told otherwise. And so, considering she is still reasonably young and impressionable.
The fact that he was doing runecraft styles, that obviously would have had to learn a bunch to learn different spells, and the fact that
It's all tattooed.
it's tattoos, he would have definitely been interested in it, in just like some of the knowledge that they would have.
Like a scientific curiosity, or
Yeah,
like,
more of a
I have
science.
crazy glint in my eyes.
No, more of a scientific.
Scientific curiosity than
Yeah, it would be less of a I need to get up there and start doing some experiments on people, and more
I want to see how this is going to unfold.
yeah, more I will see what their writings and their learnings, what can come out of it, and what I can use. Like, I don't want to be the one doing the thing, but if someone's got the knowledge, I will
So
take
I'll
it.
wait for them to write the paper.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it would,
academic
I will watch
curiosity.
everybody else
Yes.
do the research and come a very safe
yeah.
decision.
He probably heard about it and was like, huh, interesting. Not going up there to deal with it, but I will look out for it and I will wait for its paper to be released and then I'll read up on it. Yeah. So yes, you wouldn't feel
It's like a reasonably neutral standpoint.
it would be
like,
yes, it would be a
I
very
have
neutral point. It would be more just in the process of learning. Is all he wanted to, all he would have been interested in up there
It
about it.
wasn't like my teacher had crazy eyes when he talked about it.
No, it didn't lick his lips and be like, I'm booking a travel north right now. Yeah, no, definitely not.
I am still going to look at the box again and kind of, again, the scientific curiosity, like I'm sure very small is in my mind. I mean,
Very
we
curious
could
to know
just-
what the fuck's in this because
we could just have a cheap EP and then
And release whatever's in
judge
it.
accordingly.
No one of
if
these
you
guys
can open
do.
an arcane box.
Eh?
If you
I
can
don't trust
open an
these
arcane
guys.
box.
I mean, I'd have to have a better look at it. I feel like I should be talking to you.
With
You're
that,
not
I
I
don't know
know.
you too well.
You're on
just
retreat.
yet.
I know.
here. That conversation was
Yeah,
all about.
didn't happen. Yeah, that was.
You're in retreat.
With the 21 insight from earlier, these three, this bloke seems proper genuine on what he wants.
He seems worried about it, yes.
Yeah.
About the, like, he wants the box because he's worried about what it could, like, and you could hear the hatred towards the dino dudes, and you could see or you could hear the annoyance about the Darklands that doesn't want that to get any more power. He doesn't want them to get any more power in any way, shape, or form, because otherwise his lands are more in trouble than anything.
But that needs to be proper put off.
Yeah.
Now Roland is my inside check.
Mhm.
I don't know, guys. I kind of trust him. I feel like these guys are genuine.
Yeah, no. I was tasked to protect this box, take it to... Protect this box, take
Who were
it
you
somewhere.
hired by? Who were you hired by?
That's a good
The
question.
guys back at home.
That's what?
What was their motive?
I mean, I don't remember why you were on the ship. I spent most of it in the
To protect the box. It was looking after the box.
Okay, so were you hired by the ship crew, or the people who sent the box onto the ship, or the person who was receiving the box?
Are we having this conversation in front of this guy?
At this point,
Apparently
I
so.
think-
We're
at this
getting
point,
to
I
know each
feel
other,
like it
yeah.
doesn't matter. They already know a lot.
They know more
There
than
is
we
a
do.
relatively decent. I mean, they already know where the box is going. They presumably know who it's going to.
Could I...
We just know Austria.
Okay.
We weren't told.
I mean, you don't have to give specific names. You can just say whether it was deliverables, receivables, or transport.
It was deliverable to us. That was all I know.
So it was it was shipped
We,
that.
our crew was hired to take it to Austria.
Yeah.
Whether or not you were hired
I mean, I know
to
nothing.
transport it there or somewhere else is a completely different.
Question.
I got no fucking idea about
Okay.
any. Like,
Like,
I'm
we-
purely
We
watching
need to
this
talk this over as
conversation.
well.
Well, yeah, it was.
We're simply just having a very open huddle in the middle of the forest.
I'm
Yeah,
watching
I'm-
this
I'm
conversation
like-
from a completely neutral.
I'm just
I
trying
was
to
just
work.
getting paid to do a job situation.
Whereas I didn't
And
even
who
know
the
that any of
fuck
this.
am I traveling with right now?
Whereas I didn't even know any of this is happening. So I am learning shit. Were you hired by the shipper, the transport, or the receiver?
I'm its protector.
That's very vague. Who are you hired by?
Somewhat.
You don't have to give names if you don't want to. Just, shipper, transport, receiver. Pick one.
Also
See,
very...
Transport?
It,
that a
technically,
Receiver.
No, because you're the transporter.
Yeah.
yeah, definitely not hired by transport. Not hired by receiver. Because
You're
that would
taking it
be-
somewhere else.
That would be like. Well, actually, sorry. For your
We
your
haven't
regard,
done this out completely yet.
No,
so,
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I have. But the
Okay.
problem is because of
Yeah.
your backstory stuff.
We'll hand it over to.
Because of her backstory stuff, just Phaedra's backstory stuff, was not hired by Lady Rimmerskov to transport it, bring it, grab it, or anything. So, wasn't hired by the receiver
Okay.
to get it. If you look at it that she is the receiver.
Okay.
From another point of view of who previously had it, to her, before things happened, they were the receiver because it was supposed to go to them. So if you, with a flat question of sender, receiver, or transport, it's definitely not transport that she was hired by. She was hired by a receiver, except not the receiver that it's currently going to.
Okay. But I mean, if you just say receiver, I don't know what you
Yes, that's what I mean. It would. So that's where I was just trying to
Yeah,
find out.
I-
For
that's
above
what I was
table,
like.
I'd be the only person. that
receiver
knows
would
who
be
the
the
current-
only
Yeah.
would be who she was hired by.
Like, if
Yeah, I was like blank as well. I was like,
So it,
You good
it
now?
was stolen
Yeah,
and sent
let's
by
write
a
down for a
completely
second.
different
Okay.
person.
So,
then who had it, and she doesn't know that the receiver we were hired by is not the receiver she was meant
Correct.
to be dropping into.
To you, that exchange, she would have been hired by the shipper.
Yeah.
Beautiful diagram.
For
There were no
her,
wires being crossed here.
because of backstory and stuff,
Yeah.
she was originally hired by the receiver, who was not the one that's going to.
Another receiver that
Yeah,
wants
the
the
original
box.
receiver.
The
Like
original
these
receiver,
receivers.
yes.
Who wants to take the box now?
It
Which,
was
I
not.
mean, as long as you don't name drop, if you
I
literally
don't know.
if you literally just say the receiver, then
Yeah,
I still
well,
don't know who you're talking about.
if-
Yeah.
They
if
probably
you-
don't know who you're talking
Okay.
about either.
If they're talking about
He
the fact
thinks
that
they're
it's meant to be
talking
going to
about someone
Ostrom, wouldn't that raise red flags on your journey of it not
You can
meant
do
to
it.
be going to Ostrom?
You can do a war wisdom check, because it would be to do with memory.
Not save, just wisdom.
You can do save or check, it's up to you.
It would be shit.
Well, save to recall. 11. Something does feel off about it, but you're doing what you were asked to do, which is protect it.
Yeah.
Or what you last remember you were asked to do was protect it.
Yeah.
I would sort of like maybe, because we're all having a bit chit chat in the bush, in the trees, in the
Uh-huh.
forest.
What are they thinking?
I would just be like, so guys, we're all in this eerie forest,
Yes, we are.
sort of just hanging out here having a chat. Is there somewhere we can go that is safe and
Safe is a relative term.
like asking the scouts there?
Say
Safe for them is not necessarily going to be the same as safe for us.
If we agree, because you collected
Depending who you align with would depend on safety.
I mean, we don't align with anyone, really. Or
Right.
I don't. I don't align with anyone. I give no fucks.
would say like, so you collected the crewmates from the ship and took them back to your town, your village.
Mhm.
I would say,
To a safe
would you,
place to keep it.
can you assure us safety and the box that is the mysterious box that is so secretive and important to everyone, and we don't even know what's going on here? I'd be like, if we agree to maybe come with you to your village,
Mhm.
can you assure us that it's not going to be met with hostility to try and take this box away from?
Like, if we
Our
suddenly
friend
find
here.
ourselves outnumbered, are you going to shoot us in the face?
I mean, at that village you would probably be outnumbered, but we're not going to shoot you in the face if we get the box.
Would we be
And
What
we
happens
would
if
look
they-
in the box and use our judgment for what one we know what's in it?
like would we be free to leave with our friend's box
You
if
may
we chose to?
You may
We're thinking of all the
Damn
questions.
it,
Sorry about talking about my friend's
Damn it.
box.
Yes, I know. Why
We're
am
thinking of
I?
all the questions that y'all have asked.
I have no. I'm not binding
If
to this
you
box.
wish to,
For science brain, that's what it is.
if you wish to access the box
I mean,
to
theoretically
inspect
speaking,
contents,
I can have a look at it and like identify the equipment.
you're welcome to.
Would
Any
you-
of you at the moment, I was like,
I mean,
We need to
for
make a
science.
decision as a group to make a direction.
I mean, just because we're opening it doesn't mean we're going to do anything with it.
Who's for opening it?
I'm
Me.
Just you.
For science.
Science.
I'm kind of on the fence. I'm just like, I just don't want to be standing in this forest anymore.
I mean,
I
I just want to know.
prefer to go back to the crewmen and pick them up because
The
I don't
crewmen
want
are
to
with
leave.
these guys.
Yeah.
I also want to know
Fine.
whether or not we're casually carrying a nuclear bomb.
If it's
At
a
this
creature,
point,
we'll let
I'm
it out.
going to make my presence known in the trees, and
Shut the fuck up.
down to the guy that's been talking is like, I personally don't give a fuck where this box goes. We were paid to do a job. No idea what's in the box.
I'm with him. Yeah. Let's just
Well,
deliver it.
I want to know
I
my
don't
crew
care.
is safe, and my captain is safe, and you will take me to my captain, and we will sort out this shit with the box
over a campfire with a beer.
in a less open environment, considering who we've met so far on this trail, very much aggressively looking for this box.
Your captain.
Yes,
Fabulous
I am one of the crew. These bumblefucks are
We
not.
didn't manage to find a captain.
You said
You
that you
could.
had
We
a
didn't
crew
see
mate.
if Fabulous don't have that.
No, we
Oh,
couldn't
fuck.
see him.
Oh, well, that's not good. I liked him. He was nice.
Give us descriptions of who was he.
The carrying the crates is they basically sailors from our understanding. We don't get much ocean. We just like gestures to the trees around him.
Even
Generally
the
salty
seagull
seagulls.
sky ship.
It's true.
Where did you pick them up?
About 15 minutes northwest of where the ship was.
So they picked up the crewmate, but not the captain.
We couldn't see him anywhere. He could be out there still, but
So how many survivors were there?
it would
Like
be
above that top, how many
3.
survivors? So they've only captured the 3, not the captain.
Yes.
Did we see the captain go with those guys?
Yeah.
Captain went with them.
But it could be, it's either it's gone bad, or he's turned, or he wasn't seen. One of the two.
Yeah.
He's like run off.
He's run off like a bitch. So,
Well, maybe not necessarily bitch, but
Well,
one
Self-preservation.
against 3 or 4 at least. Like, there's 3 scouts here, but that doesn't just dictate how many were
Yeah.
there.
I still want to get back to my crew and find out what's happened.
We can.
So, as a group, are we going
I mean,
to this town?
in all fairness, do we have a choice if we've got this lot in front of us and the other lot behind us? We're kind
We
of
can keep going that direction.
Which
Yeah, but how
would
many
get
other
enough?
angry people are we going to run across? We're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place.
These guys seem a bit friendlier than the lost.
Yeah.
I'm
But
happy
they're at
to
least
go
willing to
with
talk.
Between a
them.
wild and a rough place.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say that like looking directly at him to see how the crew is faring because I'd rather
My crew is my first priority.
even if I wasn't part of the initial crew, it's still like part of what she was like put onto. Yeah. Something. Anyway, yeah. To find out that they're safe. And then we can discuss about the box.
Where it's meant to go and who's meant to
I'm
have
for
it. And
delivering the
what the fuck
box.
it is.
Later. And
Well, I mean,
More
delivering of
secure
box does not
place.
guarantee we'll hold it for that.
I'm just
I
wanting
am
to deliver it.
curious of what the
I mean,
box
if
is.
we really want to just get rid of it, we can just give it to these guys.
No.
I was tasked to protect
Miss
it.
Curios or whatever her name was. What was her name?
Curios was
No, that was the captain.
Remeskov.
What was that woman's
Lady
name?
Remeskov.
Ramiskov. The Russian bitch. That one.
Lydia Remeskov.
Olivia Rams.
Because ultimately, I don't
Yes,
really
I
care
want to
where
give
it
her
goes.
her
I just
balls.
want to know what's in it. I want to know what it is. Science brain is engaged.
I'm curious of what it is as well. And what the fuck I was risking my life to deliver.
You guys are talking about this box so much, I wanna know what's in it now. I was just, I don't give a fuck about this box.
Just open it while everyone's talking.
I'm not handing it over
Okay.
to you guys. I'll hold it. And then we'll figure it out.
And then once we know
Nobody's
what's in
gonna
it,
take
then
your
once we know
fancy
what's in
shiny
it,
box.
You better not touch it.
research judgment. But if it turns out to be less dangerous than we think it is, then all power is right or wrong. Everybody wins.
That seems.
So we're
Or
going to the
if it
village.
is like catastrophic world-ending bullshit, then
Negotiations.
I'm gonna run away really quickly. Good luck with that.
That's understandable. We are agreeable and like what's over there in the forest.
So I mean, if this turns out to be like world-ending bullshit, this is your problem.
It's always more than bullshit. Would you get out of
As long
any
as
less?
As long as I get to keep the box. She doesn't care what's inside. As long as I get to keep
I
the
just
box.
want the fucking box, alright?
Pretty box!
Take the
Leave me
contents.
alone!
I haven't lived yet. I don't want to die.
Sorry, this is a lot more comfortable over here. It is.
Sorry.
I don't want
it's
to
not
die
your
before
fault.
I've lived.
I've just
If
been,
this
it's
is
been a
where I'll
long
end
day
with
for me.
bullshit,
So.
it's your problem.
We are agreeable to that course. We
So
can lead you to that.
Also assuming that, they, like, going back to your place is going to be safer.
I'm assuming
than
the dogs
being
sleep
called
here
in
though,
and
yes?
ransomed.
Oh.
That it would be.
And they seem more like shoot first, ask questions later kind of people.
Kind of dudes.
They they're usually less gutsy, far from their center of power, but they've still been known to be reckless even out this far.
They had quite a large party of them.
Yeah, there was a lot of teeth among them.
That's
And it was
usually how
two
it
different
goes.
crews, not just one.
Interesting. More than one clan looking for it.
They
Yeah,
were together.
raptors and
They were
triceratops.
working- they
So
were
the
working
two different
together.
mobs of dinosaurs are clans? Different clans.
Different banners and clans, yes. From
Did
what
we
we've
find
They
one?
normally work together.
Refresh my memory about table. Were they all working together?
They seem like it.
they all seem like they were together,
The
yeah.
approach.
Okay.
Did we notice what the second banner looked like?
3 spears and a water droplet.
Ah,
It was
yeah.
like splashed out.
Describe
Right,
describe
okay.
these
I
in
got the
context
first
of
one.
all working together.
I got the first one.
Spears.
Interesting. Yeah, it was 3 spears, and it was
Waxy.
more like
This way.
it was more like the representation of
Okay.
what like a vibration would be, less water droplet, but it's the most easiest thing I could.
Ah, yeah.
Ripples.
Yeah.
And that was the
ripples.
Triceratops, wasn't it?
Yes.
So
That's interesting that they were working together. They
And it didn't seem like they were like ready to eat each other's faces off.
hmm, they
Like it seemed like, at the very least they had a common goal.
they do come together for common goals from time to time, but
How much infighting did they do?
they generally keep to themselves unless they're in their times of the year where they are showcasing or boasting
Measuring how big the decks are.
pretty much.
Fair enough.
The clans don't always agree on things. Some are higher up than others.
So they're all agreeing on this one thing.
There's
The
one
boss.
very, very specific thing.
They probably have been dealing with as much trouble from Ostrom as we have been.
I need to
They
learn
wanted
about
it.
Austin.
They
now.
probably
If you guys want to destroy it, why the fuck would they want it?
they may be using it as a bargaining chip for power, or they may want to destroy it themselves. But
Would it be a bad thing if they wanted to destroy it themselves?
we don't necessarily know what their higher up leaders are desirable.
You guys had Isingers everywhere. What you
Not
said
in their
just
upper
recently.
levels. We only had whispers come down through the ranks. We don't have anyone in with giants. That would be
Helpful?
problematic. Helpful, yes, but problematic. They would
So we,
see us much
Okay.
easier than we would blame.
At the very least, I suppose we should probably, well, we is for now.
walk and talk to
We will trust that you are not going to just kill us and take the box.
Well, we've shown no hostility to you. Respect for no hostility to us.
That's fair.
And at least 50% of us here were just minding our own business, and suddenly a lot of shite has dropped on our heads.
And we fell from the sky.
Yeah, we were looked up on our own heads. Big old thunderstorm thing.
That would have been them.
I think entirely the wrong ship to shoot onto.
Then,
Apparently so.
Yeah, what what is with the facing storm?
Oh, that would have been one of their storm lords, I'd say.
So, Dino Dudes, Storm Lords?
The the Framada is the collective of tribes that they fall under. That's the Frames are basically what we refer to them as.
Fair enough.
So we're going to their camp?
I kind of assumed that we're just walking and talking.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
walking and
Yeah.
talking. So just standing here in the bushes.
Yeah, they've you know, they're fine enough with you guys you know, holding on to it but are willing to potentially at least open it and or destroy it.
We're open-minded.
Reserve judgment until we
Yeah.
know what it is.
Yeah, because
Because if it's a red herring, then we have no idea where it is or where it's going.
listen, but basically the ones who are supposed to be receiving it know what it is. The ones who
We're meant to be receiving it.
the meant to be receiving it know definitely what it is. The ones that are on the from their side, the giant sort of collective, they seem to know what it is, but it's not reserved to the lowers, it's uppers that are basically commanding their groups. This side only has, think of it like guerrilla warfare knowledge of like, we can get people into the lower easier to infiltrate areas, but any more or any higher or any
rumors.
thing, it's like we hear snippets and rumors and things, and all it was there are groups that are going out to try and get the box, like get some box that is supposed to be coming that's going to these lands. Now, if they're worried about it, we're sure as fuck gonna be worried about it.
How do they know it's
We don't
this
know what
box?
it is.
Yeah, how do they know
No.
it's this box?
They've
yes.
obviously been.
You heard the description of it.
There
Oh,
are
fuck.
there are
Yeah.
spies and they are feeding
Yeah.
information.
Try. Yeah.
Fall asleep. Sorry.
You right now?
Yeah.
Power nap.
No, fall asleep.
Well, it is
What happens when
getting
you get too
annoying.
comfy?
Yeah. Quarter to 9.
I suppose
As
Unless
we're
anybody else-
walking,
yeah.
can I get can I ask them what this Ostram's all about? Like, obviously, you can low down, but I.
Tell them like they're fine.
Hmm?
Tell them like they're fine.
Yeah,
They.
I can get since they're wanting to get rid of the box out of their hands.
The lands of Ostrom are rife with corruption, destruction.
I will
We've
also
had-
put you with what I know.
Yeah.
We've had men, women, and children taken to be experimented on. We've had our animals taken to experiment.
And not received back.
We see some disfigured. There was one a little while back. It was known as the Bloodhound. It was changed and twisted by them. He's out there. Darkness.
So he was released, taken and released.
From rumors we heard was he escaped. I'm not sure how. None of us have wanted to interact with him since it occurred.
I'll just start like handing over like the little snippets of information that I know from. I keep it very neutral, no opinions in either direction.
Yep.
It sounds a bit like science jargon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an academic talking about people who are also academics that might be a little bit weird that we are reserving judgment. Like we don't have the crazy eyes
this chest? Where were you meant to take it? Why were you holding it? I
That's
was.
a good question.
All I know is I was meant to protect it.
Just protect it. Not
Just
take it
protect it.
anywhere. Just protect it.
Like,
Keep it secret. Keep it safe from the rats.
I've been told nothing about it, just look after it.
I mean, assuming that what we find in there is not good, very bad, you're probably going to want to leach it into the stratosphere, right? Or do you just want to finish the job regardless of what it is?
I would like to know what it is first,
Fair
and
enough.
then judge.
I mean, I literally just want to know what it is for science.
Oh,
If it turns out to be not good, very bad, I'm just going to turn around and run away.
Okay.
wield the ultimate power for myself.
But if it's like not good, very bad, or I'm clearly not strong enough to be dealing with this shite, I'm just going to be like, how about no?
Not good, very bad. I'd rather not let it out into the world.
That's entirely fair. Guys, if it is not good, very bad, I'm going to just decide that it is somebody else's problem.
That's fair.
What about you? Do you have opinions on whether it is not good, very bad?
I don't. I was just traveling.
It looks
You're
pretty.
You're just here for the ride.
Yeah, so
I am here to look
like
good.
right now I'm hearing all this information and I'm like, holy shit, what have I got myself into? I just went,
You're in
Whose
sense
fucking
of
this is
ship
me
did I get
setting
on?
off, setting off on a crazy adventure to like self-discovery and
So you suddenly got your crazy ass adventure.
You're trapped
A lot
in
more
the
than
mental
I've
loose
fucking
screen.
bargained for on what was meant to be an easy job.
yeah. And I'm just kind of like, okay, this box is very important. And
To a lot of people.
all this shit's happening.
Like, I know I get sent on the hard jobs, but this
How
is meant
far
to
are
be
we
easier.
from your tribe's camp? And will there be food, drinks, and events sequel?
At the risk of sounding childish, are you there yet?
I wanted to at least take it
There's-
down. Not
There's
food,
food and bed and safety can be.
food, bed, and safety, but no, it's okay.
Oh, there's drinks. What do you think we are? Civilized?
No, he's very concerned about the idea of setting his nose.
He's definitely too pretty to have been out in the wild.
He's too clean and
Ladies won't give you one shoe.
What? You say the ladies?
shots fired.
You say ladies?
Bro, you're gonna take a few hit points of psych damage for that.
Emotional damage!
Emotional damage.
Did you say the ladies won't even want you? Is that what you said? I couldn't
Yeah,
hear.
yeah.
Oh shit.
Not rough
Shots
enough.
fired.
He's not that fucking pretty. He's a handsome dude, but yeah, he's not like weathered and he's not rough.
Yeah.
I
These,
feel
so,
like the two of us are still
Pretty
trying
boy,
to
you just got
rig
out
over
of
this.
college.
yeah,
I feel
yeah.
like the two of us are still
He's still got the chino, he's still got the.
So,
I feel like the two of us are still kind of rig over that
yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
So the
Sounds
three.
like you're all judging a book by its
So
cover.
as you guys are heading that way,
We don't know you.
you get a proper look at them. Like you'd seen them a little bit, what you can make out, but you basically have the hunters or scouts or the leathers of rangers sort of thing. Little bit of a the lead is like a little bit of a grey in the like salt and pepper kind of thing. They're all muscular to a degree. They're not like super light skinny. They all seem to have at least a build on them, but they're not like ripped like a knight sort of thing. They seem
Survival.
yeah, they're a very athletic kind of build. They like other than him, the other two are young-ish, probably like late 20s, and all three of these are humans.
So I'm going to use Buffalo and make a phone call.
as you're being led back towards town, we're only about half hour or so from one of our outer camps. We have
Is that where the survivors of the crash were taken?
the closest camp we had. We have small little camps and settlements set up on the outer edges.
How far night time are we?
Getting pretty late now. It's yeah, it was already like afternoon to evening when you guys crashed, and then it's been just a couple hours since you sort of
Dressing.
get into that.
Yeah, sorry.
Yep.
Ask them if they're like nomadic. In a way.
We are in ways. We have outposts that if our scouts and hunters need to access, they're able to.
Before it gets dark, do you mind one of you guys take me to where you, just me, take me to where you found that crew?
You can do that.
Take the rest of town.
You can do that. Gerard. And he like nods sort of where like not the young, like it's sort of the older grizzled one, slightly younger than
Not
that,
the
but then
youngest,
not a
but the
teen,
one.
yeah, like sort of like 27-ish, and then like the other one's like 24, 25-ish. Old to me, those things.
I know, right?
And yeah, so the middle sort of 27-year-oldish heads off with you back towards that way.
Yeah, where they found those three, so that way I can have a look to see what the fuck may have happened to the captain.
Yep. You can give me a investigation. Was you're not perceiving anymore? You're probably like
17.
investigating. 17. You see his tracks were there at some point, leading up to that area, and then you lose sight of them. There seems to be like other tracks that have come through the area. But
My knowledge of the captain, he'd have tricks to make himself scarce pretty quickly, eh?
if he needs to, he can, yes.
If it needs to.
Yeah, he does have. He's got a little bit of magic about him.
Yeah. But I don't see any trace of him going foul. Just the fact that he's somehow vanished from the crew
Yeah,
and left
pretty
them
much.
stranded.
Yeah. It could be down to the fact that
Yeah.
he didn't know what was gonna like. He couldn't fight, like he couldn't deal with what was there. Perhaps
Yep.
it was just like, I'll sort it out when I can figure something out. But he wasn't there.
I'm gonna cast that minor illusion spell just for that the ship call that I did.
Yep.
Just send that noise out
Mm-hmm.
to see if I get any reply from it.
You give me a perception on that one to see.
Ooh.
24.
Before. You do hear one come back. There's a minor illusion of the same returned in your direction. Yeah, you
Yep.
know he's still out there.
Mm-hmm.
He's just not currently coming.
Is this like a perceivable noise?
It's
It would have to be.
it would
Yeah.
sound like a fucking bird call
Okay,
to
yeah.
anyone that doesn't exactly know what the
Yeah,
noise
yeah,
is.
yeah.
So I'm like, you got that ranger there as well. So
Yeah, it'd just sound like a
Yeah.
bird call type thing.
Mhm.
And it's also not. It's something you've got to know what it sounds like in the distance to even perceive that you can
Yeah.
hear it. So old man standing next to me would just hear me make a random fucking noise
Yeah.
and probably not even hear the noise bounce back at me.
Mhm.
But on the way, I'm just gonna look at this ranger and go, okay, we can head back to camp. I want to make sure my other crew is safe. And on our way back, I'm just going to start carving a few quick little fucking notches into trees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like just as a message to the captain.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, okay, easy enough. Starts leading you back. You're obviously like, 15 or so minutes behind everyone else, because it was obviously where they were taken.
Yeah.
15 minutes to the boat. You guys have got
We
at least
went-
half an hour to an hour. It's like
Yeah.
circle back 15, 20 minutes,
Yeah.
then come back in.
Yeah.
Yes, sort of like a half hour. You're sort of behind.
But I'd be able to keep up with his ranger pace of moving through the land anyway, so
Oh yeah, you can.
we'd probably be able to catch up.
Yeah, I mean you.
Double
you
time,
are
he
moving-
realizes you can keep pace, and
Yeah.
like steps it up.
He's a flat out sprint, and I'm at a light jog.
Yeah, pretty much.
The odd stumbler here and there, but he's like, I've got this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out soon. I hope that's alright. You guys can still play, don't worry. But I am tired.
Yeah, I'm getting tired too. But
Not just me though. Very long day.
So yeah,
But my
after,
son's good. He's fantastic.
after about half hour or so, half hour 45, you guys manage to. It doesn't seem like much. It seems like just like a tighter copse of trees that seem to be like ringed in a little bit more. And then as you get towards it, you see that there are some people that sort of like pop up in the trees and around the trunks and things. It's not a great deal of hunters or people, but there are some there that do acknowledge you all, and they hold up a hand as they're sort of like coming in to the area, to the thing. When you kind of like thread between something, there's somewhere there's like trees like that. It's kind of like you go in behind some, like in and around, almost like the labyrinth in the movie when you're looking at one of the walls. They're like, yeah, you can go that way, and you like walk toward the wall, and it's like it still has that cut behind, and there's the wall there.
Yeah.
It has that kind of illusion of the tree there. And as you do enter in, there is like tents and like small little huts set up in the trees. There's a couple of like walkway paths through that like cut across the top. It's sort of like I'd say a good 60 to 80 feet kind of wide of a area of trees. And it's just enough that you can have like small little groups or tents and things set up. It seems like a fortifiable kind of position. If you know it's there, and if you're trying to assault it, you're like, where the fuck is it? Sort of dealio. And they lead you in, and there's a few people that are just watching you enter. And they walk over to a slightly larger kind of animal skin hut that's been set up on one side. Like, your companions, your crewmates are over here. You'd like to follow me?
There's one more out there. He's on his way.
Actually,
Not a very trusting folk, so I've let him know that we are alive and safe for now.
This is your fleshy goat man, is that correct?
Fabulous.
Fabulous.
That was good. Yeah.
Words,
I
I'm
mean,
not.
he's a flashy goat man. I think he's a goat man.
I did say goat man, yes.
yeah.
You did? Oh.
He's a sailor.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a sailor.
Yes.
And he's
Great
fucking
guy.
fabulous.
Yeah, I remember the goat.
He's fabulous.
He's on his way. Just don't kill him as he gets here.
That's entirely up to him.
He's probably going to stand
Oh.
up.
I've let him know not to be hostile. We're not hostile unless provoked. We are simple merchant sailors. I deliver
Adventurers.
cargo from one location to another. These sad sacks
Anyway, give me the box.
are just.
Yeah.
These ones are just passengers on a ship that were
I must do a
not
science.
even heading in the direction we were going. They were going to be dropped off.
I love it.
Curious head.
Hmm?
Sorry.
Yeah.
And yeah, like as he gets to the front of the tent area, like opens up a flap to the side, and you can see that there are the 3 crewmen bound, like hand behind, and they're sort of sitting in the around the edge of a fire pit, and sort of just keeping warm, but not.
I don't think that's necessary to keep them down anymore.
They were only bound so that if we needed to cut their throats, it was as hard.
Well,
Well, we've all been
We
assured
unbound them.
that's not going to happen unless we start shit. So
It's not, and that's why they would be let go now.
please.
We've only just arrived back. I didn't know how to likely
No,
to.
that's fair.
these poor fuckers so we just got here.
It's like you just got here. How can I free them if we?
Are the sailors gagged as well, or?
Yeah, they seem to
Okay,
be,
yeah.
so that they.
So they
'Cause,
had no way
like,
of talking their way
This
out.
this group like this coach of trees that's used by these guys is only as hidden as they can keep it hidden. If some
yeah,
dumb
no.
fuck is making loud ass noises,
Yeah.
they're gonna be like, okay, someone's throat is being sliced.
Yeah.
I just look at them and go, hey boys, play nice.
Yeah, they've kind of got like a bit of a wide-eyed kind of look on them, and one of the younger guys, the younger one that was with you guys, walks over and just like cuts the ropes on them, pulls the bags out. Like, yeah, free to go, you boys are here.
I just sort of speak to him and let him know Captain is alive. Not impressed that he fucking plugged out and left you guys. But I'll sort that out.
It's too
Yes.
fabulous.
We understand. There was we'll explain.
Go on then.
Oh,
Dot, dot,
Not in
dot.
front of them.
Yeah, you
Right.
see them like kind of stop and like look at the guys around you, like the tribe, the
How many of them
hunters
hit you
around them.
guys?
They see.
How many of them hit you guys?
They
I feel like the crew would have worked out by now that I am so firmly nosy.
they didn't need us. They didn't need to.
Did they put jump on you? Or?
Magic.
I know. They seem like
Bless you. Oh, it's just
not
the
that
way.
they're not off like that. No,
No, because it's like, oh, they didn't.
they just seem
Show me on the bear where they
off. Yeah, they touch you.
This is where the 3 others are still with us, aren't they? The people that went.
I mean, this is
at this
their-
point, I'll probably
this
would
is
be
their
with
little
these
camp.
3 on their
yeah.
own.
Yeah.
Like, I'd probably be with these 3 on their own more than anything. To,
Oh, they're not letting you on that aside yet.
Yeah,
This
but-
is their.
away
Because I
from
was going to be
the
like,
rest of these guys.
Oh.
Because I wanted to be taken to where they were.
Yeah,
I
well,
just wanted
everyone
to
was
glean
being
an
led
insight on.
so it all led to the same hut.
Yeah.
Which
Everyone was
had
led to,
everything in it.
led to the hut, and the door was basically pulled open. Like, there's your guys.
Okay.
Oh, so they didn't walk in with us? Or, oh yeah, the guy.
Oh, they would have, but the guy walked in, let them out, and then like basically came to the front. Like they,
Okay.
yeah, they're at the moment. They're just like, here's your group.
Yeah, yeah.
Here are your crewmen.
These 3 are pretty regular crew for the ships.
Yeah.
Like, been with the captain for a fair while. Or
Yeah.
Can I do a bit of an insight check to see
Sure.
why they're a bit
You probably have
funny?
advantage in that being that they're your crewmen.
How big is this like room? So like
That's not.
the 3 and Nick could be sort of like off to like
Oh, it's like the whole area probably takes up like a 80-ish foot sort of.
19.
Yeah. So you can sort
area.
of talk to them
Yeah,
and
it's
separate it in or small.
So like a 60 to 80 feet radius circle that these trees on the outside hold, basically. So you think of it like a glade or an
Yeah.
empty space of trees
Mhm.
where the trees are in, like a druid grove.
Yeah.
And then there's like tents and walkways and things set up inside.
Mhm.
And there's a larger tent inside that takes up probably around 20-ish, 20, 25 feet. That looks like it's kind of like a meeting leader congregation needing to have meetings sort of area.
Mhm.
Or discussions or battle tactics or a war room, a meeting room, whatever you want to call it. And you were led, like, the guys were in there, they were let out to the front door of it,
Mhm.
and then have just been standing there, and if you want
Okay,
to
so you
leave them off to sort of have a chat with them.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was trying to
yeah,
sort of
so I'll
get
probably
what's happening.
just-
But you
pull them aside.
overall still going to be within the 60 to 80
Encampment.
foot
Yeah,
yeah.
encampment,
Yeah.
and there are other people walking.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
just
yeah.
pull them off to the side, start speaking on the common to them,
Mm-hmm.
and it was a 19 on the inside.
They seem shaken. Like, you've seen them, or you've seen people captured by people before.
Like, these are pretty hard sailors.
Yeah.
So for them to get shaken.
Yeah, they were shaken, and the fact that they weren't hit, they weren't beaten, they weren't injured. There's no visible injuries.
Yeah.
But they were like, basically, it seems like they were like, we kind of like went with them because we were like something rocked us a little bit.
Magic. Yeah, right. And the fact that the captain bugged out and left them.
Yeah. That definitely has that feel. It's like, they're semi-terrified of this, and the captain's like basically ran. Like, what the fuck was this?
Yeah.
Are they terrified of the people?
The people in the camp or something
Yeah.
else?
Yeah, they
Okay.
seem worried about, like, they seem to not want to anger, ire, worry the people.
We definitely don't give them the
Okay.
box.
Oh yeah.
Well, I was going
So
to
they've
sort of...
not been completely truthful to us as much as some of the party would like to think.
Or
I don't
there's
trust
been
them.
everything.
Yeah.
There's outright lying, and then there's not saying
The full
things.
truth.
Yeah. I'm gonna be keeping a very watchful eye on fucking everyone at the moment. I'm gonna be keeping a very watchful eye on everyone and everything that's happening at the
Yeah,
moment.
that's fair.
When this is happening? In the box.
So where's the
I said we were going to open it.
Not here, not now.
I don't think there's
Not
any
in
better
front
place
of
to do it.
everyone.
We're not
They're
exactly
not
gonna
going
be
to leave us
left
alone
alone.
while we are opening the box. They're going to want to know what's in it. Are you going to actually leave us
They
alone to
don't
open the
know
box?
what's in it. They know what's in it.
I don't know.
Well, they assume
They
they
have
know.
an idea of what's in it.
That you know what's in it.
Wait, what?
How-
Who
How-
knows what?
How do we not know that you know what's in it and your agents from, and then just like outside the trees? We've given you.
This is like a
we've,
whole-
This is going
roll
to
an
sound
insight
like a
check.
stupid question. but Do I look like I could be a fucking spy? I am covered in tattoos. I'm too recognizable.
Maybe he's just leave. Let us open the box and you come back in.
I mean, if you like, you can
why
do
can't
like...
you just open the box in front of you?
I mean, I wasn't actually saying I don't want you there. I was making it clear to my friend here, you know, you're not going to actually leave us alone to look in the box, which means we actually we have to open it in front of them.
But not in front of the whole camp. Is there one reliable
Are we not
person?
We
Are we
can.
not in a tent right now?
You were sort of like milling out the front of the.
And
No,
they
it's
can't,
like the
yeah,
tent.
they
We
were,
can-
Okay, so
yeah, that's what
I'm
I was.
going to like, is there a tent that does not have
Private
people in it?
Place.
Maybe slightly away from everybody else just in case this thing explodes in my face.
This
Good point, I'm standing
would
outside.
be the
Question.
outside of our encampment. There wouldn't be much of a.
Well, maybe not necessarily
Keep in
outside
mind.
the camp, but just like if there's one sad, lonely little shed tent, just slightly further away from all of the others. In
From
case
what it
just
sounds
in-
like,
just
it
in
could
case
possibly be dangerous. And
just in case it explodes.
We'll use the main meeting.
That,
Sweet,
that
well, the
feels
main
really
meeting
close to the
tent.
main thoroughfare if you want like people to survive this.
We'll, and then you just hear like a. It's more of like a whistle. And all eyes sort of like, and you just see all these heads like pop out of all random spots that like turn and regard the group. And they're just. They aren't sure what we have or what it does.
It might explode, it might not, we're not sure.
She still wants to save it all, it's like.
Jury's out on that front, but if it does explode, got a hell of a way to die.
4 stay behind, the rest fan out, protection. And you see just like there's like 4 guards in the upper sort of areas of the walkways, and then you just see people like slowly like descend vines and ropes and like climb down trees. Some come out of huts, some come out of tents, some stop cooking and things like that. And then there's just all these people that just you didn't even realize were in all of the trees that just sort of like scatter out.
Quietly
I'm
around.
talking like 30, 40.
Yeah, probably like 30, 40 of them that were just.
Just
The
in
ants
case
just
you have one.
exploded.
Yeah,
Just
it's
in case
basically
your cabby's here and,
So
Yeah.
they've all just ran away because we're opening the lock.
not so much run away, they were told.
Gone to a safer distance.
Yeah, they were just told.
we die.
Politely evacuate.
Yeah.
So,
in the event of a bomb, please go this way.
How confident are you that you have any understanding of this fucking place?
I knew what it was.
Then
I
it's
know
like
the
Better than the
rain.
rest of us.
I know the ruins. At the very least, I can take a look at
What's
it.
the ruins? What was the ruins?
There were the
You
ruins
haven't
that
looked at the
basically
box?
turned the thing into an arcane box.
Okay.
It's
Oh
It's a
yeah, they're like
magically
okay.
sealed box.
Yeah.
And she wants to magically unseal it.
Well,
Do we know what the runes actually like specify what type of magic would be in there?
but before we open the box,
No. It's literally just
the knowledge
Yes,
whatever's in there.
Rizzo.
that you have
Okay.
of
So at
this
the
is
very
like
least,
we
on the
open
ground.
it are potentially releasing
It's on the ground. Come on, you can do it.
or
You
it's
can do
like
it.
this
I believe in you.
like
Fine,
I
so we
believe
open
in
the
you. You
box.
can put it. You
How?
can
Is
put
it
it.
But
an egg?
the report,
You don't
want to?
the report that you have heard is that like there's something that's
Is it the
inside it.
coronavirus?
There's like this the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
It's like an artifact
Kangaroos.
of power inside, or it's like we're gonna open this and evil is gonna spill out. Like it's
That's what I don't want to
We
release.
don't believe it's evil being spilled on the land.
What do you believe it
Is it alive?
I believe it's a weapon or something that they are receiving.
I mean, we don't even 100% know if I can open it just yet. So we'll just
That,
On the ground.
Is it alive? What it is inside.
Don't believe so unless
Is it
it's
an
like a
object?
mold or a spore or something.
That's what I was thinking.
So,
Is it
so
like
they believe it's a
creature?
kind of object in there, not
Yeah, is it inanimate or is it?
I don't know much
weapon
of
of some sort.
the Darklands as to whether things would survive in a we call it an arcane box.
Oh, don't say you don't know it's an arcane box.
He doesn't know what it is.
Uh-huh.
We need to throw this box
So you
in
can
the
tell me
ocean.
what's inside it. We don't believe it's this, but it's what box is it in?
anywhere at the very least. On the ground. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you.
So we're in
Come on.
camp.
Come on,
I'll put it in the ground and I'll be like,
This one's like,
And then
you know,
it's
I'm
step away a
like a
little bit,
chicken wing and
because
a
if this explodes, you
in a
probably
drink.
don't want to be in
Give me a
sparks.
perception check.
Okay,
Fucking
okay,
box
just
down.
Well, it's
Investigation
fine.
to see if you can find something while there.
at the
They're keeping it shut. I want to open it.
I'm gonna check.
Well,
I'm gonna open it because
You,
it's dark.
you can
Yeah,
find like
I reckon
they've
that's
got
open.
some meat
You
roasting
open it.
off
I
to
would
the
ask
side.
someone for the scout to be like, hey, like, if
Oh,
we're
okay.
potentially going to be
up
moving
for
evil,
opening it,
can
he
I at
doesn't
least
want
go out
She doesn't
with a
want
drink
to
in
open
my
it.
hand?
I want you to open it.
Um,
But open it.
You two are good with
there's,
opening this, yeah?
he's getting a drink.
I was like, if this is going to
He's
be
he's gone to, like, you see him going to one of the scouts, he's like, pats him on the shoulder, and like trundles off to one of the tents, and just like comes back with like a haunch of meat and an earthware kind of mug in the other hand, and like comes back and like,
Okay.
I'm still trying to cajole Phaedra into, at the very least, taking their hands off the box. Come on, it's okay. You don't have to back away if you don't want to. Just maybe
They're
don't
just
be
watching
touching
this.
it while I'm doing
alright,
this.
I'll take maybe one step back.
Just do one. You don't have to take it
Not so I
one.
can dive back on it.
First thing I'm going to do is check the traps.
investigation check.
I'm scared.
It's
Jesus.
like level 3 opening of major.
It could be.
Okay.
Okay. This is investigation. Yeah?
Uh huh.
Okay. 21.
21. There isn't any trap that you can see on the box. The only
Arcane traps? Arcane traps?
the only things you can see is like the arcane rune binding it, and then there is a slight arcane sigil that you recognise, and you're like, that is not a protection or a sealing rune.
Okay.
That is more of a, I would say, maybe evocation.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's not an evocation rune. It would be. Why have you only got that many spells? You should have more than that.
Probably because I forgot. I've only got the
Oh.
track and proceeded to.
Yeah.
I can't remember how many spells I'm supposed to have.
You need at least 6.
Oh,
You still got 2 relevant. Alright, it's not.
but I have.
Not
I'm
Conjured.
road 2 wizard 1, remember?
Hmm?
I'm level 2 road level 1 wizard.
Yeah, level 1 doesn't get 6 first level spells.
It should say it in your.
No, wizards are weird in that you can learn every single spell you get access to.
Yeah.
You can prepare X amount of spells, but you personally learn 6 for the first level and 2 every subsequent level after that.
Okay.
Yeah, I personally
Whereas-
like sorting it out, got distracted with that.
Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, you can take 2 more spells.
Okay.
I was like, am I looking at the right? Yes, I'm looking at the right character.
I'm just joking.
No, that's fine. I was just
It
looking
sounds
at the notes.
confusing.
This is what I get for trying spellcasters.
It would be. Let's go manage spells. Just look at all the fucking spells and I can. It would be. Where's on that one? It's more of a rune for. Strange enough, you're like, huh, it's an enchantment rune.
Right. I am muttering this to myself as I go.
Yep.
Oh.
So yeah, the lock kind of feels like an enchantment spell. And you're like, or an enchantment rune. You're like, that feels like a weird protection.
Yeah, that's a bit of an odd one. Can I like puzzle out what it does?
Give me an arcana check.
That's what the spell was. So Chaos Bolt.
Aye. What the
As-
hell?
That's changed to a
Nine.
cantrip now.
9
and it's called Sorcerer's
So it was
probably does something.
Yeah.
It either
Yeah.
does something to
Oh, you got
enchant
it.
you, enchant others, or
I love that it turns into a cantrip.
Enchant what's
it's,
inside
it's
the box.
something to do with enchantment.
It's enchanting
Right.
everything in the box.
Not helpful.
The
Helpful.
thing is alive. It's alive.
First.
I think it's alive.
I'm
That's my
going to
justification.
start working out if I can puzzle out how to actually
You can choose.
It's a gizmo, isn't it?
damage type.
Yeah.
Gizmo.
Because that used to be the first level spell.
we might find out when we
Okay,
get
give me a intelligence or investigation. Check, not a save.
S-O-R?
Because I think investigation would be like
Sorceress. So S-O-R-C.
deduce some. Yeah, or deduce how something works. Yes, it would be
Sorcerers.
15.
15. You can work out that the protective like because the bands are abjuration magic. So abjuration is like protective magic. From memory. Where is the one I'm thinking of? Mage armor. Yes, abjuration. So, is abjuration magic sealing it? Like, that's the locking runes, basically. And so you're like, well, they obviously have to be dispelled, removed, or destroyed or bypassed in some way. And the enchantment rune would also need to be disabled or triggered. You have a feeling that if it is triggered, it may go dull for at least a set period of time. So if it gets triggered, you may have enough chance to not have to try and destroy two things. But if you don't trigger it or turn it off in some way, then you probably have to get through at least that, and then you also got to get through the other outside one.
Do you have any idea of what spell this enchantment is?
Real bad one.
Oh, so you.
I just enchantment.
Oh yeah. I was like, no, the Arcana was for the like. Which rune was it? It's like, enchantment. Like, yeah, I recognize that rune, and that's about it.
So we can't do anything with the box.
Technically, yes. I mean, I can unpick this thing and hope it does not set off this other thing, which will basically mean I have to pick through all of the layers in order to do the thing. Is what I understood from everything you just explained.
Yeah.
Basically, I explain in layman's terms everything.
Yes, yeah.
With a 15, you also know that the other way you could do it because that was a 15 on investigation, wasn't it? And what then your second one was Arcana, which was looking at the like how it would function or what it was.
Yes. I don't even know that. Raise one.
Just give me a what's an intelligence check. Or Arcana.
They'll probably both be the same,
Well, my intelligence is actually higher.
No, because the Arcana could have your proficiency bonus.
Fuck it all. 10.
Ken?
Nice
You-
to
No,
show
we're
us.
not rolling ones tonight.
Successful.
You've
You cursed me.
potentially heard that you can. Usually, it might take dispelling removing the rune in some way. There is also, you heard a random rumour that maybe you could overload them in some way. If you want to go like the brute force roundabout way, you heard someone apparently tried to brute force a rune one time by overloading a rune.
Do I remember what happened to that person?
Yeah, you don't recall. You just heard that it can maybe be done.
Overloaded with what?
With stuff,
Compliment.
things.
Magic.
So you just, I know lightning.
Hmm?
You know what now?
I know lightning stuff. But
I mean, if we're talking spells, I don't know. Mage hand, message, comprehend, language, that's fine.
We're talking
You've
about
also got
opening
two
the
spells.
box, not destroying.
Yeah, we only want to open it. We don't want to break it apart just in case we have to put it back
No,
in.
how company I'm then how to get into it.
Doesn't sound like
You haven't even
you're
tried yet.
right now.
I mean, that's a good point. I haven't actually tried yet.
I'm gonna step outside of the tent. But I'll like,
Can you keep
Yeah.
it open?
like I'm gonna step outside, but
People.
Hey, I don't know, you guys, but
Good luck
Like
with whatever it
chunky
is you're doing.
where's the popcorn when you need it?
Yeah, how safe is it to just go back to the thing you heard?
I just want to check my spells list for everything else.
You should. Well, you should still have 2 more.
Yes, I need to work out which spells I would want to be taken. I just do not remember.
Guys, I'm gonna head out. I'm sorry, I'm tired. Keep
Um,
playing. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch it. I wanna know what's
You'll
the
be
boss.
Feel like things, yeah.
I didn't say I was gonna watch it now. I'll watch it tomorrow while I'm eating non-stop.
Ding ding. Have a
I
good
mean, I am not. I am
Thanks everyone. I had a good time.
Anyway,
Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
tired.
so
Sorry.
Spell magic. You're talking about the cool. Yeah, I think it's a second.
unfortunately, I am not going to. So I will worry about the other spells later, unless somebody has suggestions for what spells I could
not right
I
now.
wouldn't even have a clue what spells you have access to.
later. Basically, do it.
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
do a roundabout by.
You're saying you might need.
Bye.
No, it's alright.
I'm going to
Yeah, that's okay.
delicately start arcanely unpicking
Yeah.
some
Alright.
of these spelly things, whatever it is I need to be actually get responsible.
Okay. This is gonna.
Yeah.
This is basically this would be a
Yeah.
homebrew kind of thing.
Alright.
Alright, let's go
Alright.
with.
That's alright.
Let's go with the sleight of hand. Plus a spell. But alright, let's go with a.
Start with the sleight of hand and see
Start
what
with the sleight of hand and see where we go.
As she starts doing it, I'm gonna also just grab my shield, swing it around.
Yeah, you've got +6. Okay, +6 on the spell attack. So yeah, let's go with a spell attack plus a plus the sleight of hand. So sleight of hand and then just basically an attack roll for a spell.
sleight of hand, come on, big money. Fuck yeah.
Now 20?
No.
Oh, the opposite?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All over my face.
Not necessarily.
Will I still do the attack roll or?
Yes, do the attack roll.
Okay.
Let's just see where we
Okay.
kind of
I'm
land.
getting ready to do the dive action.
Let's see where we land here.
What reactions have I got?
My attack was 6.
Yes,
15.
15. Okay, so 15. And what would the roll have been? So sleight of hand was the 1 plus 7. So then 8. Yes, I only do nat ones and nat 20s in
combat.
combat. The others, you might like fail slightly sideways or succeed slightly sideways. So okay, so it was an 8 and a 15. 8 and 15. So you start. Were you working on the enchantment rune first, or were you going for the abjuration spell? The enchantment like rune first. Rune stuff.
Like, this is the first time I heard it make a noise.
Yeah.
I feel like I should start with the enchantment rune.
Okay. Okay.
I feel like that is like right.
Okay. Give me a.
Mostly because she doesn't know what it does, so like.
Yeah, that's fine. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
It's like, you know, like, picture a scene where, like, Dexter's in his laboratory and he mixes the wrong thing and the hair's, like,
That's why I'm like, waiting to sort of.
That's 5.
5 total.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to dive in and help
That was good.
damage control.
So,
I'm like standing at the door.
so you're like, okay, I've worked runes before. I've been scrap runes. I've got runes.
I am literally covered in runes.
I'm runes. I am runes. And you're like, okay, so if I maybe like adjust the rune or just like change it in a little way, it might like shift it a little bit. Try to do it. And you're like very careful about it, and then you're like, okay, the pump just like a little bit of not spell slot with magic, but just a little bit of magic in there, just to like yeah, like fuel it and like get it to like power and move maybe, and kind of like slip when you, because your sleight of hand was the bad one and your spell was the, so you're like, alright, that feels like enough power there. You see it like pulsing and glowing in the room, and you're like, alright, let's just apply like tink, tink, and then it's like it pulses just a little bit much, and you're like tink. You're like, oh no. You feel like dark thoughts and dark whispers start to like someone around you was like whispering right in your ear. It's like, it feels like it's right here, like right next to your head, and you're just like, and it's basically a
Is this the charm
don't you
condition?
want to protect me?
Is this by any chance the charm condition? Or a charming spell?
Because if it is, I can't check.
No, you can. You have advantage against the save.
Oh, okay.
I roll again then, just to see what it would be.
That's why I'm asking. Because I'm looking at it going, no wonder.
This is, I'm going over this one, right?
Yes.
That's a 15.
15. You like, okay, so you hear it there and it's like the whisper, and you're like, I don't need to do this.
Hey, I'm not trying to hurt you. I just want to have to peek in there. I can put you back afterwards if you like.
How wide is this sort of? It's just a whisper to her specifically.
Oh yeah, none of you hear the
yeah.
whisper.
'Cause, like I was.
Yeah, like no one else
like
in the
a foot away
room.
from it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
that's
Oh
why
yeah,
I
because
was
you
like,
were just back from it.
Yeah, that's what I'm like.
Did your dumbass try and open this chest at one point? You don't know.
feel like it's like a force trying to drive to like get home. It just wants to be free and get home. It just wants it just
You're there eventually.
yeah. But you feel that it's not penetrating in. It's just like
I agree with it.
it's just like there, and it's. I would say any more will be disadvantage in that the spirit hasn't left and it hasn't charmed you to do anything. Like the voice hasn't left. It hasn't swayed you to its side to do anything. But it's like constantly like
Distracting.
yeah, it's just like
Devil on the shoulder
how
now.
about you help me? how about you don't fight this? So yeah, it's basically any more further rolls you're feeling slightly distracted and that you're like,
At the end.
yeah, no, I'll be fine. I'm just trying to work on this thing. Let me work on the thing.
You say like from the outside of us watching this happen, obviously we can't get a whisper like is it all mental?
You can't hear
So
whispers.
the
You
whispers,
can't hear.
would
It's
you,
whispers.
respond?
Whispers.
So like
Are
when-
you responding?
when
Would you be
Farrago
responding out
Yeah.
loud or just in your head?
I'd probably be muttering. I wouldn't be like outright talking
like
out
a
loud,
bit
but I would.
Okay, so I'm
there's some
witnessing this.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
sorry,
hear some
yeah.
muttering like right near
Yeah.
Farrago.
I gotta sit back for a minute and look at them.
Are you okay?
Technically, I didn't entirely fuck up,
But
but now the box is talking to me.
Oh. Has the box ever talked to you? Has
Has
it
it talked to me?
You?
Like, is it
I
like?
don't think, as far as I know, it hasn't.
Roll what's your memory?
History?
I feel like it's weird.
No,
Or
it's
just
like
flat
recent.
intelligent.
Yeah.
Recall lore about historical events. No, it's not. It's not history.
Be either flat intelligence or wisdom then.
Yeah.
Yeah, more than likely.
Oh, the brain power.
Flex on effort
I
to
feel
read
like
what they meant to
wisdom would be
understand
brain
someone's
power.
feelings, notice things about the environment, or care for anything.
I feel like you would just know this though, like that's
Not
happened.
necessarily.
You
If you've lost memory and shit, like you're not 100% of what memory is.
it's on logic, educate, intelligence check,
It is
because it says comes into play when you need to draw on logic, education, or memory.
Check or save?
Remembering
Check.
what
It
shape
doesn't
you
matter
remember.
either way.
So like intelligence is remembering the shape of the apple.
16.
Wisdom is it knows it's a shape. There's a shape of an apple. Intelligence is being able to recall it.
I like the tomato word.
Oh,
Tomatoes,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. That's
Um,
Yes.
Now that she's mentioned the box is talking to me, I don't think I fucked up, but the box is talking to me. Something about that clicks, and you're like, the box has spoken. I feel like the box has spoken to me.
Yeah. So I fucked
I
up. at some
can't
point.
exactly remember, but the box has. I know that term. Like, I had that same thought.
Yeah.
I don't know when or where or how or why, but I had that thought.
Deja vu.
Is it kind of like you feel like you?
Okay. So was it like telling you, you should protect me, you should get me home? Where? I'm gonna talk to Buxton. Where's home? Who are your people? What? I can't hear you. What?
She's got the fan.
Renaissance is expecting me.
Oh, okay.
Have another crack.
Yeah, okay. Let's do your thing again.
Sure. So it'll be sleight of hand and another spell cast at disadvantage for both of them.
Can I help it in any way?
It was hard.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
After
Can I
this next-
divine smite
After
it?
this, like she's
Sorry,
not
I said
charmed.
I didn't want to.
I mean,
I
you
wanted
could,
to
but-
protect it.
Did she pass the charm save or?
No,
Okay.
Pass the
So
shower
she's
safe,
not-
so I'm literally just
Otherwise, she wouldn't be having another crack at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have any spells to assist.
Yeah,
Technically.
I don't know. No way I should have to do that.
Start looking at the other people around.
Neither.
Hang on, I can protect. Try the protect
What was
the
the soul
evil
for?
and good. I can try and protect the evil and good.
Protecting.
Would that do anything to the rolls?
Double check the spell.
Protects against creatures that are aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead. Protection grants several benefits. Creature of those types has different disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. The target also can't be possessed or gained by the charmed or frightened conditions from him. If the target is already possessed, charmed, or frightened by such a creature, the target has advantage on any new saving throws against the element.
Which in fairness, I do already have advantage.
Mm.
But you just got disadvantage on your trying to open the box.
Yeah. I don't think she. I don't think
Is
there's a way around that.
It won't negate. I mean, it would. It could, if you get disadvantage on the roll, it would end up just being a flat roll for you.
The flat roll feels
Would
better
it
than the
shut it up for a
Yeah.
moment?
It would be more the if there was another wisdom saving throw, it would be at a flat roll, not at advantage or disadvantage. But
This was this a slight man?
yeah, this is a sleight of hand and a spellcasting check, basically.
But it's not at disadvantage at the moment because of the
These
whispers.
ones are. So
These
what
ones
you're
are
saying
at
Okay.
is
disadvantage.
So if I do
you
this, it'd just
fail.
be a normal roll.
Yeah.
At a normal flat roll. Is that what you're saying?
I'll give it, yeah.
Okay.
So if we've already rolled enough, I'll roll again if you'd like.
We doing it?
Because that was before that roll was given before that was done, so I will allow the re-roll to occur and it's just gonna be a flat
Alright.
roll.
Because I kind of just did the roll before we
That
finished the
was the
discussion.
slight
Yeah.
man roll.
Oh, that's fine. It would still be because the sleight of hand and the
It's fine,
spellcasting
the
is
voices.
sort of at it's the combination.
So I'll touch your
Thing
shoulder.
happening, so-
I have a bit of like
So it's just giving
blow.
protection.
Yeah, well, what I was thinking is
Nice
the,
step
what
away.
you said before was the rolls to try again would be a disadvantage.
Yes,
You
because
fail
of the
those
whisper.
rolls, the whispers would be the wisdom save that you did at the end.
No,
of
the whispers are giving disadvantage on the
Roll.
thing rolls because she's trying to be like focused on doing that while there's a chattering thing in her ear.
I may not be proficient with these tools and opening chests and shit, but I do have skills with other sets of tools, and they kind of okay sleight of hand. Would I be able to help give her the help action on the sleight of hand check?
It would still only now currently bring it to a flat roll.
Okay. Yeah, so on the next roll.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
how
that's
you're
what I
like
mean.
With
With
the
the-
protection, with the
buffering.
protection of good and evil from if she fails this one for the next roll. Would
Well,
that,
this lasts
So
for
this
an
lasts
hour.
for an hour.
yeah. So if I then give the help action on the next attack, if
No,
she fails
because
this
if she still has disadvantage on it, and then advantage, another
sorry,
source of
10 minutes.
advantage doesn't give her
Okay.
advantage. When you've got advantage and
Yeah,
disadvantage, they
yeah,
cancel
yeah.
out to nothing.
Yeah.
So you've just always got flat rolls if
Yeah.
you've got a
Yeah,
source of each.
At least for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Or
Roll
if
back.
someone
Yes, that's
Yeah.
fine.
breaks my concentration.
Slightly better.
Okay,
That is a 17 for sleight of hand.
17 for the sleight of hand. We're looking good there.
That's better.
Probably the second one. Alright.
Is wisdom save?
Spells, the second one. The spell.
Oh, yeah.
18.
18. One.
I had to laugh.
Yeah. That's what happens. Okay, so with the 17 and the 18, you manage to, you're like, get out of my, piss off, ghost. Fuck off, ghost.
Shut up, I'm doing a thing.
Yeah. So this time you manage to tune back in even better this time with the spell, like managing to hold the energy kind of to it to match it, and then you're like, okay. And then this time you're like going to like change the rune again, and you're like, and you like go further, and you're like, okay, didn't skate off it, didn't fuck it. There's no worsening voice in my head currently. And then you manage to finally, like, after you've like scarred a little bit, you manage to see that it's like way you can see it like fizzling and kind of like pulsing, and you're like, it's like a seal kind of, that's what it's based sitting on. That's where the runes are kind of holding, and you like get your chisel kind of in behind it to do your rune work. So you like runing stone chisel, and you just like, and it cracks off enough that it's kind of like leave it away from the box, and the runes on it, you can feel the magic kind of like dull out, and there's the voice is still there, and it's like a hiss. It's like
Yep, trying to slay me, bitch.
yeah, there's less of a voice. It's just like a
Fuck you.
an annoyed hiss is more of anything basically.
Having
It disappeared like crack.
having a look from a distance, does this look like this rune was attached to the box after the box was created as a magic box,
No,
or was it added?
it was
like,
integrated with it.
Okay.
Now you can either have a crack at trying to.
I've come this far. I might as well continue as I mean to go on.
Sure.
Is there anything
Everyone needs
like
to-
vibes that I'm getting from it?
Just like over the box and black hole and want something to do.
Okay.
So I guess the stuff is
Everybody roll your characters.
Yeah. You crash land in a forest.
And then the world ended. Before we go any further, refresh my memory. Can I tell whether the box is keeping everything else out or just keeping something in?
From the way it is, how would I'm just trying to think of like room work and which way it would work.
Like, can I tell whether we are being, like, if the contents of the box are being protected from the outside world or we are being protected from what is in there?
From the way the runes are carved into the things, I'm just trying to think of which way the rune being carved would be a better way, like a better descriptor for in the future, even for my own personal, anytime I run things like this.
Runes facing towards the
More runes indented and raised off. So if a rune is a rune magic symbol, anything like that is carved in, so it's being set in, that would stop things getting into the box, so you're trying to seal the thing in. If it's the other way and it's the rune is raised out towards you, almost like it's stuck on kind of looking feel, that would be stopping the thing getting,
So we let it out.
yeah,
Yeah, so if it's like an embossed out, then it's
yes.
Which is what it
Yeah.
was.
You're basically like holding the, like, if it's out, it's kind of like holding the thing in.
yeah.
If it's
Well, the
indented,
sounds of
it's
it
trying to hold
had
the
been
thing
under
out,
Yeah.
basically. The other one there was just on the outside. It would have been raised out a little bit, which way you were like trying to chip like an edge of the rune kind of off. So it was raised out, which means it was trying to protect you from getting, like stop you from going.
They were trying to protect
Into
us from it.
Yes.
So these are all trying.
All of them are trying to, all the runes things that have been on this box are trying to contain something.
So are you sure you want to open this?
Come this way.
Which would that have occurred to me earlier, or is this like something that is only really occurring to me now that I am like looking at the rooms in depth
At the
and have the
Yeah, you've done, like, obviously you guys aren't like 10, 15 or anything, so you probably would have done room work to get all the basic stuff so you can cast spells with it and work out how that all works.
like I would be able to tell the difference between keeping everything else out and keeping something from coming in.
You would have that idea. You would understand that, yes, that would be how it would work.
I suppose like looking at all of these rooms now, kind of inspecting them really in depth, like
Yeah.
that would have hurt down rather than like hours ago when I was just looking at the first box.
Yeah, exactly. From a distance, you were like, oh yeah, it's an arcane box. Don't know whether we can't get in or can't get out. And then when it's right in front of you, you're like, oh, we don't want to get into this.
Yeah, which
we
especially once like the whispery voices start, and I go,
Uh-huh.
well,
maybe we don't open.
So
Yeah.
do I get any vibes from it as this is happening?
I walk into the tent and go,
Comedic relief.
come in with a napkin and dab.
I'm apparently
You are
performing
definitely
surgery.
nice, Paul. Good watch.
We all know he's nice. I mean, it doesn't feel like there's an increased presence around the box at the moment. It's only like one little sliver of something because she's trying to interact
So it doesn't
And
sense danger.
to the
but I
thing
won't-
physically and annoyingly with the box.
So have I?
Like, Yo is fucking with my box, and I don't know why.
So have I at this point, at the very least, disabled the enchantment?
Yes, the enchantment room is the same.
So at the very least, it can fuck with more people.
Yes,
Okay. So
Okay.
that's the way it does seem.
Oh, okay.
Because yeah, you like has mentioned that was like, well, did mention openly
Deja
that,
vu.
like,
I felt it was like deja vu when it was saying exactly something.
yeah,
Would that-
to you it
would
wasn't
that
like
then
you saying
dispel the
anything
charm on-
about it.
Did I?
If
oh,
she
no, I
was
don't think
previously
so.
charmed by it, would that then dispel the charm? if
Not-
she was charmed?
Charmed per se.
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
So I assume the other guy is still here, also watching this.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So here's what's happening. So this one here, I find it quicker, not just damage. This one does a thing to your head where, like, if you are particularly weak in your brain, it will basically force you into first protecting it, but also it wants to go back to the person it was supposed to be sent to. Also, all these other rooms, now that I'm really, really looking at them properly, they are keeping something in rather than keeping everybody else out. So, I would actually very strongly recommend you not opening the box, now that I'm looking at it properly.
Then what the fuck do we do with the
I
box?
would like to
Because
contain
these
it
guys
if
won't
something
let the box
dangerous.
go to where it wants to go. Where does it say it wants to go?
It says it wants to go to
Lady Ramston.
that one.
Let's go.
What he
Let's
said.
go.
In the dark.
Yes. It is very eager to get back there. It was I assume it wasn't very nice.
It wasn't.
Sinister.
I mean, it was like, it was trying to convince me to do a thing, but
Yeah.
it was kind of sinister about it.
Yeah, it was very. It was sinister
Foreboding.
sounding.
It was like talking,
Foreboding, yeah, maybe.
it was like talking to that. It was like talking to that creepy uncle.
Yeah.
Technically, what he's saying is nice, but it's giving me a weird vibe.
Yeah, you're like, I don't think I should listen to him.
Yes.
Yeah.
If he tells you to keep secrets, don't do it.
Yeah.
This box is magically locked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Going back, if I had opened it to contain it if it's particularly dark.
Like you mentioned deja vu when I mentioned Mars.
Yes.
Was it like this from the shot there? Do you remember whether or not it told you to like protect it and get it to the name of the person that I just mentioned that was already gone again because my brain is doing the thing.
I don't remember her name.
Ramaskov.
Yeah, that one.
I remember I was just told to protect it.
By the box or box the box?
Like do you
There's a blank spot.
Yeah.
that is less helpful than I was hoping for.
Kind of want to smack her on the head and just be like, remember shit.
Ow!
Cognitive memory adjustment. No, I know it's not going to work, so I'm not going to do it.
Remember concussion.
That's it. That is memory.
Yeah.
Process it. I'm sorry, I didn't read the jargon so hard.
My vote's still open.
Yeah, but
Really?
are we sure that we want to let out whatever is in there?
It sounds like
There's
Because
a lot of
we're
people
not-
chasing it
we are
and trying to figure out what to do with it.
it sounds like
the contents of the box is not being protected from the outside world. We are being protected from what's in there.
and a lot of evil people want to get access to it to release this evil, I guess.
Well,
Well, evil is subjective. It's evil question mark.
what do we do with it?
These guys said
It
they
is
want to
equal.
just
They want to
destroy
destroy
it.
the box. Destroying the box will open the box and therefore let it out anyway.
Well,
I mean, assuming that you don't have methods of destroying the contents of the box without actually opening it.
not to our knowledge, no.
Well, in that
What
case,
do
I
you
actually would recommend trying to destroy it at all because if you
No.
destroy the box
Now that
without any guarantee that you can also destroy what's in there.
now that we have clearly an expert on it, and that's not meant in a condescending way. He's not seeing this box till this moment,
Is he also
and
nervous?
you've like he's nervous as shit because he's like you did a thing and you turned off some of the rune stuff, and then you've got other stuff, and you're like, yeah, we should open it. The fuck we should open this, and he's like,
Never mind, I've changed my mind.
why have we changed mind? What do we? Okay, let's listen to the smart lady.
Yeah.
Like,
Can you still talk to the box?
I still talk to box? Or is that
Or is it
fully
just
disabled
quiet?
now?
For
There's
10 minutes.
there's a very quiet static. You don't know if it's speaking or if it's just listening or if there's any communication, but there's just like a very minor buzz.
I'll just leave it. There you go, shit.
Is there a way
Trying to
to
do a thing to my
reseal
brain.
it?
You get what could be described as a sinister chuckle before it then like fades down to nothing.
I'm going to say yes.
Can you ask it?
Just because I can talk to it
Ask
doesn't
it if
mean.
it's evil?
I mean,
Can you ask it if
That's
it's
it.
evil? Wow.
No, like, you know what I mean? Like, it wants
It's
to go
actually a really nice person inside, locked in, that just no one wants out.
Yeah, it's a celestial trapped in there. I don't know what you're all about.
I mean, technically, yes, I could ask
Can
it
you
that.
ask it what it is?
The
Like,
trouble is, I don't think it would tell me.
Is there any chance by this point that the captain may have actually come towards the camp?
The answer is Captain.
Oh yeah, the like.
Is it the captain in the box?
No,
What's it? Where's the captain?
maybe thinking of what his input might be on this, and do we just complete the job, or do we just
So you hear like a.
find out more information on what the fuck this box is?
So you hear like one of the guards. There's a well-dressed goat man on the way in. Do we let? Yes, let him in. Oh, and then like a few moments later, it's not stone, so you don't hear the click lock.
It's a tap of the sun.
But it comes around the corner. Okay, what are we doing? here, guys. What?
Oh, it's you.
You. Oh, so you got the box. Okay, cool. Can we get out of here now?
I mean, yes, but also no.
These guys don't particularly seem too excited on letting us leave with this box. We're trying to figure out what this box is.
Yeah,
What the
I mean,
fuck did you
I'm
do?
keeping that box with
Leave
me.
the boys on their own.
you. Oh, okay. So we're right.
We'll explain
We're
after
doing
we
this
do it.
right now.
We're unpacking this now. This is never there.
Yeah, no, I can
There's
see
a lot
that.
to unpack at the moment.
I'm fucking processing as well. They're a lot fucking less furry than they were before. What's and he's like looking at the human with you. He's like,
It was supposed to be fluffy.
the light can be.
they fucking were.
Where is
Okay,
this
I looked over
door?
your back. Are you supposed to be fluffy?
I mean, at times I am, yes.
But like part time
Even
or
Batman
full time or
sounds like a Batman.
50-50 or
Um,
is this a full moon type
on-
deal or like when you're on your cycle?
That was a quick cycle.
choice, not the others. We on full moons occasionally as well, but it's mostly controllable.
Okay, so you're
That's
occasionally
right.
fluffy.
Changelings? Not changelings.
Like
Like
yeah.
can be, yeah.
Straight up werewolves and werebears.
And he basically is, and he he keeps the boat
That's what I
on,
was thinking.
but you see him like,
This is now group therapy for everyone, including you.
and like hulks out to a werebear,
So much to unpack.
Okay, I'm like from shield here to.
and just
My
like
first
fur
day.
muzzle comes out.
I was just like, calm down. He hasn't actually done anything. He's just there.
Okay, now I understand why the boys were a bit spooked. Come on.
He's literally just existing as a thing.
Yeah, cool.
Calm down.
Sorry, reaction.
You know,
It's like-
we don't need to immediately go on the defensive just because he's there now.
Yeah, and it's just
Get
like
bigger now.
chest, like right. Yeah, it's just like basically like an upright bear, but like torso just muscle
Yes.
on him, like jacked.
I look at the
But
boys
he's
and
still
I'm
just
like,
standing there. He's not
Oh
like,
yeah, he's not
Yeah.
attacking or anything. He's just like
Sorry,
He's
mate.
just
Just
existing.
reaction.
he's just existing.
and like shakes out of it. You see like fur kind of just like drop off him a bit. Sorry, I do not. We don't always possess the vocal cords in the films.
So a different accent now.
Yeah, I just made that up.
It's like your accent changed for a minute there. We'll pretend that
It's
didn't
the
happen. Vocal cords are funky.
yeah.
oh, now I see why the boys are spooked.
It's not just me either. It's the whole and just like gestures at the whole.
Okay, so
Community?
you're all very in close with some sort. Cool. Good to know.
Oh, like this is my first time, like away from my continent.
Yup.
Dinosaurs. People changing into fucking beasts.
Yup.
This is the best.
Are you currently shitting yourself? Did you wear the brown
No,
pants?
no, he's like, this is fucking awesome.
Hey, we're both very new to this, and I'm handling it very differently to you.
It's like, like I
Yeah,
thought
we've got like I can study it, and then we've got what the fuck is this?
I'm like, I was an adventurer, I experienced things, but within the surrounding regions of my hometown.
You
Yes,
come
I
across a
like-
few squirrels and like foxes,
Whereas I was in a classroom up until last week.
and I'm just like,
Excited.
I've
So you're just
seen
like-
Yeah, that's why I'm like,
Yeah,
reaction.
you're like, I mean, I guess, but let's defend against this. And you're like,
a fox.
I've seen shit.
Like, I can get why some of the boys might have been a bit spooked, but like, come on, cat, that's worse than this.
Yeah, we have. I'm not taking on like 4 of them. Are you kidding me? Like, our boys die, and then I'm captured. I'm not. No, I'm not stupid.
They were a lot less furry when they approached us. We didn't.
Yeah,
We just
I-
we saw them as humans.
I kind of
Technically,
gathered.
they didn't approach us. Like
Well,
Star
yeah.
Trek.
Oh, okay. So we're friends now, are we? I don't.
We saw them falling as soon as went.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
at
then they-
least
and
you
then they-
spotted them, I guess.
So they didn't get the jump on us.
Yeah, the boys. Boys, we gotta work on the. That was fucking terrible. What was that? Anyway, okay. So we've got the bot. We can go, right? We're friends. We can.
They don't want to let us leave with the box.
What?
They
I
want.
don't want them opening.
They don't want the box to make it to Austria.
Okay. So
That's
do we
massive.
have a fucking solution for this?
Well, the
Like-
original solution was to open it and see what's in there. But I had a look at the box, and it spoke to me,
Sure.
and it tried to do a thing in my head, and I wouldn't let it. And I had a better look at the runes, and I realized that instead of keeping everybody else out, it was keeping something else in there. So it is protecting us rather than the other way around.
We're asking questions. We don't ask questions.
Stop this
Is this the captain or one of
Yeah,
the
this is the captain.
Technically, he didn't ask any questions at all. I asked a lot of questions.
No, I get that. But we move things from one location to another, and we get paid. We don't ask questions.
Yeah, but
What's
it
in the
looks like-
fucking box?
What's in the
No!
box?
Whatever
We're
it
not
is, I
opening
don't
the box.
think it's good. I think it might be not good very bad.
Stuff the shit crate
Can
without a
we
fucking
reseal
paddle.
this?
Fuck.
It's,
So
it's still sealed. It's
Okay.
just the thing that twists your brain into protecting
Okay.
it with your life and getting it to its destination, that's not there. It
Well,
technically
that's
is there.
a bonus.
It technically is there, but I don't think you can do the thing anymore.
Okay.
okay, that's
So we
that's
can't
good.
get tricked into
Wait.
doing what it wants.
Pretty much, yeah.
Alright.
Okay,
like-
that's
A box that basically tries to force you to do a bidding is bad news.
yeah. That
The box
just a
will do
little.
that.
Okay.
And
Ugh.
I suppose the next question is to the other guy, whose name I cannot get.
They haven't said
He's
anything.
behind.
You can-
Yeah.
And do you actually have a means of destroying this without letting out what is in there?
We do not.
You have some. Do you feel secure enough to be able to defend it from everybody else who wants
I'm not
it?
leaving it here.
I'm not talking to you
I
right now.
know, but I'm here.
Held your wished until I am finished.
We
Like, can
could
you
drive back. Box.
Can you confidently say that if you have to leave the box intact, and you defend it from everybody else who wants it? Legitimately. If every man and his dog wants this box, can you defend yourself from every man and his dog?
I mean, we've got dogs.
I didn't mean that quite as literally as you said.
No more. They are dogs. So we've
Again,
got
I
dogs.
did not quite mean that as literally as you said.
Mercy.
Yeah.
Honest answer, I do not know.
I mean, considering how many people already leave on this box, and I mean, hypothetically speaking, would you open it? Or anybody in your among your people, could they open it? Like just open it, not destroy it, just open it.
Not house, but it's
If any of yours got particularly nosy, could they break into it?
some of our.
And
We have
are-
some with special abilities, but
And are you prepared for the consequences of what might happen if you do open the box?
we were to collect and if there was a problem, see if we could work out what it was when we first received it. We only had word that it was transported into our lands to the northwest.
And
We were instructed from our do anything about them before taking them, then we would do it. But if we could not work beyond Indoors, as it is what you've shown, then we will take it there.
Right.
Can we get some transparency? Because this seems like it's a powerful thing. Can we get a bit more transparency from you guys about who them is?
It was, this
Which
is very
them?
much a little fish in a big ocean.
Yeah, because like you guys have you've been given information from a higher council to
Okay.
obtain this box and stop it from travelling to the north. Austria. Who are all these people, and if you guys can't figure it out, where would you be taking it?
We would take it to ours.
And what was
They
their intention? Did they give their
they have not explained what they would do, but they are not from this realm. They are. There's. How much do you know of the how to put this? The paths between worlds?
How much do I know?
Yeah.
Arcana. You definitely would have heard and known that there are major planar travel locations throughout the world, and that if they're non-stable, things may randomly just come through, or sections of the world may just randomly come through or disappear or whatever. But for locked regional ones that Cosmorta is known to have, those sprang up larger cities, settlements, environments around them. Now, the saying that it's like a path between worlds would indicate that it was a major planar portal location, and that's kind of what it's referencing.
I do a general overview of knowledge.
Yeah. We came into this world.
As a region?
I came in. Well, actually, I was born, but a few of our previous generations came through from the wild. We lived in harmony with peace. We have lords who would protect us. Animal lords, they would really refer to. They would protect us and look after the tribes and the groups and make sure that we weren't destroyed.
Gods, spirits, fae.
More akin to not quite deity level, a few steps below.
Elementals of the earth.
No.
Is this where the rock comes
Hmm?
from?
I'm just pulling up what they said. Is it on the page?
They'd be on the monstrous.
I think they're on the 16.
Fight even werewolves and shit got changed to the celestials.
No, they didn't. These things are separate.
Oh.
These ones that I'm referencing.
Okay.
They are solstices. These are lesser deity figures. They're not full gods, but they share themes with them. They're our beacons, basically, in the world. We several of our tribes are around them. They protect the forests and the animals and people within that are defend them and live in nature, they would be our best bet on hiding, destroying, or moving these box.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, one more question. Hypothetically speaking, if the rest of the wider world finds out that we have this instead of us, are you prepared to potentially end up with, like, a metric function of enemies on your doorstep? I mean, we've been in the sky a whole 5 minutes, and now we are out of the sky and in your camp.
It's like I said, pretty easy.
We are not. We never asked for the war that the two lands around us.
I do understand that, but this will put, like, keeping this in your possession in any capacity, regardless of what you do with it, will put you in even deeper shit than you are already in now.
That's the point. I'm
Or you
trying
let
to
us
get
go
to.
with the
Were-
box and the.
We never
when
asked
you-
for those. The
Are you saying the
incursions from
Celestials could help?
the other lands.
Well, not Celestials.
We just wanted to live in
Guardians.
peace.
If
and
I'm looking for more information, I
if
just
it
want
brought
to get
more war,
paid.
we would not.
We're getting paid by
So, bearing that in
releasing
mind,
evil and all of this crap.
I'd rather not
There's a
tell
lot
you
of
that
evil in
this
this
because
land.
is probably going to result in probably open warfare,
There's a-
regardless of what you do.
There's a lot of evil in a lot of places. This tiny little continent. Just
Okay, so you don't mind if we take this list then?
If it does not bring more warfare to our lands.
Okay. So
You
we're all
let us
gravy
go
then.
with it, but you won't
Yes.
be happy with it.
Thank you very much. Do we know where we're going with that? What direction we're
I was
going?
gonna be like the warlords. They mentioned the warlords might be able to do something to it.
It's a big old might, and it's a question of do we get in there, assume that they're going to be able to do a thing with it, and hope that nobody else gets really pissy about it? Or do we take it away from the people who now very clearly do not want it?
But we're not taking it to where it wants to go.
I feel like taking it where it needs to go is probably a bad idea. I mean, as shaky as
I was
my
waiting for the plot there.
I mean, as shaky as my morality can be, it feels like we handing this over to the very clearly not good, very bad people. You know, giving not good, very bad people a not good, very bad box feels like a bad idea.
I don't particularly want the
Yes.
problem with
I
this
agree.
box, and I want to get paid
Especially
for a
because
job I decided to do.
I feel like I can't help but wonder if delivering this box to where it was supposed to be going, is that going to cause a big issue in the wider world?
Is there a way?
And is there going to be a way of
But can you
escaping
spend
if
it?
it does actually bring a whole shit ton down on everybody?
Is
Because
there,
we are the everybody.
is there a place where we can take it then? Now that we know, should we just destroy?
I feel like I'm not smart enough for this yet.
We need guidance.
Well, this is where I'm like they
I cast
So
guidance.
now what?
they mentioned their guardian. Was it guardians? They used specifically
I don't know.
animal lords might be
And
able
given
to help.
that I've now broken the box, are we sure that they're not going to get pissy with us for breaking the box?
I don't know. I don't fucking know. I think I wasn't the one that took on the contract. I'm just the muscle here to help the captain deliver the goods.
Well, you're right,
And
Cap.
at the moment, we're up shit creek for our job getting paid.
I mean,
Honestly, if everything goes shit sideways, you're not
Right.
the money isn't going to.
We're up shit creek without a paddle in a forest that
If this is
I mean-
bad news, I'd rather not take it though,
I mean,
to
look,
its destination.
the skyship is crashed in the forest. Shit already went sideways.
And I mean, if we deliver the box
How
and
the
everything
fuck do we
goes
get
even
off this
further
rock
sideways, you're going to be too dead
and
to
get
care about
anywhere to get fucking any more information on what the fuck is in this box
I mean, my
and why
first
everyone
thought,
wants it.
was deliver the box, get paid, call in a favor, and get a fucking skyship out of there. But clearly, it's not gonna fucking work now.
Yeah, because if delivering this box to the right place leads to as bad as it
Unavoidable
could be. We
death.
might be too dead to care about the money.
Yeah. So, I mean,
I mean,
There's two options.
having money is great and all, but only
we
if
could
you're
go,
allowed
we could go and act like we're delivering it,
Like we
And-
did
With
with
a different box.
steal the sky ship.
Did we steal a sky
I
ship from somewhere
still
else,
like-
maybe? Did we have to go there to steal one?
I
They're
don't.
the only port
I don't
sky
think-
ships in this fucking shithole.
So basically,
Let's
there's
go back to where we came
they've probably got some. There's, I mean, we have to go through giant territory because we kind of flew over like
from.
inland lake river thing. Really,
I
the
temporarily forgot
fucking
it.
design of this continent, I swear to God, like, who would fucking design it? I just,
I temporarily forgot about the giant dinosaur people in light of the
Yeah,
Fairy Bear
so-
Man and medieval ops.
so, looking at, and he just, like, manages to, like, pulls out a map from, like, a little, he, like, rolls it out, he's like, so, and I'll actually pull it up, so you can kind of get a big overview of the area.
I'm also gonna say, like, since it's been like 10 minutes and now the spell would have dropped
Yes.
for you,
Yes.
And the evil
with
ones.
that effect.
There's still no boost.
Yeah.
I mean, technically speaking, I could talk to the box again and see what it does. The problem is, I don't think I trust it to tell me the truth.
I believe.
What do you
that.
mean you don't trust the random voice in a
Can
box?
I insight? just.
You are
there's
hearing
a
it.
little voice in my head telling me
Oh,
not
you're
to trust.
just.
So-
Oh, okay. Sorry.
There's a little
Yeah.
voice in
Yeah.
my head telling me not to trust
Yeah.
where voices are coming
So-
from because I see a brain.
You guys are about. So you were from the.
Mhm.
Remember, we were from the nutsack.
Yeah.
And basically, it's like you're basically like here on the border,
Yep.
like just here, and this is the land you were coming up to. I'm remembering. Can't remember if it was like
Is what they
this.
wanted to
Yeah.
steal with it.
It basically is like here, right? So this is where you would get to the border of Austria.
And that's a fair few days fucking behind
Yes.
through fucking giant territory.
Yeah.
Yes.
To try and get
But if you wanted to backtrack and try and get back to the pole sack, you would have to either come through
Cross the ocean.
through this land, which is fine, and then try and cross this not so small water section, or
Yeah.
cross this fucking one,
well,
or circle through giant territory,
Yeah, that's.
through the plane
Adventure.
of the area of Earth plane energy
I feel like
to get back here.
Yeah, I feel like we're not playing enough sessions for that.
I feel
Yeah.
like we're a
Like
bit
someone who
fucking-
designed this fucking map. Don't know who would have done that.
I feel like maybe we're safer in the Beastlands with our.
For what?
Tiny ball sack, big tip.
God damn it, Nathan.
It's even picked for a pleasure.
Yeah, literally, I was like, I stood up to like get a good angle of the map, and I was like, huh,
I hate it.
tiny penis, tiny ball, big dick.
He drives a motherfucking Ford Ranger.
And does steroids.
So like,
Thanks, I hate it.
sorry, you're never gonna unsee the
Nope.
dick. So I would sort of like, I know we're asking the captain for his 2 cents, but he was
Yeah,
like,
so he basically rolls that thing and he's like, so, we're roughly around here.
Does the bandman come up and point out where we actually are?
Yeah, so, like, he does come up behind you guys. He's like, I can offer some insight inside here. You are around here on your map. Rough. We're on the outer edge of our lands.
Where exactly is the place that we were originally planning to go? Like, not asking this out loud.
Oh, you are up around here. So that's the border of the land, basically, of where you were aiming for. So yeah, you were only a couple of days worth of flight time to get there, but
And now
And
we-
possibly closer to at least a week or more to get up there. And that's with-
stick use true giant.
Yeah, and that's through giant territory.
with the box that they want.
With the box that they really want.
Yes.
I think maybe see if we can get more information from one of their beast lords.
Yeah, I was gonna
They
sort of.
sound like they could.
In fairness,
No.
at this point, if our options are to either go further into the baselands or go back up into giant territory, I'm right now, considering, you know, how our interaction with these lads have gone so far, I feel a little safer going south rather than north.
But we don't, like, we have no direction. Because I was going to ask the group, like, obviously the captain has, like, similar to yourself, the captain has a mission to deliver this box. Don't ask any questions, get paid, and
Yeah.
leave.
Mel needs
I
to
originally that was
That's before we ask questions.
I'd be curious, if Box had talked to you, just out of curiosity.
we never fucking touched the box.
been.
This box hasn't talked to me.
Okay, just
Oh,
make
other
sure.
boxes
What do you mean
have?
this box? What do you mean this box specifically? Are there other boxes
Boxes
that
have
talk
talked.
to you?
No, boxes don't talk. What the hell?
I
It's
said
okay,
this
through
box
again.
has
And you
it.
can see this is the bit that talks to you if you let it. It
Right.
basically controls
Okay.
you into doing its bidding.
Oh,
I have
that. Yeah.
well, I have mostly disabled it, question mark. But it does talk to you. I can technically talk to it right now, and it does talk back. I cannot guarantee it's telling you the truth because it's,
Yeah,
it's like talking to that creepy uncle. That
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I know the type. I got one. I wouldn't.
everyone has one.
Yeah, he like there was like inscriptions on a fucking. He was like drawings and things. It was weird. Anyway, yeah. If a box tells you it's fucking lying to you, what the hell? Why would a box tell the truth? Boxes don't talk. What? I don't.
And just on table. Like, was I able to work out whether it was like a spirit like trapped in there or something, or was it just like a voice in my head?
Give me a insight.
All of this is happening. The sense to protect it.
Yes.
Has it sort of bolstered being a little bit, or is it still like sort of there?
It's now that you're starting to piece things together, it's waning big time. Protect it, but not in the
Sense
let it go
of
to where the fuck it was going.
yeah, okay.
18. It felt like there was a spirit somewhat attached to the. It doesn't feel like it's sealing just a spirit.
I explained that to
Yeah.
the captain.
Okay, so we have a lockbox basically that
Is he-
talks to you. Okay,
it tries to control you into doing what
I
it
mean,
wants.
who am I? The fucking
It's magic shit.
the mistress of the sea fucking talks to me. So why would I not? Anyway, okay, yeah. Box talks to us. Cool. I'll somehow accept that. I know she's crazy. It's fine. We don't want to release it.
No, because it is protecting us from it rather than it
Amazing.
from us.
Awesome. We don't want to deliver it.
Probably not a good idea because we will establish that the people we are delivering it to are probably not doing very bad.
Yeah, no, they're not good people. I don't always deal with good people. Good people don't pay good money.
Which I
Got
mean
a
is valid.
You people understand that, right? Like, we don't get good money from good people. They are generally poor because they give it to
Cheapskate
churches.
pricks.
No offense.
I'm not religious.
I mean,
Okay.
I'm not judging where you get your money and you get your bag, but
Yeah.
at the same time, do you want to do a job that could possibly end the world?
No, I enjoy the world. I like living on it. So no, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to destroy the world. No, I would like to get paid for it though, or a new fucking skyship. That would be really good right now.
I mean, if the
We don't
world
have
ends,
a
you'll be too dead to enjoy either.
Why is she the smart one? What the?
I have an education.
I knew just as a hired muscle, you don't this captain. Fuck.
So, like, this conversation with the captain is kind of like doesn't seem like it's going somewhere. I would sort of
It's kind of going in
gesture.
circles now.
I would gesture to the clan
Mm.
and be like, so you're, the one that was talking before. Are you the leader of this clan, or do you have a higher up that we can speak to get an idea of like what we should do?
I'm-
Safe passage back fucking home.
Where can
I'm
we go
one of-
to get more information about
I'm
the box?
one of the not heads of clan, but I'm one of the scout heads.
Where,
At least you're making the decisions for this area.
Yes, I can get you input into our lands.
we
as
want to
safe as
find
our
out
lands
more
are.
information about
Do
this.
you know? Yeah.
Yeah, where can we go?
Okay,
We
I would
can-
like to
Do
learn
you
the
have a
science.
shaman?
We can head towards the portal of where our lands basically came from. If that works for you all.
To find out more about the box and the purpose of this box.
Our
I mean, regardless of what we're doing with the box, it still feels like a safer option than going to
Yeah.
giant territory with it.
Options B and C kind of seem a little bit more fucking dangerous trying to get home.
Yeah.
I just
Especially
want.
because regardless of what way we go, it's going to take a really fucking long time. Two of which of those options do involve going through giant territory in the box if they really want. Do we actually want to go through giant territory in the box?
I would prefer to stay
Yeah,
with
no.
these guys.
Like if we go north or if we go whatever direction this is, we still have to kind of go through the territory.
yeah, no, like
Do we actually want to do that?
so
Regardless of what we do with box.
we can lead you if we can hand off the box to our warlords, then you're without the box problem. We are obviously they would be able to give you some more information on it at the very least.
We need more
I would
information.
prefer that.
More
Yeah.
information would be nice, because while I do want to live the science, maybe living the science is a bad idea in this case.
And you
You want
guys.
to licking the box.
I don't mean that literally, it's a metaphor.
He's like.
We,
Yeah.
we weren't sure if licking the box is a Whether it would work.
Box at this point is not really that.
it's more that we know what would or wouldn't work with the box.
I mean, which is valid.
And you all seem more clued into things than we do.
Don't argue. Don't argue, we say valid.
The cold clan that doesn't know anything.
Well, they knew, like above table, they knew there was an evil
Yeah.
thing.
They knew there was a thing being delivered that was
Yeah,
going to give one of their opponents power.
Yeah.
That's all they knew.
Yeah.
Like what?
They got no fucking idea. We've got no fucking idea.
Yeah,
The
it's
questions.
it's
happened
basically
to-
like giving the holy grail to peasants and being like, here you go, and they're like, cool, what's this supposed to do? And then you see like armies on the horizon like coming towards them, like, why are the armies coming towards us?
Yeah.
So where are they?
So I've still got a sensation of protecting the box.
Yeah, but
It's
not
not.
for where it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's why I was asking.
Wait, so
Yeah.
you're no longer
We
wanting
need
to
get
take
more
it to.
Do you have
I
any
don't
urge
wanna
of where
take
you
it.
want to take it? Or if you want to take it anywhere, or is it just to protect?
Just to protect.
Okay.
Currently it's just protect, it's probably still just slightly
not
under the effect of, like,
Hey,
because like there's blank spots. You're like, okay, blank, protect.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, where bear man?
So this is
This
why I
one
wanted
seems
to-
a little
Funny. In the head.
not all there in terms of memories by the sounds of it. She had,
not
well, she's had the most contact with this fucking box.
And
Hasn't
it mentions
got
deja
any
vu when
fucking
I mentioned
clue.
the box talking.
Of where the box has come from or why she has the box. Just that she needs to protect the box to get it home or to to a location. Is there any way that maybe your
That's my time.
leaders could recover some of?
Is it like a missing? They're blank spots.
I don't know if it's entirely like blank spots straight up. It's more like I said a thing, she went, deja vu. And that was kind of another
In
whisper.
reference to her memory.
Because I was talking about the way the box was talking to me and they went, deja vu. So they have this tweaked something in their head. They
We can-
don't
There's-
they don't know why they're protecting the box. They just know they're protecting it and they have.
there's-
Does it feel like a compulsion?
No.
Okay. Does not feel like a compulsion. But it's most definitely a thing they are very, very determined to protect the box. In spite of the fact that they don't know why they are protecting the box or whether they are supposed to bring it somewhere or even do you remember where you got it? Or if you got it? Were you on the ship when you found it? Or
First you remember
She had it before
is
she
that
got on the boat.
That's on the ship.
yeah, had it on the ship.
like, did
It
you-
arrived on the ship. You recall it being picked up in port.
Yep.
This is on the
She-
sea ship.
Yeah.
She was found on the boat along with this one at some point. You weren't being
So it was on the boat before she was found on the boat.
no.
She
She would have got passage on the boat. Like, got passage on the boat to go, like, to try and grab it.
Yep.
Because someone else had already, like, had grabbed it from where it was,
Okay,
and
so
it was being
yeah.
removed from where it was.
Yeah.
Someone was sent to try and retrieve it.
Yeah.
that someone had retrieved it and they now
and is now compelled to
Because-
protect the box,
But
but does not
was
know why.
somewhat
or
charmed into taking it to the location we were delivering it, not
not
the location
necessarily.
that she was originally told to take it. So we need to be able to get her fucking memories back to find out where the fuck the box is meant to go.
Yeah, or where it came from.
Yeah.
Which
Both would
also
be
could
nice.
lead into future
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. So, he's like, well, we do.
I'm trying to beat it with my stick, see if that helps.
Please
That
don't.
Concussions
I'll
do not
defer
help.
on that one. I'm not sure if that will not. Won't help here, but we perform rituals that may help with memory loss. It's like guiding you through a journey back.
like an ashwagandha ceremony.
Is that we
No, what's
we don't have a term for
What's
it,
the
but
other
is that a term from home?
Just salt mushrooms.
I was gonna say, what's the other one?
Sometimes.
Okay.
I would like to regain what I've lost.
He can
That
he
I've
can
lost.
we should be able to
On
visit
the
some
Shakespeare making
shamans.
questions.
We should be able to visit some shamans of that in some of our tribes on the way to the center about things.
I mean, if we can kill two birds with one stone and maybe get some more information on the box and see if we can fix what's broken in there. I mean,
I'm leaning towards this idea.
I mean, it feels like the safer option than trying to sneak our way through giant territory, trying to get up
I mean,
But also, I hate to find this out.
Possibly. Look, at this point, yeah, I mean, this is the fucking most sane idea we got, so I'm on board. I can either come with you guys, just escorting it, or I can try and, like, a group of like 5 or 6 moving through the fucking lands. Rare, do you want me to, like,
You and the boys go get us fucking passage off this fucking boat once we figured out how to
yeah, I mean,
figure this box out.
if I can get, like, clearly we're not fucking going to the, we're not taking the box to the fucking dockland. Like, not happening. We're not going to Estring yet.
Yeah, I mean, that feels like a bad idea, even
Yeah.
without all of the other fuckers on our tail.
Yeah. So, either no, look, the boys come with me. That, you know, that's smart. You guys don't have to worry about it. So, it's fine. We can go try and procure a ship through conversations.
Yeah, okay.
We will converse with our friends, and we will let them know that it's on its way, and I'll see what I can fucking get out of them. Right? Sound fair?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gives us at
Get
least
us off this
fucking passage out of here.
rock at some
yeah,
point.
but maybe if we can be somewhere that is most definitely not here.
Yeah, like that. Agreed. I am not fucking taking any more jobs up here. Fuck that. This
Yeah, I
is.
don't think there is
I
enough
mean,
money to.
I mean, these people, they're lovely. Boy,
We'll leave this continent to the shit stains that normally run these passages, eh?
yeah, no, I'm
But
not.
it's still there.
I'm not. I don't want to deal with the giants. Fucking struck my goddamn fucking ship out of the sky. These guys have been nice, but you know, little rough. I'm a little fine.
Honestly, to be honest, I'm a little curious about how to get that ability, but
Same.
What do you wanna?
And more hair.
I mean,
How do you
so how
it
are
scared the fuck out of you boys.
Okay, so can that? I mean, it would be
Is that
pretty.
communicable?
It would be pretty cool to have a what? And he's like, we can talk on the wall. Is that how you say walk? Walk and talk. Walk.
Walk and talk.
Talk walk, right?
Sure. Sure, let's go with that.
Yeah.
Talk and walk. Okay. Okay, so yeah, you do some. I don't know. You like.
I'll keep these idiots
Assuming
safe
that your
and
abilities are communicable to other people rather than being bonded.
Oh, there's. You don't know much about our lands. We can show you a few things.
I'm interested.
yeah.
A learning experience. You seem.
It's like we're gonna have a full party of like having to be blood hunters.
And at this point.
I mean, I
All
can
of them.
At
totally
this
do
point,
a
I'm pretty sure you guys have all thrown your lot in with the big guys.
I mean,
It seems
They
a
seem
lot
like the-
safer than a fucking tribe of giants riding dinosaurs.
they seem like the lesser of two evils at this point, considering they were willing to stop.
Three.
And the possibility of learning more of what's actually
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
contents. They're providing.
You know, they were willing to stop us all
Possibility.
rather than immediately killing us. Which was
Yeah, I
nice.
feel like it was
I mean,
death on
yeah.
sight. The first
Clearly,
encounter.
they thought about it because they were like, "We're gonna stalk
I mean-
you from a distance."
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
they considered it, but you
Yeah.
know, once they were spotted, they were like, oh, alright, fine then.
Yeah.
Evil doesn't live.
Yeah. Yeah. These guys might be alright. They waved at me.
Well, I mean, I think it was kind of a case of neutral. Well, they didn't immediately kill us on sight, so.
They've got food and drinks.
We will teach you land now, folks.
I mean, I'm always down to learn something new.
Alright, got
outcomes of
knowledge, learning. You can write home about you. I'm so sorry that you didn't get like to your destination. I know you were just on holidays. You were just out seeing the world. I apologize immensely for that.
But apparently you were taking me to some evil godlands, so this is
Yeah,
Only
probably...
on the
it
way
was
to where you were
On
going.
the,
Yeah, okay.
it's not like I was gonna sell you off in a blood sacrifice.
Is it safe to assume that I probably shouldn't write home about this? Is it safe to assume that I probably shouldn't write home about this?
I mean, you could.
Honestly, your parents
I
would
mean-
be fucking surprised.
I
They might be
They
a
don't
little bit
think I'm that
pissed,
unlucky.
but
mean, you could be like,
I mean,
There's
would
probably
you be
not
okay
many-
with the idea of my parents finding out about this while I'm on the ship?
they'd probably be happier having on his ship than anyone else's.
maybe let's
Let's not tell them.
let's not tell them right now. I'll
Maybe like a decade down the line
Saying Danny would
when
be
they can all laugh about it.
yeah, or I'll I'm sure like a chest of gold would probably
Sweet the
smooth
puzzle.
things over.
I mean,
He was getting the chest.
Some nice artwork. Alright.
maybe wait until I say don't believe it before I explain this to them.
No. I'll
Alright.
yeah. I'm not expecting you to pay for my fuck up. Like, Jesus. He doesn't exist, but you know,
I know what you mean.
he's Zeus, alright? Like, he's a friend from college.
You go way back.
Yeah.
In any case, we are not going north.
No, well, you aren't going on. We're gonna skirt round, get us a fucking way out of here. Alright, so, we're good?
We got ways to
It's a
communicate.
bit dark, let's, like,
I mean, give me a bit more training, and I should be able to contact people relatively easily.
Okay. Do you need something of theirs though before we contact them?
Oh yeah,
no, she knows.
You just need to
Message
know.
spell.
probably
Or
not
sending.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Would,
if you know
would
them-
Sending
have
is
a
just not.
Okay.
have a fucking pair of sending stones?
Yeah, because I was like, are you gonna try and keep in contact with your captains? Find out where to put this.
Although I can't remember if sending is specifically a cleric spell or where a wizard can learn it. Can a wizard learn sending?
Sorcerers can have it.
Sorcerers can.
Yeah.
I am not a sorcerer.
Yeah.
No, but more if a sorcerer can learn it, a wizard should be able to learn it.
Okay, yeah.
Possibly.
I mean,
For me,
give me a bit more study time, and I can learn the means of communicating with people over very long distances.
That would be
If I
fine.
learn how to do that, I'll teach you.
wow.
What level is it then?
Yeah, well,
So
that is.
sending is a cantrip. Message.
Message is a cantrip.
Oh, message is a cantrip. Sending is a. I have a message only works
Messages
in like
only
a
like, I think it's
Hundred
short
120,
distance.
yeah. And you have to be able to see them.
Must be. I think. No, it's a third level spell.
Yeah, you point towards a target within 120 feet.
Yeah. So sending
point
is a
towards the
third level.
We apparently just point
Message.
to message.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
point towards a
Sending-
creature within range, so if you can't see the creature, then you can't point at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't know it's actually, if it ducked behind a wall and you knew that it ducked behind the wall, you could point at the creature because you know it's
Yeah.
specifically
Possibly
there.
there. Yeah.
But if you,
That's a third level spell.
The same plane that
yeah, so third level for you with 2 levels of rogue will be 7. If you went 4 more levels of wizard.
And if she didn't find the
No, to be able to get third level
No,
spells.
to be able to even
Oh,
cast
cast
third
it,
level spells.
Yeah. This is more why I'm asking if the captain would have a pair of sending stones.
Yeah.
So that
You
he
could
could
say
give one
if,
so
like-
that way
Let
he
me,
actually has means of communicating once he gets
And he, like,
passage.
checks in his bag. Yeah, I've got one. And basically I hand it over like, just try not to call me if it's like middle of the night and you know that I'm got free time because
We'll
you know.
wait to hear word from you
second-
on whether or not you've got fucking transport off this shit thing.
Yeah. Because I didn't want to be like, you know, trying to steal a ship. Sorry, trying to acquire a ship while
Sure, you
someone fucking's talking to me,
Yeah.
like, and setting off alarm. But let's not do
We'll
that.
keep radio
So,
silence until
I will-
we hear from you.
yeah, gotcha.
Don't call us, we'll call you.
That's
The opposite.
Yeah.
That's like our train saying.
That's
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really should remember that line for getting out of some situations.
So, can I ask, above table DM,
Mm-hmm.
so like, I'm just gonna write a note of like, next session.
Yes.
Can you summarize what the fuck, because the captain was, like, I would say that just then, the captain was sort of, steering that dialogue,
Mm-hmm.
whereas what I thought we were doing was following this tribe to their people.
Yes.
So we
Right,
are.
separate.
you
have-
as
yeah.
the party
Are going with the
are
tribe.
going with the tribe.
And the captain's going
The
to
captain is going to try and acquire gold and a way off this fucking
It
continent.
was mainly used to talking together, wasn't it? Oh, and then yeah.
Yeah. Because if you like, you could drop off the box or like not drop it off and keep it or whatever, and then be like, cool, we're still fucking stuck on this continent. Like,
And keeping it, like, keeping it feels like things are carrying on our backs.
yeah. And like, you could hand it off to these guys to go and deliver it, and you could go up to north, like up to the lands, but you're a group of 6 plus him is 7 plus the 3 guys remaining is fucking 10. That's 10 people
You
trying to.
started it off.
I know. No, it's more 10 people trying to move through giant territory who believed you had the crate, and if you now don't have it,
What are they going
they're
to do?
going to go hard back
Yeah.
there. So you would either have to be bait,
Mhm.
going through their land, pretending like you have it, and hoping you survive. And then when you get there, lying to everyone to say that you don't have the crate, but still getting out of fucking Dodge,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like,
or sending 4 people
Mhm.
stealthily
Yeah.
to try and acquire getting the fuck out of Dodge, while you guys try and figure out what the fuck to do with the crate.
because 4 people
Sure.
doing a sneak is a lot less conspicuous than 10. But also, regardless of who gets the box, they have a target. First, we have a target painted on our backs. But also, it means that we suddenly have to do a sneak through the bad place because we don't want to have to sheepishly admit to the person we were delivering it to that we now don't have it.
Uh-huh. Because
Or
yeah, if
that
you
we
get up...
or that we do have it and we don't want to give it to them anymore.
Uh-huh.
Because honestly, do we really want to run the risk of fucking with this person and
I don't want to go anywhere near there now. That what you have mentioned.
this is a lot of rocks.
Hmm?
This is like a lot of rocks and a lot of high places.
What's she looking for?
Holy.
Up shit creek without a paddle.
This sounds like the best of the plans.
The best.
What?
Yeah, the lesser of 3 evils.
It was the worst of plans, it was the worst of plans.
Alright, are we calling that?
I believe we are.
Yeah.
Alright.
Because that
Say,
is...
like, say that.
That is 7 hours and 46 minutes. I know
Yeah.
there was dinner and break and things.
There was a lot of break.
Yeah.
A lot of break and a lot
I
of
think it was
fucking
like a
break.
2-hour break.
Yeah.
Not really had to break. It was more like a casual dinner.
Yeah, it was dinner while everyone could just overhear the...
Would we say
Alright.
like,
Peace
we
out.
call
Thanks for
long
watching.
rest?
There's a lot to edit
Good
out.
night.
Yeah.
Bye.
Adios.